this works. The idea that you're going to draft guys and they're going to spend 15 years together, all playing together, and you're going to chase 10 to 15 Super Bowls is fantasy land. It's fairy tale stuff.
And the difficult thing for all of those other teams that are trying to reboot is Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots did it with one quarterback, and he remained playing at a high level for 2 decades. I think Jared Goff is a very good quarterback. I don't know that he is going to be as good as he is now in 6 or 7 years. I don't even know that he's here in 6 or 7 years. And it's not a slight on Jared Goff. It's just reality. It's going to be another hurdle that New England in that 20-year run didn't have to face.
All right, a lot to do on the show today. 2 hours away from Brad Holmes. 9:02, he joins the show live. We'll talk to the Lions general manager. 8:02, we have an emergency cookie jar today.
Uh-oh.
Break glass situation, a crazy internet debate that we will weigh in on in about an hour. We'll get back into the Lions, take inventory of the NFC North post-draft. We've got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. And after the update, Pistons facing elimination. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Jose Altuve led off every game for the Astros that he was in the lineup for until yesterday. He suggested that Jeremy Pena lead off this game in an effort to spark the lineup. That via the Space City Home Network, Pena had 2 more hits and Altuve homered for the 4th time of the season as the Astros defeated the Tigers 8-5. Sounds like it worked. Detroit jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the 3rd off 2 homers, 6 runs between the 6th and 7th. Did them in, however. Jack Flaherty made the start, tossing 5 complete while allowing 4 earned runs. The Pistons are preparing for Game 5 at Madison Square Garden tonight. Isaiah Stewart is still questionable with that knee inflammation. Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman and head coach Tom McClellan are set to speak with the media today. No word on what. More NBA playoff action last night. The Cavaliers swept the Heat out of their own building. 138-83 the final score. Head coach Eric Spoelstra sums it all up. The Warriors defeated the Rockets 109-106. Golden State now with a 3-1 series lead. Jimmy Butler scored 27. Before the game, he was seen celebrating during warm-ups when news broke that his old team had been swept. Miami, of course, there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Quick heads up. That Yzerman press conference today, 2 o'clock, will be carried live right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Their season-ending press conference. I'm sure someone will ask about the Larkin comments, the general direction, missing the playoffs, and I'm very curious to see what Yzerman has to say later today.
Yeah, same here. A lot of questions.
All right.
See if he sets any expectations.
I hope to someday maybe make the playoffs soon.
Yes.
Ish. The Pistons are in the playoffs, and their season could end tonight, John. How do you think this plays out? Is it over after losing 2 straight at home? Are you going to hold out hope?
I'm holding out hope that they are able to win a game, that we do get a Game 6 back at the LCA. I don't know how likely it is, but I think I don't know that there's any Pistons fans that are going to say, no, they have zero chance.
Every game has been competitive in this series.
Stoney.
Well, he said Knicks in 5, and he's staring down the
barrel.
Yeah, exactly. The receipts of that one. Every game has been competitive. Every single one of them. It would not shock me if the Pistons won the game tonight. Then you get Game 6 at home, and then the whole series is on the line. But in doing that, you'd have to win 3 straight in this series. And while I said Pistons in 7, it's not how I thought it was going to go down, John. I think the odds are no longer in their favor. I think we can say that much.
Yes.
If they're going to go down, I'd like them to go down swinging tonight. And I don't mean literally. Something I'd love to see from the Pistons is more Asar Thompson. And this is going to be a little bit dependent on how it's officiated because he can pick up fouls in bunches. But their best lineups And there's so much data out there now. I'm not going to bore people with it. But the Pistons' best lineups feature Asar Thompson. As bad as he is in the half court, as poor a shooter as he is, as much as he hurts some of their spacing, this team runs in transition, and it starts on defense. And Brunson has had a much tougher time when Asar is in the game. I'd like to see more than 30 minutes of Asar Thompson in this game. Play statistically your best lineups, lean on your defense, look for transition, live with the fact that he's not a great shooter. I get it. Half court, you're going to really struggle, and that's probably why this team isn't going to go on a deep run. Well, but I'd like to see him go down playing the young guy too, because then at least you see how far away you truly are. I don't need to see a combination of Schroeder, Beasley, and Hardaway all out there at the same time.
With Asar Thompson, at some point you're going to be stuck in the half court, and it becomes a liability. But on the flip side, if you see a little bit more of them and you get a little bit more transition, a little bit more fast break because of the defense that he plays, and maybe a little bit less Jalen Brunson, now, I mean, there's that fine line between being able to create something because you do something special defensively versus being limited offensively. And I mean, it's another 6 fouls that you get to use against Jalen Brunson. It's another, it's just another way to harass him. It doesn't do anything against, about having Karl Anthony Towns. But when you're trying to just make something happen for one night, and that's all they've got to think about right now, one night,
extend
just
the series.
find a way to get a win. Take care of Game 6 if that becomes a possibility. But if you don't take care of tonight, then it's all said. It's all done.
So the NBA the playoff lineups that are the best net rating, the Pistons have one of the best playoff lineups this postseason. It's Cade, Tim Hardaway Jr., Asar Thompson, Tobias Harris, and Jalen Duren. They're a plus 19.2 in net rating. That is the fifth best of any playoff team. That lineup should play a lot, and specifically in crunch time. And if you win,
of the other 4, is there a Knicks combination?
There's
in there?
not. There's a Pacer, Clipper, Cav, and oddly enough, the Timberwolves have a lineup that has actually been the best of any lineup in the postseason. If you win this game, does Stewart play Game 6? The crowd's going to be ready Game 6. Can you get to Game 6?
Yeah.
And again, the question will be, can this team close? They've had fourth quarter leads in 3 of the 4 games in this series. It would suggest that it is there for them every night they show up. And if the light bulb goes off and they do close out one of these games, you're getting closer and closer and closer to a Knicks meltdown. But I want to make sure we say this. The Knicks meltdown I thought was going to happen has not happened, and Karl Anthony Towns deserves a ton of credit for that.
Oh, yeah, there's no question. Same with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
But the equation may be, hey, you got to find a way to get up in that third quarter, go into the fourth quarter, and then you see a little bit more Asar Thompson, because what's been the one thing in all of these losses that have really cost them? It's been losing those leads. So if you can find a way to harass Jalen Brunson at the end of the game, if you can find a way to play better defensively, again, some point you're going to be stuck in the half court, and there's a liability. And it's when do you want to pull those triggers? This is the, could we call it the Asar Thompson chaos, like the pitching chaos we had with the Tigers? Like there's going to need to be some lineup chaos for JB in when to use him, when not to use him, and the mixing and matching of the lineups.
Yeah, I think Bickerstaff's done a great job. We made the case for him to win Coach of the Year. The turnaround, it doesn't happen without his leadership and his guidance. The biggest criticism I would have of him, though, would be these closeouts without Asar. And it goes back to the end of the regular season where they would not have this guy out there to close games. And it's a pick your poison. I get it. Offensively, he can stand in the corner and no one respects him. I mean, he'll airball corner threes.
Yeah.
So not ideal. Him and Duren on the floor at the same time. Neither of them can make a shot outside the paint. The world starts to collapse on you in the half court because it's Cade staring down a clogged paint all over again. But the trade-off is I'm getting stops, I'm hanging in, I can get a transition bucket, and you'd still look for mismatches. Where is Brunson? Hunt Brunson. He's going to be on the floor in the fourth quarter, and maybe it's It's ugly. It's rugged. It's not a recipe to win an NBA championship, but is it a recipe to extend the series by a game? Get Isaiah Stewart back in the mix and keep fighting? Yeah. I mean, but if you ask, the question is the series over? No, the series is not over.
The series is not over, but I'm curious as to what people will be watching tonight. Are you tuned in or are you tuned out?
Oh, well, we know you're going to be watching Reese Olson.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. But this is, if you don't believe that they've got a chance to win tonight, if you don't believe that they can extend it to a 6 game, why would you watch? And I'm just curious where people are.
Yeah, we can ask it.
Are you willing to watch and make yourself vulnerable tonight, knowing that the season could be over?
Texter says basketball equals ZZZZZZZ, putting them to sleep.
Yeah.
And the season, I mean, maybe in his eyes, already over. It didn't start if you're not a basketball fan. You're excited with the Tigers and the Astros. I know where your focus is going to be tonight.
Well, and I mean, if you were listening to Dan before the game and the pregame, there was an energy when they got to whatever they call they've renamed the park there in Houston.
It's
I don't
not
know.
Minute Maid anymore.
No,
it's something
it's
else.
Something.
Dakin Field?
Is that what it is? Yeah, I think that's what he said. Anyway, you can't forget about what happened last year in the postseason. You can't forget about the history that I think there's still motivation for AJ to get wins there. Not that he's not as motivated to win against other teams, but this one is unique. This one's special, and I do think we will see a continuation of what we saw from Reese Olson when we were down at the ballpark last Wednesday.
He was really good, and he can build on it tonight. Dakin Park is what it's called, and Dakin is an air conditioning company, to bring us full circle with the way we started the show today.
And we're back where we began.
58 degrees tonight at the ballpark. 248-539-9797. Two Grand Slam coming up after Heather's News. It's next, 97.1.
A personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Oh, yeah. So a Detroit woman has been charged in connection to a crash that killed 2 people last Friday. A man and a woman were actually sitting at a bus stop in Detroit when a woman driving an SUV lost control, crashed into them, and then her SUV also went and hit another vehicle that was parked at a nearby gas station. The woman, Deja Berry, has been charged with 2 counts of reckless driving causing death and 2 counts of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied causing death. She was arraigned on Monday, given a $50,000 bond with a GPS tether and house arrest. Her attorney said that she doesn't remember what happened and may have had a seizure. Said she did know she wasn't supposed to be behind the wheel. Obviously, well, sounds like she had a suspended license, but also a medical condition. Anyway, she faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted as charged. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2025 has been announced. It was announced on American Idol this week, and one of the 13 inductees is Detroit's own The White Stripes,
There you go.
which is pretty cool. Other inductees in the performers category, I didn't realize there was categories, but there is, include Bad Company, Chubby Checker, Joe Cocker. Let's see, what else do we got? Cyndi Lauper, Outkast, and Soundgarden. Then obviously there's more because that's only in one specific category. But anyway, the White Stripes, they made their live debut in August of 1997 at a Detroit bar. They officially broke up in 2011, but obviously they served up 6 studio albums and several hit songs. So congrats to them. They will actually be the 22nd Detroit artist or group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And that induction ceremony will take place on November 8th in LA. And it will be streamed live on Disney Plus, so you can all watch.
And they've authored one college football game kickoff anthem.
Yeah.
The dates for the Detroit Lions rookie minicamp have been set. So Lions rookies will be reporting to the team's weekend rookie minicamp from May 9th through the 11th. At the facility there in Allen Park. And then the veterans will report for their first OTA off-season workout on May 28th. That will go through the 30th. And then mandatory minicamp will be held June 10th through the 12th.
Cool, let's go.
Right around the corner,
Yes.
baby.
It really is. I mean, it's right there.
Uh-huh.
So close. How exciting.
Can't wait to get to the fall camp. Let's go.
The person responsible for dumping those kittens at the Detroit gas station earlier this month is now facing charges. He's been found, a 25-year-old guy, Brandon Little of Redford, facing 1 count of killing or torturing animals and 1 count of abandoning 2 or 3 animals. He was seen on surveillance video throwing these kittens out of his moving vehicle, running one of them over, obviously killing it before he fled the scene. I wouldn't even watch the video. The description was enough for me, but he was arraigned on April 27th, given a $25,000 bond. He will be charged soon. Let's see. Dozens of people got their hands on roughly $300,000 after bags of cash flew out of an armored truck in Chicago.
What?
We've heard these stories before. It has happened, but it's very rare. According to police, people were spotted removing money from the scene and then fleeing the area on foot and in vehicles after the back doors of a Brinks home security truck just randomly opened last Tuesday. 3 bags of money fell onto the road, and between 50 to 100 people got away with $300,000. I'm sure they're being advised to return it all to the police station. Will they?
No
Probably
way.
not. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I feel like money that comes out of a vehicle like this is all marked. Is that true?
I don't know. I've never robbed a bank, Heather.
Me neither, but I feel like you'd be caught using it. Maybe not. Maybe if you just
I don't know. I mean,
use the cash.
Not all money is marked.
I know.
Do you think
I
these
don't know.
bills would be
But I feel
traceable?
like maybe not. I have no in my head. I would be too nervous to use it. If I was one that stole it, I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to be caught the second I go and pay. I'd be like, here's a 20. Like, please don't get me. I don't know. I'd be too scared to use the money if I stole it because that's how I think that I would.
You just got to launder it
You got to
first.
find a way to launder it. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I just have to up your game.
That's That's what I would do. Hey, if you're single and you are looking for a new potential partner, you may want to steer clear of these states because they've just been named the states with the most cheaters.
Oh.
Yes. Thankfully, if you're here in Michigan, you're going to be okay if you stick with other Michiganders.
Are we low on the list?
We did not make the top 10. That's the only list I have.
John,
So
do you have any
that's good.
guesses?
Yeah.
States?
Any guesses on for number one?
Now, this is based off of people searching for apps like the Ashley Madison app.
Oh,
So they're secretive cheaters.
California,
Say New York.
No.
Florida.
No.
Texas.
No. Colorado, number 1. Followed by North Dakota,
Well, you're going to hide somewhere.
New Hampshire, Illinois, not too far away, so be careful there.
Midwest.
Nebraska, Montana, Washington, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and then New York.
Okay.
So the all the top ones are places that you could go to disappear.
Kind of, yeah.
In the mountains or remote areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, the Washington Nationals held one of those Bark at the Park nights, which are fun. I know the Tigers do it. They held it last Friday night.
But is this?
But
I
they
saw
also
this.
held it during a fireworks night, which, as you can imagine, didn't go over so well. So the team shared a warning on the video board, basically saying that the fireworks are going to start in 20 minutes. So if you or your furried friend is nervous about the loud noises, please get out
leave
as fast as possible. Well, people took to social media to say there was not enough time. 20 minutes was not enough time to get me and my dog out of the park safely. And like people were saying they saw one dog that was so scared slip out of their harness, run into traffic. Like dogs were almost near death because of the fireworks.
This is a terrible idea. How does this get passed? Like they talked promo before the season. Nobody flagged this. Hey, let's not do the dog night on the Friday night so we do fireworks.
Yeah. I'm
Bring
not
your
taking
dog on
my
Saturday.
Dog anyway, but yeah.
People love doing that though.
They do. I've done it before. It's a fun night. John, it is. It's fun.
It seems like
John
so
doesn't
much
love his pets
work.
the way that we do, Heather. You
It's
know
so
this.
much work.
No, it's really not. It was fun. I mean, I've done a couple Bark at the Parks, and it's been fun every time I've done it. So anyway,
It's time for the 2 Grand Slam.
it is. Well, boys, this is a day we're going to give away some money, I hope. We'll see how it goes. Our contestant is going to have 60 seconds to answer 10 questions. Seems easy, but it is not. Every question they get correct, they'll get $25. And if they can get through all of them and answer correctly, they'll go home with $2,000.
Our contestant this morning, Kathy in Pleasant Ridge. Kathy, good morning.
Kathy, are you there?
I'm there. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Woohoo! You're already a winner in my book, Kathy.
You know what? I get that a lot. It's my wedding week, so I figured I had a call.
I love it.
All right. Where are you getting married?
In Toledo. And I'm a Michigan fan, John. Michigan
Okay.
fan. So.
Why would you? I mean, is it still legal in the state of Ohio?
Stop.
It's
It
recognized?
is. My better half went to that school down south, so we don't talk about it.
I think I at least need to give you the disclaimer. Please make sure you're making the right decision, and please be careful.
I'm trying.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Kathy.
All right, Kathy, if you don't know one, pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Are you ready to play?
I am ready. This is for you, Stoney.
Here we go. Jalen Brunson played at this college.
Pass.
The Jacksonville Jaguars drafted this player number 2 overall last Thursday.
Pass.
What is the capital of Florida?
Tallahassee.
This team drafted Colston Loveland.
Jacksonville.
This team drafted Colston Loveland last Thursday.
Loveland went to the Bears.
This interstate is also known as Ford Freeway in Detroit.
Ford is not 12. Pass.
Who are the Celtics currently playing in the first round of the NBA playoffs?
Pacers.
This hip-hop duo had the 2000 hit Miss Jackson.
I'm sorry. I am for real. I don't know. Pass.
The 2026 NFL draft will be held in this city.
Pittsburgh.
Who played Dr. Evil in Austin Powers?
Oh, God, this is probably the worst showing of my life.
What?
What
Well,
we
you
get-
never played before, Kathy, have you?
No, never.
So no, I mean,
yes, it's technically
you have nothing to
the
compare
best.
it to. Yeah,
it's the best and
exactly.
the worst all
Yeah.
at the same time. Yes. So we got you with 3.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
listen, that's
Not bad.
$75 to go on a honeymoon.
There you go. Yes. Yeah. Don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah, I'll try not to.
It'll go a long ways down in Toledo. I can tell you that. Where are you going on your honeymoon? Do you know?
Right now, the Glass City. Besides Toledo, probably back up here to Michigan and then to work,
Yes.
Kathy, it's okay to admit that you have played before. This is the Kathy. This is lower the
I
bar by one,
know.
Oh,
Kathy.
it is the Kathy.
Oh.
Trying to hide my identity here.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, man.
How many did you get last time?
I think 8.
Kathy, you only had 3 this time.
Okay, so it is your worst showing.
I'm
I get
aware
it.
that 3 is less than 8. I mean,
Yeah.
I
You're
don't
letting
think
down
that.
I
women
didn't
everywhere,
realize you were
Kathy.
the Kathy.
What did you just say?
I said she's letting down women everywhere.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Stoney was
God.
right all along.
What?
Wow.
Kathy,
What?
I apologize for the person. He's sitting in the same seat as Stoney,
gosh.
and it must be.
Wow.
Well, she gave the
Contagious.
shout out. She wanted to prove, hey, the girls got
Yes.
this one. This is for you, Stoney. And then you only got 3, Kathy.
Yes,
She's the only female that has the guts to call. Like,
Well.
good for
Thank
you,
you,
Kathy.
Heather.
Like,
Thank
what?
Yes.
well, Heather's the only one who gets me.
I do.
Kathy, we'll put you on hold. We'll get you $75 and we'll go through the questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Have a great day at school.
Jalen Brunson played at
Villanova.
the Jaguars, drafted who number
Travis
2?
Hunter.
Capital of Florida. She got it right the first time.
Yes.
Tallahassee. First answer is what we accept. Colston Loveland was drafted by the Bears, so she got a couple right
Bears.
there. Yep. Interstate known as Ford Freeway in Detroit.
This is 94.
The Celtics are currently not playing the Pacers, but
The Magic.
hip hop duo that had the 2000 hit, Miss Jackson.
She knew it.
Yeah.
She gave a little song. She sang a little
Yeah,
bit.
Outcast.
Real. 2026 NFL Draft is held in Pittsburgh. That was the third question. We read the question, who played Dr. Evil in Austin Powers?
That's Mike Myers. So we got $75, and that comes courtesy of Femininity Law. We thank them for sponsoring the Tuesday 2 Grand Slam.
Your next chance to win, Thursday, 7:25. It's 97.1. Astros would come back, win 8-5. Dan Dickerson on the call. Play again tonight, 8-10. Reese Olson on the bump. We know that's where John's going to be focused. You got the Pistons facing elimination. And at 2 o'clock later today, Steve Yzerman Speaks. We'll carry the press conference live right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Brad Holmes will join us this morning at 9 o'clock.
Can't wait to talk to Brad, get his take on the draft in this offseason, preparation for a Super Bowl run.
Before we get back into the Lions, few ticket texts reacting to our 2 Grand Slam. One word, brutal. Texter says she got lucky with 3. And if Kathy was Carl, it would have been 7 or 8, signed Stoney. Worst 2 Grand Slam ever. No, not the worst.
It was not the worst.
We've had people get 0. We've had people hang up mid-contest.
On third question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not the worst.
I agree with your sentiment. We want more women to call in and compete.
Yes. Come on. She's the only female that has ever called in to play the 2 Grand Slam. I didn't realize it was her either right off the bat. I
And
couldn't
we know
remember
you
her
guys
name.
are out there listening, so you could do better than 3.
Sure.
Win the whole thing.
Could. It's always a chance.
That's why I didn't like it. She did make it about, I'm going to get this one. Oh, okay.
Of course, you got to be confident. You can't go and be like, I don't know if I'm going to get any.
But she made it about, I'm going to do this for the women because I'm going to prove we can.
But she is doing it for the women because she's the only woman that's ever called in. So if you can do better than her, call in. Or if you can't do better, but you just want to try, call in. Come on. Don't bash her.
Well, we bash everybody. Everybody gets criticized around here. It's all a fair game.
Yeah. But we didn't sit there and say to the guy that hung up, you let all men down. Whereas
if you call in,
drop that one.
If you call in, if you call in saying I'm gonna bear the flag for all men, and you get a 3, we'd make fun of you.
Yes, we would, but you're not letting down a whole gender.
All right, John, the draft. We spent a lot of time talking about the Lions yesterday, and we like what they did. Take a look at this division and size it up right now. What did you make of everybody else, and who's the biggest threat? And we'll throw that out to people as well, but I'm just where you stand today, who is the biggest threat in this division?
So are we talking entire offseason or just after the draft?
What do you want to do?
Well, let's do the entire offseason because it changes the game for Chicago because of what they've done the entire offseason. Obviously, they hired Ben Johnson. They went out in free agency, and they revamped their offensive line. And now the question I have for them is the biggest question they had on their offensive line after free agency was not right tackle. It was Braxton Jones at left tackle. Now they've got, because they signed, they drafted Darnell Wright last year, 10th pick of the first round. This year they went Ozzie Trapillo high in the draft. And one of them is going to have to, I would think, be penciled in at left tackle. Don't know which one that's going to be because Braxton Jones was the weak link last year,
right?
And they traded for Joe Thuney, they signed Drew Dahlman, and they traded for Jonah Jackson. I think they have done the most this offseason to make their team better. Now, is there going to be an adjustment period with new coach, new play caller, new offense? All new expectations, all of those different things. I think there is going to be an adjustment period. I think the team that has done the most this offseason to become a bigger threat, to me, it's the Minnesota Vikings. That's going to be a badass offensive line for Minnesota. And when you look at that team, and I know, okay, new quarterback, but I think it's probably, I don't know if it's going to be an upgrade this year. I think through the course of his career, JJ is going to be greater than who was the cat that was there? I'm drawing a blank.
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold. Yes. Can't believe I draw a blank.
How could you forget? Red Zone Maestro, Sam Darnold.
Yes. But when you look at, everything that has happened for the Minnesota Vikings, and yeah, they clearly came up short last year, especially at the end of the season, but they went out and signed Will Freese, 5-year, $88 million. They upgraded at center, Ryan Kelly. Defensive line, Jonathan Allen. He's not a game breaker, but I think for the depth of that offense or that defensive line, Javon Hargrave, older but experienced. He's kind of their DJ Reader of that group. I think this is going to be a team that is primed to take a step. Will they take a step over the Lions? I don't know, but I think they're the biggest threat.
I would say it's the Packers. One team you didn't mention in there. And it's some of it's process of elimination. I think the Bears have had the busiest offseason. I think the Bears have done the most to try to play like the Lions, but they're a poor man's Lions team, right? They want to build the O-line. They think they just drafted their Sam Laporta and Colston Loveland. And Ben Johnson has said that there's a JMO comp to Luther Burden. So they're trying to build the Lions, but they don't have Penei Sewell. They don't have Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're not going to have that overnight. So it's not the Bears. And with Minnesota, their quarterback right now is a rookie. So I look process of elimination and think it's still Green Bay. And they gave another toy, another weapon for Jordan Love. And Golden's a player we discussed as a game breaker. If he's a true number one, they haven't had a number one. They're good defense. They run the ball. Yeah, and I think Love's the most dangerous quarterback of the bunch right now. Right now, I know Caleb could turn into something more dangerous down the line, but today I would say it's the Packers.
I think giving Jordan Love more weapons. I think you could. Jared Goff's a better quarterback than Jordan Love. Jordan Love's a little bit more mobile. There's no question about that. I think there's probably just about 31 quarterbacks that are more mobile than Jared Goff. But he is a quarterback that needs a lot of weapons around him. He is also a quarterback that is going to need protection. They drafted Anthony Belton, and I think they're going to try and find a really good place for him. I don't know that he plays left tackle for him, but he's a guy that will make that offensive line eventually better. He's going to need protection. I just don't know if they have enough protection for him to be as good as, or to be as comfortable in the pocket to be good, if that makes sense.
As you canvass the division, look at the draft most recently, but throw the whole offseason in there too. The rosters are mostly set at this point. Outside of a vet that may be added down the line or between now and training camp, your roster is what the roster is. The Lions are the reigning NFC North champs 2 times over. Who's the biggest threat from the group? 248-539-9797. I'll say the Packers. You'll say the Vikings. I know the Bears are very buzzy. Someone wants to make a case for them. Yeah. Breathing down our neck. You can go ahead and do that as well.
And I mentioned the offensive line for the Minnesota Vikings. Just think of the skill set that they have in wide receivers. Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jalen Naylor. You've got guys that can make plays all over the field. We know about TJ Hawkinson and that running game with Aaron Jones behind that offensive line. The best thing for a young quarterback is to be able to hand the ball off and know that you can get 3-4 yards, that you could pick up first downs, that you can keep the chains moving as you continue to develop as a passer.
Phone calls, ticket text. We'll get to all of it as the hour wraps. Top of the hour, 8:02. An emergency cookie jar based on a hot internet debate. Even the Lions players were weighing in on this thing. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's why we're doing the cookie jar. One topic early this week. It's 97.1.
Hey guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
We asked you guys, biggest threat in the North following the draft. Rosters are mostly set. Maybe a vet added between now and training camp or the start of the season, but the rosters are what they are. John, you said the Vikings. I said the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
We said, hey, maybe someone wants to make a case for the Bears. They're trying to do this Lions 2.0 thing. You hire Ben Johnson, you draft your version of Sam Laporta and their version of J-Mo. They beefed up the offensive line in free agency. No one's made the case for the Bears yet. Texter does want to know, will Ben Johnson be the play caller? I believe he has said that he will.
Yes, he's calling plays.
Yeah, he said that. As much as John will refuse to admit it, the Vikings have the worst quarterback in the North. They are not a threat.
I didn't say they had the best quarterback. I didn't.
Would you say they have the worst?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would. The least proven, for sure. We have no idea what JJ is going to be as a starting quarterback. But what I said was, behind that offensive line, what is a quarterback's best friend? Be able to hand the ball off to Aaron Jones and run the football. And Kevin O'Connell loves to run the ball, loves play action. What type of offense was JJ in college? A play action. Now, he didn't throw the ball a lot, but he also didn't have weapons like Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jalen Naylor, TJ Hawkinson. I mean, he had some good tight ends. But
can I make the case the Packers have the better ground game with Jacobs?
A better running back, but not a better offensive line, which makes it really hard to run.
You guys need to consider strength of schedule. Green Bay, third place, easier path. They will be better than Minnesota. Slightly. I mean, they're going to play a lot of the same opponents, but slightly easier schedule. Costa, you were saying the Vikings have a rookie quarterback, but don't forget Washington had a rookie quarterback too and knocked the Lions out of the first round. Don't underestimate a rookie quarterback, you bum.
Okay.
You want to draw the difference between a Heisman Trophy winner in Jaden Daniels and J.J. McCarthy?
Big difference. Jaden Daniels did something that was extremely rare. The only reason I think J.J. has a chance to have not a season like Jaden Daniels had, but a good season next year and maybe contend for what the Lions are doing. One is the schedule. Yeah, sure, their schedule is not going to be quite what the Lions is, but the weapons that I just talked about. And Kevin O'Connell, that organization understands that they don't have a proven quarterback. And so what have they done? They've beefed up the offensive line. They've been able to continue to have weapons around a very young, unproven quarterback.
JJ could turn out to be a really good player. I think he's got physical traits that make sense, but I don't think out of the box his first season is something that I'm willing to concede makes them the biggest threat.
No, and what did we say? Out of the quarterbacks in last year's draft, he was the one that was going to need the most time to develop. Mm-hmm. Now, he got a couple of reps in the preseason before he got hurt, and then he was actually able to sit there and learn the NFL game. He wasn't forced into playing at all last year, and he got a chance to see and successfully see what an offense looks like that can score some points and win a lot of games.
Ticket Texter says the Packers are the answer to this question. They're always the team that you get nervous to play come playoff team, and it seems like they're making steps to improve, even if they are small steps.
I'm just not that worried about Jordan Love. I don't think he's consistent enough. There are games, we saw it here on Thanksgiving a couple of years ago, where, he can go off. And if you give him another weapon, a speed weapon like a Matthew Golden, does that make them better? Absolutely it does. It was the first time they've drafted a wide receiver in the first round since, 2002? And not that Matthew Golden is going to be the secret to their success. He's still a rookie wide receiver.
Has O'Connell won a playoff game yet? I know LaFleur has.
No, I don't think he has.
Right. And I think we've seen the Flores defense get exposed against higher-level quarterbacks, including Jared Goff. I mean, every time they play that defense, we hear about disguise and blitzes, and they're coming for you. And good quarterbacks and good offenses diagnose it, and they punish you. Oh, you're going to vacate that area? Sweet, we're going to target it. We're going to get the ball in space to playmakers.
And good offenses have what? A good offensive line, and they're able to pick up some of those blitzes, give their quarterback a little bit more time.
So I think you could answer this question by just who do you think's the better head coach, O'Connell or LaFleur?
Well, O'Connell's the reigning coach of the year, so that's where you go. But LaFleur's won a playoff game.
Yeah, so O'Connell's win percentage 3 years as a head coach is .667. LaFleur's is .670. And when you put those two together, it's pretty incredible what the Lions have done the last couple of years.
Has LaFleur won a playoff game without a Hall of Fame quarterback?
Yeah, they beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's why we got the extra game. Yeah,
now, O'Connell made Sam Darnold look good. I mean, how much does he get for that? And then LaFleur has gone through a massive quarterback change that a lot of coaches don't survive in this league. So that's why I think the Bears face such an uphill battle. Like Ben Johnson or not, eventually, if you think he's going to be successful, but he's going up against some really good head coaches.
Oh, there's no question. And a feather in the cap for Kevin O'Connell is what he was able to do with Sam Darnold. A feather in the cap of Matt LaFleur is when Jordan Love was out, they brought in Malik Willis, and he had, 8 days to prepare, and he won all the games that he started.
Last 2 seasons, the Lions have not lost to Minnesota, 4-0. Last 2 seasons, the Lions have lost to Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. Thanksgiving.
And Green Bay has won a playoff game. I just think it's Green Bay. I think for a number of reasons, it's the Green Bay Packers. In a lot of ways, you could argue Minnesota is a product of last place schedule, right? They flipped the last place schedule, won a couple extra games doing that 2 of the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, look.
When they play the best of the best, how do they look? They lose.
Not so good. Yeah.
So the Lions are one of the best, if not the, but one of. I think the Packers are the bigger threat.
But we're also talking about the changes that are coming to these teams. And I know it's a step back, even though Sam Darnold, I don't think, is a world beater at quarterback. Nobody believes that. But the experience that he has as being in the NFL for 7-8 years does trump a rookie quarterback that still needs time to develop.
And JJ's such an unknown. I mean, he not only has not played in the NFL, but his limited passing at college, it really, it's like the reason I have faith in that JJ can actually be decent and every bit as good as Darnold last year is because of their head coach. Like, they're willing to ride with him. This is going to be O'Connell's 3rd different quarterback in 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years ago it was, obviously they started off with Cousins, but then it was 4 different quarterbacks in that season.
Oh, yeah, they had the dude that travels all over the place, and that new guy. Yeah. What's his name? Josh
Johnson?
No. Josh Johnson's played for every team in the NFL.
Has.
I can see him, and I can't name him. Played with the Niners a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs. Yeah.
Yes, I can picture him too. Yeah, bald guy. Yep.
That's why Tom relates to him.
Exactly. We align.
Got to stick together. All right, 8 o'clock hour. We are going to get some Pistons stuff in the mix. They're playing tonight for their season. Brad Holmes at 9 o'clock. But after the update, the internet's fighting about it. It's a classic internet debate. We'll get to it. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Astros defeated the Tigers 8-5 in Houston last night. Jack Flaherty started on the mound and shut them out through 3. Things were looking good for Detroit as they had a 3-0 lead after the top of the 4th. Houston flexed their muscles in the bottom half, though. Christian Walker hit a bomb to tighten things up to a 1-run contest at that point. A 4-run Astros 7th was killer. They benefited from a pair of Trey Sweeney errors at shortstop. After the game, he said, quote, "I hurt the team there, but I'm going to get better at it and keep working. Those plays definitely need to be made," end quote. The Michigan Sports Hall of Fame has opened up their fan voting for the next class. You can vote on their website right now until May 23rd. For NFL Network, the 49ers have made tight end George Kittle the highest paid tight end in NFL history. The extension 4 years and $76 million. Kittle had 8 touchdowns last season and over 1,100 yards. The Toronto Argonauts of the Canadian Football League have added Shedeur Sanders to their negotiation list. It gives them the first shot at signing him should he part ways with Cleveland at some point. Sanders has not expressed any interest in doing so, however. The NHL playoffs continued last night. The Panthers now hold a 3-1 lead in the series thanks to a 4-2 win of the Lightning. Dallas took down Colorado 6-2 to take a 3-2 edge as they head to Game 6. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
After I saw this, I thought, this is a cookie jar debate if I've ever seen one. But it's not Friday, and we don't want to wait, so it's an emergency cookie jar. All right, we're a little more frantic to get this one in this week. But this tweet got almost 300 million views and sent everybody into heated arguments. A taste of OG Twitter, some have said. The tweet in question, I think 100 people could beat one gorilla, everybody's just got to be dedicated to the S. John, could 100 people beat a gorilla?
So my initial reaction was thinking of who I would want those 100 people to be.
Does it matter?
It matters.
Oh,
For sure it matters.
I don't think we're winning with
100 of
anybody.
me?
No.
But even with UFC fighters, we're not beating a gorilla.
No. And then I mean, that's the arrogance of every male out there. Yeah, make me one of those 100. But then I was looking at a silverback gorilla. No shot in hell. 100, you could put 200, and it's not going to matter. He is going to
Rip their faces off.
That might start with their faces.
Yeah.
It might just, I mean, if this gorilla is going to have some fun, he may just pull off a couple of limbs, beat you with that limb for a little while, and then when he gets tired, he may just go for the face.
They can weigh up to 500 pounds. And what happens when we all go in with this game plan and someone gets their head ripped off? Are we all still fighting them?
Well, people are going down for sure.
Right, we're
but that was
losing.
my
You're gonna
instant
lose
reaction
some,
was,
yeah.
okay, wait. I've got questions. Tell me about these people, right? Like, are they average men? Are there men and women? Are they... I need to know their physicality, really, before I choose that. And could we outsmart this gorilla? Could we the sheer number of 100 athletic men outsmart this gorilla? And some of them are going down because not
Yes.
everyone's going to survive.
Yeah.
Right? Are they just fighting for what are they fighting for? Are they fighting for something else besides their lives?
Do you go with 99 studs and one just sacrificial lamb? You
gotta
throw
have
him
more
in
than
there.
one.
You throw, okay, but so 90 studs and 10 sacrificial lambs. You throw them in there just so he is distracted by ripping them apart.
Strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's going to stop ripping someone else apart the minute we start to... How do we even deal damage on this gorilla?
You don't. This is
How do we hurt the gorilla?
ultimately an exercise in futility. It's not going to happen.
I mean, how many people would it take?
Is it so? Firearms aside, are you allowed the use of any weapons?
Like tools?
Yeah, I mean, like obviously, I mean, once you start having sharp objects,
I would probably say no.
No, this is just
Because does the
hand-to-hand
gorilla get
combat.
tools?
hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah. Does a gorilla get a gun?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
No,
like,
I said
who-
firearms
I know,
aside.
I know.
Yes,
But like, could the gorilla pick up a rock and bash you with it?
I
He
suppose
doesn't
anything
need
that's,
to,
I think
but
like sticks and rocks are fair game.
Okay.
Like
I
anything
don't
that would
think
be
that
in
would
the
be a-
forest environment.
it wouldn't be as much fun for the gorilla.
Yeah, where's this taking place?
I'm picking like a Hunger Games dome situation
Yeah,
where we're like
exactly.
outdoors.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, there's going to be tree limbs, branches. I mean, you could
Okay.
use something like that to swing.
But they're going to come up and get us. I mean, we can't run and hide from a silverback gorilla.
Play dead.
100 people are going to... Again, I don't get
And
how...
then
Yeah,
charge!
I get maybe not dying. I don't get how we attack and win this fight.
Yes. Everybody just drops to the ground. The silverback is literally
And then
going,
when he's least
"What just
expecting it,
happened?" Yeah.
you get him.
You pounce.
Now's our moment.
I don't know.
No.
We aren't the only people debating this, by the way.
I think this may be one. Is this what Twitter originally was? Like this
Just
is
stupid internet fights, yeah. It still kind of is.
Yeah, but yeah, now it's just surrounds itself with other topics.
Yes.
The stupid topics.
Toxicity.
But no, I don't think there's any hope. In fact, it's probably for the gorilla if he wants to just, I don't know, play with his food. Maybe it takes a little while. If he just gets tired and says, you know what, I just want this to be over. I mean, does it last 10 minutes? Does it last 5 minutes? Or less?
I think it would last a lot longer than that. Maybe I'm putting way too much faith in
If
humans.
all 100 run and hide, sure, he'd have to seek them out and then destroy.
I need to see it.
You
I mean,
need to
not
see it?
real,
I
not
really
in real
wanna
life.
see this.
No,
Oh,
no,
right.
not in real life. I mean, I've seen a gorilla and I've seen 100 people, yes, but I like, it's hard for me to envision just a group of just 100 people ready to go to battle.
What was that show during the pandemic that was, it was a foreign show and it was, I think it was on Netflix. I know
Was it Man versus Beast?
No.
Are you talking about the?
It was the morbid one. It was where it wasn't
Yes,
in English.
And you didn't watch the whole. You watched it on a flight, right? Didn't you
I
try it
watched
on a
like
flight?
1 or 2 episodes, but it was.
I
it
never
was
got
one
into
of those
it.
Where they
you know
like,
it.
They got these.
Everyone knows it.
These people to come in and they were playing like there was one where
There's
it was
games
like
you got to try to survive
it
or
was
you
like
get killed.
red light, green light,
Squid
where
Or Squid Games, yes.
Squid Games. There you go.
Yes,
Thank you.
Squid Games, super popular, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
You didn't finish it?
No.
I never
No,
watched
it was stupid.
What?
I watched 2 seconds of it and said, not for me.
No,
I thought you were
this
meaning a
sounds
reality show.
This sounds like a
That wasn't a reality show?
A episode of Squid Game.
Yeah,
Where
except this would
there's just
eliminate
no
everybody.
survivors.
Yeah, they'll all be done. We aren't the only people debating this. In fact, the Lions social media team stopped out at practice and asked players this very same stupid internet debate question. No survivors.
Yeah. Who was the one who said 100 Jake Bates? What are they going to kick him in the gorilla nuts?
By the way, Gio Manu said, put me at the front if you want an idea of who the Lions drafted a year ago.
Yeah.
Guy who says, I'll go take the gorilla, put me
Yeah.
at the front of the line.
Maybe they should. Life or death? No rules, man. Kick the gorilla in the nuts?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I have a feeling that's only going to make him madder.
Yeah, I don't think we want to
John-
enrage the gorilla.
Yeah.
Although,
John,
we're trying to
if
kill
I
him.
hit you in the nuts, would you just be madder or would you be rolling around the ground in pain?
It somewhat depends on the situation. If it's a life and death situation, I'm not going to be rolling around in pain. It's really going to piss me off.
There's 2 elements here that I think are the factors in the attacking of the gorilla. Is it the gang tackling aspect of it?
Right.
The 100 all attack at the same time. Then how are you attacking the gorilla and getting like open space to attack? And then there's the endurance element of it. Like, can this gorilla get to 75, 80, 85, and so forth and go and run through the gamut? It's the marathon of it all.
Yes.
Is the strategy to
tire him out?
tire him out, and then the last 10 guys can get him?
Okay. So
But if you're
let's
at
just
98
say
and 99, you're really...
if the gorilla is spent, worn out, how do you even kill a gorilla? You're going to snap its neck? You're going to put it in a sleeper hold? I mean, I just don't know. Like, I don't know that punching it repeatedly is going to do anything more than, again, just to make it matter.
You don't think there's a winning strategy for the finishing of the gorilla's life?
Without a tool, no. Without a spear, without a knife, without something that separates us, because I just think that the massive strength that a gorilla has, the agility a gorilla has, the speed, the power, no. I don't think there's any chance 100 humans have, even if they all gang tackled it at the same time. We could poke its eyes out so it can't see you anymore. There's a strategy.
Ticket texters have some strategies. In this fake situation, 20 dudes holding down each arm and leg. 5 dudes try to kill it. I'm banking on losing 15. Prayers to their fake families. Dudes win. We lose 10 to 15 men, but 100 versus 1 gorilla. 100 men win every time. Great question, Heather. Why are they fighting? Prize money to save the planet? There's different motives to change the strategy. 100 prisoners on death row fighting for their freedom. If they take down the gorilla, they're free. If they don't, they're going to die anyways. Boy, this is getting dark.
Right, yeah, but this goes back to David and Goliath, right? David had a weapon.
Right. Texter says we need Chat GPT to answer this. I did Google. Someone has already had Chat GPT answer this, and this is their answer. Yes, 100 unarmed men could defeat a single adult male gorilla, but 1, it would come at extreme cost, likely dozens of deaths and catastrophic injuries. 2, it would require incredible coordination, courage, and strategic sacrifice. And 3, without careful planning, the gorilla could very well win or cause immense devastation before being overcome.
Mm-hmm. Immense devastation. That would be my bet.
Pouring in the ticket text. We'll collect these. We'll get the best of them. We've got Heather's news. We've got the Pistons in a playoff game and Brad Holmes at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, so you don't have to be long without, and they back their work. This is a key part. With a 5-year warranty. Got great deals going on right now for a new furnace or AC. And so call for installation right now. They've got generators in stock as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
When Brad Holmes joins the show at 9:02, we'll have better questions than this, but it is the question that everybody's fighting about on the internet. 100 humans versus a gorilla. Lions players were asked it too. Everybody's weighing in. We've got ticket text. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. 8:35, we'll talk Pistons.
So on these ticket texts, are there any strategies? Because I offered one, and that was obviously kick the gorilla in the nuts.
Right.
And so I did some research just to understand.
On gorilla nuts.
Yeah. Are they big or small?
Okay.
And they're actually small, which I would never have guessed. They're much smaller than a human male's. And so I think that actually makes it more difficult because it's a smaller target.
Some of the text we have
Okay, then.
did not break down the anatomy of the gorilla.
John hopes to demoralize the gorilla in a measuring contest.
Oh.
That's all you got? There are believers out there. Says 100 people could definitely take down a gorilla. I'll never forget 300 Spartans took down 10,000 Persians. They even had elephants with them. I saw it on TV, Adam in Royal Oak.
Yeah, it's all mythical. 300 Spartans never took down anyone.
Oh, the banter goes both ways here. 100 Wolverines would get it done, but only if they cheated.
Hey, there's no cheating in a fight like this.
I'm pretty sure 100 Dan Campbells could take the gorilla, then sign him up for padded practice afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. John is really glazing this gorilla. 100 men who don't care if they win or lose would absolutely take the gorilla out. It might take 80 men dying. It may take an hour or two, but the men would win. It's all about attrition.
I just don't believe it.
100 random people? No. 100 UFC fighters? Probably not, but 100 highly trained special force soldiers from around the world? Most definitely. Yeah, gorilla's badass, but if I can pick 100 special fighter forces, I'm taking the 100.
But again, I think you have to, what's the strategy? How do you actually kill the gorilla?
Because I don't see, and we're not going to go one at a time, clearly, but
no.
There's only so much we can't put 100 around him. You couldn't fit 100 around the gorilla. So we can only go in waves, and I don't think any wave of people is putting a dent in a fully grown silverback gorilla. Now, this is a theory. I have not heard this one, but Texter says, send in my ex-wife's attorney. That dude never loses. Alternate strategies.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
People voting for the Navy SEALs. Give me 99 Tarzans for the win. Kyle and St. Clair Shores. And someone says the real debate is, how long would it take the gorilla to slaughter 100 people? I'd say under 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Patrick and Chesterfield.
I don't know how you would kill a gorilla.
Eye gouging haymakers to its internal organs, sheer piling on top of it while others are holding onto its legs. That would eventually wear it down. It would run out of gas after killing about 20.
I'm not sure I'd worried about its
Smother
legs.
it
Yeah.
so it can't breathe.
Suffocate the gorilla.
Yeah. Really no acts of wild violence. Just smother it to death.
Smother it? I mean, I don't know.
I have no idea.
The gorilla's going to strike fear, and we're all going to fold. The texter says. Gorilla strength is estimated to be 10 times their body weight, which makes them 20 times stronger than men. A silverback could bench 4,000 pounds. The only chance we'd have is a fully grown Teddy Jansen.
Yes. Yes. There you go. So going back to the, suffocating it, like, have you seen a gorilla? I mean, obviously, yes.
I've seen a gorilla
yes.
at the zoo.
Yeah, okay. Like, not only does it have a much bigger mouth.
It does.
With really big
There's
teeth.
100 men, though.
Yeah, but, I mean, like, if you cover up the mouth, I don't know that you'd be able to cover up the big nostrils.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the first people right there are going to be bitten to death. Like, they're going to die. But maybe just I know it's not true. It's never going to happen. It probably would never work. I'm just throwing out ideas.
I can't believe John researched gorilla nuts on his work computer, Mike and Fen.
Well, I did it in what I guess would be a maybe an acceptable. I said
It's a work thing.
Yeah, I didn't say nuts. I said testicles.
The scientific term.
I only think the only way you could
That's
do
smaller too, in case anybody wants to know.
Anyway, Tom, yes.
the only way I think this could happen where the humans could win would be somehow to break the neck or sever the head. If you're severing the head, you're using a weapon.
Right.
Like you'd have to get
You're just
it
not going to be able to
pinned
rip it
down.
off. Yeah, their necks are extremely strong.
That you would get one chance to maybe where the 100 are winning or a few have been knocked off or whatever, but you've got control for 10 to 30 seconds or something in terms of force, and you got to go for the head.
You would have to choke it out.
I don't think you could physically choke it out, and so therefore you're bringing a weapon into play, and that's cheating.
So
right?
what if
the
we
Michigan way?
You're in the wilderness and we scatter. We don't take the gorilla on initially. We gather materials and we create some sort of spear. I don't know.
That's totally different than the scenario that was posed.
Yeah.
Like I just don't think you'd be able to gain ground on the gorilla. I did a little research. They typically when they say humans, they'll kind of go away, but eventually, like if you're in a trapped environment, it's game on. I just think the thing would go nuts. It would have leverage. It would have the high ground. I mean, I think of like fictional movies and this stuff trying to be pulled off. And it's
How fast can a gorilla run?
I'm assuming very
I don't know.
fast.
Let me put that into the
go ahead
same
and
search
Google
engine. Yeah.
I mean, somebody in Ticket Text, I don't know if you read this one, but referred to 300, the movie.
Yes.
Well, it's humans and humans.
Right.
I mean,
25 miles per hour.
Okay.
Yeah, and for context, Usain Bolt ran 27.8 miles per hour.
Okay.
Okay, then.
So I don't think, yes, Usain in 100
But there's
meters,
100 dudes.
Yeah,
too.
or 200
So-
meters. Yeah, 400.
Still have more. We could still outnumber him, and maybe we could come up with a good.
You say we. But I don't
tactic.
think, I'm not, I
not
don't
going
mean
in
any
there. I'm
offense. I'm not
dead.
picking you.
I wouldn't pick myself either. I mean, I would just die from sheer, I'm being so scared.
Yeah.
I would just, I'm out.
Yeah. I mean, if this is actually, if Silverback walked in here along with some other dudes, like to take him on in the office space here, since it's so nice and confined here. I think that, you would have to actually pick who you're going to use as a human shield first. That's probably the process that it would go.
Why are you both looking at me?
Well, because I would use your dead carcass as a human shield.
And on that, let's get to Heather with the news.
My God.
It's pretty graphic, John.
It really is. It's making me want to switch which news I start with. But I already have them in a pile, so I'm going to go
no.
here.
Are you starting gruesome?
Well, no, but just sad and death, of course. A firefighter, paramedic in Kansas City has died after being stabbed by a patient in the back of an ambulance. So early Sunday morning, this firefighter, Graham Hoffman, was in the back of an ambulance transporting a patient to the hospital when he was stabbed in the chest, right? So he was actually called to do this welfare check. There was reports of this woman walking on a highway. So he reported to this call. EMS was called as well. And they were transporting this woman to the hospital when she stabbed him right in the heart. He died. But the story of this woman, this is not her first violent, interaction with authorities. Just 4 days before this fatal stabbing, she was actually arrested for biting an officer during a different arrest. She was then charged with assault and resisting arrest, posted $10,000 bond basically the day before the stabbing happened.
Yeah.
And now she has been charged with first-degree murder. There's a 21-year-old from Farmington Hills who was charged with assaulting this 80-year-old man in a gym locker room last year, and he was found guilty by a jury. Malik Smith got into a fight with this 80-year-old. I don't know what they were fighting about, but it was in the locker room of the YMCA, and it was such a brutal fight. This old man was left unconscious, bleeding, had to go to the hospital for this assault. The guy who stepped in and basically, I don't know if you could say saved this man's life, but maybe did, was former University of Michigan wide receiver Braylon Edwards was there at the YMCA that day, happened to be in the locker room when this guy, Smith, was about to grab this old man's head and smash it onto the counter. So he intervened and stopped it. Smith faces up to 10 years in prison, is expected to be sentenced on May 20th. Police were called to Midway Airport in Chicago over the weekend after a Southwest Airlines passenger allegedly took off her clothes and pooped on her seat during a flight from Philadelphia.
Oh.
Yeah.
What were the circumstances?
We don't
Was she
know.
upset about the in-flight meal or
The entertainment, maybe?
The entertainment, yeah.
We don't know exactly.
This is why I think she obviously went shirt off.
She did. She did.
I don't think this is the person you want in your corner on this argument,
No,
Sean.
when the plane landed, it was met by law enforcement and medical personnel. The plane then had to be taken out of service, obviously, for a deep cleaning.
Well, they just have to change one seat.
Hopefully it
Yeah.
was just one seat. I don't know the
Yeah.
exact circumstances because I've read stories. Remember, there was one time of a person basically like pooped down the aisle on a
Yes,
flight. So there could have been more than just on her seat, which is disgusting. Anyway, Southwest released a statement saying that they apologized to everybody on board and for any delays that may have been caused.
So I've got to ask the question.
No,
Don't.
John, no. You can do some Google, do some more research on your own computer and find out if she was hot or not, John.
Thank you for going there for me.
Goodness gracious. Listen to this. A mom is suing Disney for millions after claiming she was hit by a mammoth wave while she was standing in a kiddie pool.
Oh.
Yes. So this woman from New York says she was vacationing with her family at Typhoon Lagoon in 2022.
Wow, love that place.
Have never been there, but it's a big
awesome.
water park, right? When this incident occurred, the mom says she was standing in a kiddie pool. She was waiting for her young daughter to come down one of the slides when a mammoth wave from another area of the pool struck her from the side with so much force that it pummeled her. And then she says she skidded across the pavement and it caused serious road rash and scrapes that were so severe and so deep. She says she is suing for $2 million because she has continued medical care and treatment and mental anguish. She said it also ruined her entire vacation because she was limping around. She had to apply bandages and creams and she was forced to avoid swimming pools and all the planned visits to the parks.
That's it. That's how we beat the gorilla.
A massive wave. Massive wave. Lure it into the ocean.
Outsmart it.
Yes. Yeah. All 100 go into the ocean.
Best answer yet.
Can't get us.
Heather with the news. Brad Holmes in the 9 o'clock hour. Pistons, big game 5 tonight. Season on the brink. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, right? Especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news, and it's all for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
4-run seventh inning. That's the biggest reason they lost last night. Couple errors from Trey Sweeney. Could have made up for the first one if they turned the double play, but Johnny missed the throw to second base.
Well, it kind of felt like he set them up for a double play by giving
Sure.
a free bag, and then he had a chance to take away that free bag, and he just made a bad situation worse.
Yeah. Again, they're not going to win them all, but that's the biggest reason to me was that seventh inning. You throw in Flaherty giving up a couple bombs. Tigers held to 5 hits. Was it 12 strikeouts for the Bats?
Yeah, 12. Yeah, to only 5 for Houston.
Get to Brad Holmes in the 9 o'clock hour. Pistons play tonight. You lose both at home. Is the series over? What do you think?
It's so hard to tell because in their losses, it's felt like they had, at least in 2 of the 3 losses, they had control going into the fourth quarter. And if they just could have found a way to either get a stop, make a bucket. I mean, we talk about the Tim Hardaway foul, but before that, you talk about the Cade Cunningham miss. There are many times throughout the course of 2 of the 3 losses that they could have won those games. So do I think they could go to the Madison Square Garden tonight and get a win? Yeah, I do. I don't think that this is a team that's going to say, we're down 3-1, let's just get ready for the offseason. No, they're going to scratch and claw. They're going to find a way to make it dramatic and possibly come back for a game 6. I think it's possible. I just don't know that they get it done tonight.
Every game's been a dogfight. The Pistons have led in the fourth quarter in 3 of the 4 games. Can they win any individual game in this series? Yes. Do I think they're going to win 3 straight? No, probably not. Which is a shift. I thought they would win this thing in 7, but it's a tall task to win 3 in a row, especially when they haven't been able to close out these games. To do it 3 straight times, John, I can't rule out that the light switch gets flipped for this team. But in terms of picking it, predicting it, expecting it, I don't. One thing I would like to see is that they go down swinging. Like not, I know it's been chippy, not like actually swinging. Their best lineup is the lineup that starts games. But they haven't been closing with that lineup. Asar Thompson, I want to see him on the floor at the end of the game. And I know it's a trade-off because he doesn't give you very much offensively, but this entire team is built on getting stops and running. And they do metrics on all these lineups. By far, their best lineup is their starting lineup, with Asar Thompson playing with Tim Hardaway Jr., Cade Cunningham, Tobias Harris, and Jalen Duren. It is by far their best lineup. The other lineups that they've played a lot of, metrically terrible. Lineups that have Beasley at the end of games, Schroeder at the end of games. They need defense, and it's worth the trade-off based on all the numbers out there. Play Asar Thompson. Now, he's got to stay out of foul trouble, but play him in the final 4 or 5 minutes of the game, the final 5 or 6 minutes. Throw him on Jalen Duren, put a lid on the rim, win ugly. Can you win 3 straight doing that? I don't know. Just win 1, get back home and figure it out. Maybe Stewart's back at that point. Maybe you do get this team to break, although I've actually been impressed with the spine that they've showed going on the road, the Knicks, and Karl-Anthony Towns specifically stepping up and stepping on their throat the last couple games.
Yeah, and I mean, don't underestimate them wanting to win at home. They're obviously going to have the advantage because they're at home.
Yep. And they're not going to take this team lightly. It's if they had come in and won the last 2 by double digits, maybe you get to let the foot off the gas. They know the Pistons are coming for them, and they're going to treat it as such.
Yeah, and I mean, just to be able to win a series at home, I think it's going to matter. It's going to motivate the Knicks to be able to do that because, I mean, can they lose that one and still win Game 6 in Detroit? Sure. They don't want it to go to a Game 7. I don't think it's going to go to a Game 7, so they would much rather end this one at home than they would on the road. They're going to be extremely motivated tonight, so I don't think we can underestimate that either.
And part of your outlook for tonight may play into your interest level. You want to ask this question.
Yeah. I mean, is this a game tonight, Game 5, down 3-1, tuned in or tuned out? It's obviously it's one that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. I'll start watching it because it starts before the Tigers play, 7:30. Mm-hmm. Tigers don't start to first pitch is, I think, 8:10.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's time zones. So I'll start watching it, but I will flip over when the Tigers start just because, again, that's my first love.
I don't know how anybody wouldn't be tuned in. It's playoff
Well, I
game.
just told you.
Yeah, but it's a regular season baseball game.
I understand.
If you're a Detroit sports fan, the playoff game takes precedent.
It does, but I think there will be a lot of people will probably start with that theory too. Like, hey, I'm gonna start watching the Pistons. They're on first.
Yeah.
Right? I want to watch them.
All these games have been close, so you can't turn away. You can't go, oh, they're down. They were down 16 in Game 4 and built an 11-point lead. They've had these stretches where they can.
Yeah, but as sports fans, we all do that trick where we all think that they're losing because we're watching. So we turn the channel, we mute it. I tried muting it. I did Lisa's trick of trying to change the mojo, and it didn't work last time. So some of us will actually change the channel, watch the Tigers for a little bit, and then we'll keep an eye on it. And then, they're back. Oh, I got to go turn it back in. And then as soon as you turn it back in, they start losing again. You're like, well, it's me.
I'm just going to say this. You don't have any impact. Watch the game.
Yeah, I know I don't have
Watch
any
the
impact,
game. It's a playoff game. Watch it.
Don't mess with my fandom. Don't use logic in fandom.
I know you got a date with Reese Olson tonight.
I do.
Candle lit. You're going to see what he can do. I know we watched him in person last week. Look.
Well, I mean, there's a series at stake tonight as well.
Yes, John.
They've won so many.
If they lose tonight, they lose the series.
Oh,
no.
It's disappointing.
Ticket texture. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Is it over? Are they still in this? And are you tuned in or tuned out? Texter says, I'm curious with how the game will be officiated. Knowing the league admitted they botched it Sunday, will they let it be physical or will they call everything? I think that's going to be the ultimate wild card for the Pistons' chances tonight. Charlie in South Lyon. What's your gut say?
My gut says they don't win tonight.
But do they let them play? How is it officiated?
Oh, yeah, they're going to let them play. It's going to be officiated very similar to the way it was this past weekend.
Which I think benefited the Pistons, that there was the fewest fouls called in any game of the series, Game 4.
Well, it benefited them so much that they didn't win.
See, I actually think that Texter's onto something, although I would say it. I think the Pistons will benefit from the whistle tonight. Will that help them win? I don't know.
Like Cade gets a couple freebie makeup calls.
Yeah, I
Maybe,
do. I feel like they're going to just the NBA way. And there is a little incentive for this thing to go 6. Every single series in the East could end in 5. Guess what? NBA and TV lose a lot of money if that happens because there's going to be a little bit of a delay.
Conspiracy, Tom.
Mm-hmm. They won't start the next round until the weekend.
Josh and Warren, you got thoughts? You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, boys. In honor of Jamie Samuelson, this is stave season, fellas. We got to stave off elimination. We only got 2 nights. We can say that. This is what we got to do. We got to hold them off. We got to get this back to Detroit and then force that Game 7 because there's no other. To go out in 5, I feel would be very deflating for how this series is going, and it would almost. It's better than what happened to Miami or like Memphis or some of these other teams.
Yikes.
We're actually fighting, but I feel like going out in 6 or 7 would feel a lot better for this team than going out in 5 because, we fought way too hard to, give up this game tonight. And I feel like I said, it's stave season and that's what we got to do tonight.
It wouldn't feel representative of what this series has been.
Correct.
Oh, you hung up on
I thought he was, the little sound there threw me off. I thought he was done.
So, yeah, I don't think we've staved since 2019 when they were down 3-0 to the Bucks because the Tigers didn't stave last year. They were up 2-1, and then that was an elimination game when it was 2-2. That's not a staving situation.
This is the first stave game for the city of Detroit in 5+ years.
Yeah, 2019. Wasn't it the Bucks Pistons?
Yeah, it would have had to have been. That's the last time we had a
Sweet.
Detroit team
Yeah.
in
pathetic is that?
stave position.
Yeah.
Usually when you do that, you win something because you didn't have to stave.
His point, though, the last 2 games have come down to 1 possession.
Yeah.
They're 1-point and 2-point games. If they lose the series in 5 games, I'm not going to be embarrassed. Like, this team tripled their win total. I'm more than thrilled with their level of competitiveness in the series.
And we've had an exciting series. It's been exciting to be in the postseason, not just in play-in tournament, but actually earning a spot in the postseason with that 6th seed. But it would just be disappointing if it was only 1 win. And you mentioned it came down to a possession. Do you believe is there anything that you've seen, whether it's Cade, Malik Beasley, whether it's Tim Hardaway, that there's somebody that can make that bucket when it comes down to it.
Do I think they can win tonight? Yes, because at any moment you could get the Beasley game, or Hardaway has gotten hot. A singular player can step up and be the number 2 for Cade. Do I think they have a consistent number 2 to help Cade shoulder that load in the fourth quarter, close out half court for the next 3 games? I think we've watched enough to say the answer is no. So tonight, sure. Series, probably not.
Probably not.
Probably
Yes.
not.
Down 3-1.
Probably
Yes.
not.
Doc Rivers not coaching the Knicks.
No, he's not. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Over or not, tuned in or tuned out, it's 97.1.
Hey, did you wake up this morning, got dressed, and you thought, you know what, these clothes don't fit like they used to? You looked in the mirror, you're just not happy with the way you look, the way you feel, taking pictures, you want to be in the back. You got to get in touch with Ideal You. Ideal You can help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Feel good getting back into those clothes. Feel good being in those pictures again. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And here's what you're going to find out. The stats that everyone wants to know. Sometimes you don't, but you got to know it to start the process. It is how much body fat do you have, how much muscle mass, bone mass, water weight, all of that stuff. You can book your free consultation right now at idealu.us, and they're going to assign you a weight loss coach that's going to help you along the way to all of your goals. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again and getting in those clothes. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis, $150 value, absolutely free.
Tigers had 3 homers, only 5 hits. A pair of homers for Riley Green. Kerry Carpenter went yard, and they lost 8-5, in part because 7th inning, Trey Sweeney, couple errors, helped blow that game open.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Because his glove has been good. It's his arm that's the issue.
Athletes that get the yips. I know they didn't want to say, Dickerson and Scales, I was listening to them, and they said, we don't want to use the Y word, but we've noticed this is something that's been perking up recently.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see what they do. I mean, do they put Javi back there for a couple of games just to give Sweeney a mental reset?
It's a good question. He can play everywhere, Javi Baez.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually been fairly enjoyable to watch. Another hit last night.
Did have 3 strikeouts. Those are the Javi at bats. The Javier at bats are when he delivers.
Yeah. I mean, there was one where the strikeout was in the other's batter's box, but those. And Dan was talking about this as well. His chase rate is as good as it's ever been in his career.
At the game we were at, they showed it on the video board, like the best since 2015, and maybe it's even better now. 8:10 tonight, you got a date with Reese Olson. The rest of us are watching Pistons basketball. We want to know, you tuned in, you tuned out, and is this over? You give them a shot. What do you think? Ticket Texter says, I worry they look like Miami last night and get blown out. Jacob.
It's so rare that happens, even in a playoff game where, somebody you're trying to stave off elimination. I just don't believe that's in the DNA of this team, that they will do something like that.
Mentioned stave season. The caller brought it up, and we noted this is the first time a Detroit team is trying to stave off elimination since 2019.
Yes.
It didn't go well. They were swept.
So,
and we're drawing the distinction, like, Game 5 last year for the Tigers was not a staving off elimination.
No, it was a win the series.
Do or die. Yeah, win in advance.
Yeah, winner take all. It's got other labels. Elimination, it's an elimination game for both teams, that's not a staving situation.
Stave is when you got to fight to keep your season alive.
Yes. So the last team in Detroit to successfully stave off elimination was the 2013 Red Wings. They were in a different conference. That's how long it's been. Bobby Ryan and Ryan Getzlaf were still stars in the NHL, and Teemu Selanne was actually on that roster.
12 years.
Anaheim Ducks. Oh, Doug Karsh with a stat.
Doug said Tigers did it in 2013.
After that, would have been in that postseason.
Okay, so yes. Another six months.
Yes.
The A's, they trailed 2-1.
Right.
That was the Grant Balfour series, wasn't it?
Yes, and then was it JV on the mound for the elimination game?
Yeah.
Or for the final game of that series, Game 5, right? I think. Gosh, it's been more than a decade. It's hard. It gets a little fuzzy.
Yeah.
Either way, 2013, the last time we had a team in a situation where if they lose, they're eliminated, and they win to keep a series alive and stave off elimination. On the Pistons, Texter says the Pistons will win tonight because it's legal to bump shooters when they're shooting. That's what the officials said Sunday, at least. New York won't make a jump shot. Pistons win 100-65. Tobias and Graham Blank.
All right.
Clearly still salty about it.
Yes.
Guys, this team in JB just isn't ready for the moment yet. The Knicks will close out the series big tonight.
That's kind of what it feels like. When I asked you the question, like, who's going to make that big shot? And when the losses have come down to one possession, Cade's had his opportunities. Guys have had their opportunities. They just haven't been able to capitalize on those opportunities, and the Knicks have.
It's nice if you're Jalen Brunson and you can defer to Karl Anthony Towns at the end of Game 4 to hit 2 spectacular shots. When Cade gets the ball, he's not going to defer to Tobias. As nice as he plays for stretches, Cade's not going to defer to Beasley, who can't get his own shot, right? It's dependent on getting the defense to collapse. It's Cade, and then the second option is Cade, and the third option is Cade. And overall, I know people are upset with some turnovers and he missed the shot. Well, I'm not down on Cade Cunningham watching this series.
No. In the win that they had, it wasn't any of those guys that we talked about. The big shot, the big three was made by Dennis Schroeder.
Yep. But to win 3 more, they don't have a guy that I think consistently is hitting that shot. They can win tonight because it could be anybody tonight.
Yeah.
But to then have that same guy do it in Game 6 and Game 7, that maybe is the biggest takeaway from this series is they have a 1-2 punch and we don't. We do a lot of things that you can be proud of. The Pistons defend, they're relentless, they're young, they're hungry. They're just not there yet.
Yeah.
And nobody expected them to be there yet. You got to almost remind yourself.
Well,
no
we expected them to
victory.
win. You and I both expected them to win. We expected them to be there right now
But
for
before
this
the season,
series.
Before the season, I'm
Oh,
saying.
yeah, no, before the season, no.
Yeah. But then the bright lights come on, and I'll own it. I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think they're winning the series at this point. Same thing. I mean, but my point is the season as a collective, if it ends tonight, you're not going to look at it and go, damn it, these guys let us down.
Yeah. No, I mean, the season by itself, if you're able to look back on it and take it for what it is, 44 wins over what they did last year.
14.
Yeah. I mean, it's and we thought at the beginning of the season, if they could just double their win total. And I don't remember what the over and under was. I think it was right there at like 26,
something
20,
like that.
something like that. Yeah. So to be able to put together a season, especially since January, it's been a completely different team, and it feels like a completely different organization.
It's well said. 9 o'clock hour, Brad Holmes. Won't be 9:02. Had to push him back. He's got something going on. 9:17, we'll talk to the Lions general manager.
I wonder if he's talking to somebody.
What do you mean, working out something?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's talking to Zadarius Smith this morning.
He's going to break that in
9:17?
17 minutes?
Yeah.
Come on. Guys, before you get on me about an edge rusher,
Yeah.
I got some news. Say it. Lots to talk to Brad about following the draft, and yes, some questions about the edge. I'm sure he's used to those questions at this point. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by ABC123pros.com. The Astros broke the Tigers' 4-game winning streak thanks to an 8-5 victory last night in Houston. The home Astros scored 4 runs in the 7th to pull away. 2 of those runners reached with errors from Trey Sweeney. One a tough play, the other more routine. Jack Flaherty tossed 5 innings, allowing 4 earned runs. It didn't start this way, though. Riley Green added to that in the 4th to make it 3-0 with a solo shot of his own. Race Olson heads to the mound for Game 2 tonight. Former Michigan assistant football coaches Jesse Minter and Steve Klinskale have now been handed show clauses following their NCAA sanctions. This means that if a university hires them away from the pros, the school will first need approval from the NCAA. Minter's violation was early recruiting contact with a potential athlete. Klinskale was tagged with impermissible benefits to prospects and or their families. It received a 2-year show clause. Minter got a year. The top 10 selling jerseys for 2025 NFL draftees is out. Topping the list is new Titan Cam Ward. Behind him, Jaguars prospect Travis Hunter. And despite slipping to the 5th round, Shedeur Sanders comes in at number 3. Lions GM Brad Holmes set to talk with the guys now at 9:17 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Little station note, Steve Yzerman will speak today at 2 o'clock. The press conference carried live right here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm sure someone will ask about the Larkin comments. We'll get an update on the Yzer plan and where things are at. Brad Holmes will join us about 15 minutes. Talk to the Lions general manager post-draft. Could be a huge part of this hour's
GM day.
What we can get from GMs, yeah. As we sit here after the draft, I think you posed this very well. The rosters are largely set.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a question about whether we feel more or less confident in this team, essentially as the offseason's done.
Yeah. I mean, from where we sat last year, if you can go back and not think about the 15-2, but just where this roster was after the draft. Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, and company were drafted. And there can, Brad Holmes has said, roster acquisition doesn't have to end with the draft, but in large part free agency, draft, those are the major offseason acquisitions. And so can you look at this roster, as we said here at the end of April, compared it to the roster at the end of April last year? Do you feel more or less confident that they are a team that could end the season as Super Bowl champs? Are they a better team right now, on paper, than they were last year?
A year ago, we felt very good that they were going to win the Super Bowl. For me to feel better than I did a year ago, I would have had to see more from this offseason. I'm not mad at the offseason. I think in a lot of ways they filled the gaps they needed to. Aleem McNeil's hurt. You get Tyreek Williams. You lose Carlton Davis. You add DJ Reed at corner, right? They've replaced a lot of the questions we may have, with the exception being the obvious pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't feel more confident than I did a year ago.
Do you think Terrion Arnold will be better in year 2 than year 1?
I certainly hope so.
Do you think Brian Branch will continue to develop and be better in year 3 than year 2?
Love watching him play football.
Ennis Rakestraw, do you think he'll actually contribute?
Sneaky, yeah, could.
Okay. DJ Reed, you already talked about him.
Mm-hmm. But that's a wash. You're replacing Carlton Davis.
Aiden Hutchinson, do you think it'll be a better year this year than it was last year?
If he plays every game, he will create pass rush. But even when he was healthy the last several seasons, they have not had anybody else produce from the edge spot.
But would you agree that he was better last year than he was the year before?
Incomplete. Yes, he started better.
Right. Okay. So yeah, but I think you could, if you connect the dots, and
sure.
I know
yeah,
some
he
of
was
it's
on
projection.
A tear. Yeah, he was
and
on a
this
tear.
defense, if you project this defense, now we don't know who's going to be hurt. It's going to happen.
Someone's going to get hurt.
Yes, there's no question somebody's going to get hurt. Do we think that there are going to be massive injuries on one side of the ball, or will it be more like other NFL teams and other NFL seasons that the Lions have had, where it's not just affecting one side of the ball?
When the season ended, I thought the Lions would be a contender for the Super Bowl and still feel that way. I don't think they cemented themselves as the favorite, which is what would make me feel more confident. Is that fair? I'm not telling you they can't win the Super Bowl. I very much think they're going to be in the thick of this. They'll be healthy. They'll be in there. But you know who else at least broke even? The Philadelphia Eagles, who won 15 of their last 16 games, the only loss coming when Jalen Hurts got injured. And they went in the postseason, and they did the unthinkable, John. They won 3 playoff games, double-digit discoing. So that team still exists, and do I think the Lions did enough this offseason to leapfrog them to make me feel more confident? No, I think they're going to be in the thick of it with a team like them.
Well,
Throw in the Commanders,
okay,
who are beefing up their offensive line, who did beat the Lions in the playoffs. No, I don't feel better. I feel the same.
Okay, so I think we're talking about 2 different questions here. Did they do enough to compete with the Eagles? With
Sure.
health and, okay. But that's a different question.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, do you think this roster, as we sit at the end of April, is better now than it was a year ago? Because I think you know more about Jamison Williams now than you did a year ago.
That's a fair point.
And you have Tim Patrick in year 2 of this offense. Tisla, who I think is going to be a contributor. I don't know how much early on, but I think as the season goes on, they trust him more. He does more. The offensive line, Mahogany, Ratledge at guard, with Graham as the backup to all 3 of those. You have more depth on that offensive line. There's some unknowns, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Ratledge is
Zeitler or Ratledge, a proven Pro Bowl veteran guard who they added a year
but
ago,
he wasn't
or
a Pro
an
Bowl player
unproven
last year.
rookie. He's a damn good player last season.
Yeah, he was damn good. Yeah,
I don't think
but
a rookie's going to be better than him.
It might be better than Graham Glasgow.
Is Tyreek Williams going to? You're not going to have Aleem McNeil. I think it's a good move to bring him in. He's not going to be Aleem McNeil week 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
There's pluses and minuses, but I think health has to play a major part of this. You're going to start the season, or at least you're planning on starting the season healthier than you ended it last year. And so I think that this team right now, as it sets, is more prepared to be a team that is a Super Bowl caliber team. Now, the question is going to be, what effect does the play callers have? I think losing Ben Johnson, sure, that's there's no question that's a factor. But was this Ben Johnson's offense, or is this Dan Campbell's offense that will be led by John Morton, under the guidance of the guy who put this offense in place?
You know who I'll defer to on that? Ben Johnson, who said this offense is turnkey, that it was set up for the next guy. And I think Ben Johnson understands what is here. You've got a great O-line, and he's tried to rebuild that in Chicago because he knows how fundamental that is. You want to go for it on 4th and 1? You better have the line to get the tough yard. Or if you're going to sell out for a play action, you better have the quarterback who can deliver. And Jared Goff, very good in those situations. You better have a Sam Laporta. They go out and try to get a tight end in Colston Loveland. The personnel is here. And Dan Campbell's still here. Can I guarantee you they're the number 1 offense in football? No, but I think comfortably one of the 4 or 5 best offenses is in Detroit. Defense is a little more of a question just because of some of the personnel's not as strong on that side. We're still looking to see, is Davenport starting? Who's your opposite pass rusher on third downs opposite Aiden Hutchinson?
Does Josh Paschal develop and actually take that next step?
Because we've been hearing it about Levi and didn't get a big pop.
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold, I'm optimistic because he got baptized by fire last season. He played a ton of snaps, ton of man coverage. It's still a question whether he's going to step out and make a big leap this season.
I have more confidence that this team, now they may not end up 15-2. It may be 14-3. It may be 13-4. It may be somewhere in that room. It could be 12-5.
But that's part of it then. Instead of having home field now, I got to win multiple road playoff games. Doable, but do I feel more confident? No, I'd feel less confident having to go and play multiple road games.
When I look at this roster, and I think right now they're set up to be a better football team this year. And part of it is also the intangibles. I've had a chance to be around some of the guys, some of the coaches over the past, couple of months. And they have, and I know you're going to use my words against me here, they have a certain edge about them.
What now?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, play your word games.
They have an edge?
There's a certain edge that they have about them, about how they're taking on this offseason, how they are the aftermath of losing to Washington.
But I heard that last offseason.
Right, and
I'm not doubting that it's there.
Which led to a 15-2, season
and a first-round exit.
Right, a first-round exit where they played their worst game of the year.
Right,
and Jared Goff played his worst of the year. But you go back to what Jared Goff did the year before. I'm just telling you, yes, you can have an edge, but if you lose massive amounts of players, it may not matter what that edge is, which it obviously didn't against Washington.
I don't dispute that they are as hungry as ever, especially after a first-round exit, but they were hungry after losing an NFC title game. That's simply not enough because they didn't show up in that big game against Washington.
I think if you go into this season with a healthy Aiden Hutchinson, Malcolm Rodriguez back on the roster, Derek Barnes back on the roster, Amik Robertson on the roster, DJ Reed instead of Carlton Davis, Kirby in the back end, Brian Branch in the back end, Terrion Arnold in year 2, defense is going to be better than it was last year. And I think this offense, like Ben has said, is turnkey. Now, is there going to be bumps along the way because of a new play caller, not necessarily a new system, but just a new rhythm to how they're doing things? Yeah, I think there might be some bumps, but I think it's a better offense than it was last year.
Texter says 100% less confident in the Lions. I feel like they'll take a step back this season. 9 to 10 wins. Offense regresses. Defense can't carry them. Look, schedule comes out 2 weeks from Thursday. I cannot envision a world where I'm going to come out and pick them to win 9 football games, let alone, I don't think they're going to win 10 either. 15, probably not, but somewhere in the middle.
I thought you were going to go less.
6, 7. No, guys. I was at 12 last year. I probably got into about 12 this year. I mean, we'll see who they play and when the bye is, and if there's any weird oddities in the schedule.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be playing a lot of primetime games.
Yep. Let's get used to that. Quick thought. Mike in Bingham Farms. Give you a minute. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, Mike. Mike,
all right.
Sounds like...
Won't give him a minute. We got to be tight with time here. Brad Holmes coming up next. It's 97.1.
Grass is greening up, and that means crabgrass is there. Dandelions are there. I'll talk to you about them in a minute. But if you want the best lawn and you want the least amount of problems, you got to have Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. 888-GET-GREEN is their number. You can find more info on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. If you purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And on to the problems. Crabgrass, it's not too late to treat for it, but you've got to get on it right now. And you want to make sure you take care of those dandelions because they're going to rob your lawn of water, nutrients, and you want to make sure you take care of it before they go to seed because as soon as that happens, it spreads like wildfire all across your lawn. They're not going to give you a runaround. They're not going to tell you got one problem this week, another problem next week. Nope, they just fix things. Locally owned company for over 35 years. They're also involved in local charities, so keep your money here. Keep it local. And it's a Michigan-owned company with Michigan employees and Michigan families. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
97.1 on a Tuesday. Chat with Brad Holmes this hour, get his thoughts on the draft, offseason, and all the pressing questions that many of you guys have out there in listener land. Reminder later today on the station, it's General Manager Day. Steve Yzerman will be speaking. That press conference carried live at 2 o'clock. Hear from the Red Wings general manager later in the show.
GM Day.
And we've got him. Let's talk to Brad Holmes, general manager of the Detroit Lions. Brad, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah.
Can you ask a general manager who his favorite pick was, or is that like asking a parent who their favorite kid is?
That is probably asking a parent who their favorite kid was. I do love all of them. I'll give you this though. Probably the pick that probably was the most questioned, I would say, was Isaac Tesla. I can say that he was my favorite wide receiver in this draft. I'm not saying he was the best wide receiver in the draft, but favorite wide receiver in the draft, yes.
So you traded up for Tate Ratledge, and you traded up, obviously, for Isaac Tesla. Did you feel like they were not going to be available? It was only 3 picks for Tate, but it was almost an entire round for Tesla. Did you feel like they wouldn't be on the board, and that's one where you just said, we got to go get our guy?
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. And, when you start getting into trade-ups, it is so much more than just, hey, we like this player, we got to go get him. There's a lot of, we talk about needs all the time. And, the teams around the league, the teams that are in front of you, the teams that are behind you, they have needs as well. So sometimes, you really want Tate Ratledge. Yeah, you could stay patient. And, it's a roll of the dice. He could be there, he could not be there. But you got to be aware of the teams behind you that could come up and get him. And then you're looking at the board, and you're looking at how many guards are available, how many teams actually still are looking to fill that need of guard. There's still teams in front of you that are looking to fill the need of guard. So you have to take all those things into account, and then especially if you have that player graded at a certain level. And that's what the case was with Tate, and that was the case with Tesla as well, is that, yes, we love the player, but when you start looking at, okay, we're at 102, and, you have this player, and take away the player, like the specific player, it's just a player graded at a certain level. Maybe it's only 2 or 3 of those guys left on the entire board, and you're sitting down there at 102, and you look up, and it's like, okay, we love this player, but also there's probably about 8 teams that still are looking for a wide receiver. And so you got to take all those things into account, but obviously it all starts with you got to have conviction of the player. But when you think about, past drafts and you look into, oh, well, that's a third-round pick, you guys have heard this before. Not all drafts are the same. And what I mean by that, yeah, not all drafts are the same, but also when you look at the past 2 or 3 drafts, even including this one, it has not been the same depth, the depth of talent. So this year, last year, before, you don't find an Aleem McNeil in the 3rd round. You don't find a Monra St. Brown in the 4th round. Like, those guys just aren't there as of recent. So we're sitting there at 102. Okay. If we stay here, we're going to be dealing with a different level of player based on our board, not on the 31 other boards, but based on our board. And so you take all that into account.
You mentioned you like the player. You're not a need guy. We know that. But you can kind of create the perfect marriage when you trade up to get a specific guy. We understand that you tried to trade up for an edge player. Can you share what goes into that process and maybe how difficult it's been to get an edge that you guys like? Not just any old edge, but a player that you guys specifically covet.
Well, that's the thing. I think I've said before, yeah, you can draft an edge rusher in every single round. That's easy, but the one that fits what we're looking for and hits those criteria, the pool is a lot smaller than what you would think. And so it just has to line up. And again, if we have a player that's just rated higher, and it happened to line up, right? Like, I'll go back to the corner thing. You know, we went a few years without drafting an outside corner, and then we get Terrion Arnold and it's Rakestraw. And, well, it just lined up that we really love those players, and it happened to fit a position that we're a little thin at. The same way with the defensive tackle with Tyleek. Tyleek, we just had him rated higher than some other players at that, you know, let's call it defensive end position. But we're trying to build a football team. And when you're trying to build a football team, you're trying to get the best player. But it just happened to match up well with we were a little bit thin, you know, at the interior defensive line position as well.
How close were you to pulling the trigger on that trade for the edge to go up? And, I mean, what goes into how far you want to go up and the cost that you're willing to spend to go up and get that position?
It just depends. It just depends on where you're at. Because, you know, when I look at, you know, when you're starting to part ways with future assets specifically, you know, you have to look at it and see, okay, are you at peace with this? Are you at peace with not having that because we're going to get this specific player? But, you know, let's say on day 2, we made 2 trade ups. Guys, those were 2 that were done out of about 30 attempts. You know, that just happened to be the 2 that we were able to do, but it's so many other different attempts, and it's just hard, and it's hard to sometimes find a partner because teams just don't want to go that far down. Because just like what I was talking about earlier, the further you go down, then the talent pool and the depth on that specific team's board is going to drop as well. So you have to have peace with that. But I mean, I've looked at, you know, I've thought of trading a future too, you know, for, you know, if it's the right player, you know, and if it fits, I mean, but you just have to be at peace with that.
I know you've been asked a ton about edge. Do you understand why people inundate you with the questions? Like, do you think it's a fair?
I don't understand it.
So, I mean, because you've said that the injuries are why you assume you're getting the questions. I think even before Aiden got hurt, people wanted to know about a running mate opposite Aiden just because of the lack of production on the opposite edge. So you don't see that the way that on the outside we see that.
Well, I'm curious, like, you know, let's look at all the so you brought up Aiden Hutchinson. Would you say Aiden Hutchinson is an elite edge rusher?
Yeah.
Okay. How many elite edge rushers are in the
NFL? I'd say 5 or 6.
Okay, I think that's fair. And obviously there's 32 teams in the NFL, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually 2 edge rushers on the field at the same time, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're in, barring injury or anything else, now you're talking about 64 players, right? We have one of the 5 or 6, right? Why? How come all of the 5 or 6, how come it's not just 1 or 2 when you look at the whole team? Like, how come one team doesn't have 2 elite ones?
I don't know that the
how
ask
come
is
another team that doesn't have 2 elite ones. Well, we talked about it. They're hard to find, they're hard to get, they're hard to acquire. But I have felt like ever since we have acquired Aiden Hutchinson, as great of a player he is, I always felt like the fan base is almost mad. Like they're mad because we have Aiden Hutchinson. Because now he's so good. Well, why don't you have 2 of them? And so now it goes in that. But I have been curious. It's
never enough, right? Yeah, that's kind of how it feels.
I've been curious. The teams that have those elite 5 or 6 edge rushers in other media markets, I have been curious. Okay, we have an elite edge rusher. All we're going to ask is about edge rusher. You know what I mean? Like, and we all know who those players are. When you go to those cities and those media markets and they have an elite edge rusher, all you do is get questions about edge rusher. But you have an elite one. But all you're asking about is, well, how come you don't have another one?
Yeah, I don't know
and
if
then
the
now
ask
you get into
is,
are you trying to build a football team or are you trying to just pair? And yes, like I've said all the time, we would love to have 3 or 4 of them, but that's not reality all the time.
Yeah, I would just point out, I don't think people, I mean, we'd all love to have 2 elite edges. I think people just want more production than, say, you've gotten from the position in 23 and 24. From a sack standpoint, from the second end position, and if that's an area that, yeah, maybe you can't get one of the elite guys, but is there more that could be done? You've said you've tried to trade it up, so I do wonder if some of that is, you do understand where people are coming from on that level.
Well, yeah, if you bring in 24, I mean, at one point we had 5 injured defensive ends. So that was a little bit of an anomaly. Of course, like when you have, we got up to 5 that were injured. And then, well, yeah, we have to find someone to finish out the season. Mm-hmm. We made the trade for Za'Darius, but and then, obviously we just have been steadily improving the roster year by year. But so I do understand the attrition and the depth component of it. But again, it has to all line up as well. So it's not just, again, you can draft an edge rusher. That's easy. That we can do that every single round. We can draft one. Now, does he fit? Does he fit the requirements that we're looking for in a player? Then now that's a whole different story. Because if you draft that edge rusher that's not contributing to the level that we would all like, then what's next? Oh, find another edge rusher, right?
Right.
Find another edge rusher because that one wasn't good enough. Well, we drafted one, right? I thought that's all we needed to. I thought all we needed to do was draft one, right?
Draft a good one, Brad.
If that player's
that's
not
what people
performing,
are saying.
then now, or if the player's not starting, if he's a backup, if he, what I mean. So you got to look into all of those things. So I mean, I understand. Yes, you want more production. If you count 2024, where we had just a litany of injuries at that one position among other spots, I can understand that with the recency bias. But we do have we have an elite one, and that's the only one that I kind of don't understand is we have an elite one, but all we get asked is edge rusher.
Well, let's talk about that elite one and Aiden Hutchinson, which I don't think anybody's mad, actually, that we do have. We love him, and we want him to be here a long time. What's the sense of urgency? Do you think a deal will be done before the season takes off this year?
Yeah, I mean, we have a plan in place, and, I always say that we keep that in-house because I don't think it's fair to the player or the agent to speak contractually publicly.
I did want to get your thoughts on the Shedeur Sanders stuff. Not that we anticipated that he would be on your board, but it's a huge media talking point. How did you see it as a talent evaluator, this perceived fall? It may not be as dramatic as an NFL evaluator would think, but what did you make of it?
Yeah, I think that's just it is, people, if I want to say, like, people have to have read the entire book, I guess, per se. And everybody has their different rankings, and especially when you get into that position. And I just believe that, the teams that were in that market did not have him ranked as high as the outside world thought. And when you talk about just the outside world's rankings, they don't know unless you got it from the GM or the head coach, which nobody would ever get. Then you just don't know. So, and I just think that once you get past the second round or third round, then sometimes kind of the music kind of stops in terms of, filling those starter level or future starter roles. And then you start looking into, okay, well, all right, now you're in kind of the backup territory after a certain point. And then, okay, so when are you going to pick your, favorite backup? So I just think that all plays in part. I remember back in 2020, I think 2022, I believe, that there was a clump of quarterbacks. A lot of them went in the third round. And I remember a lot of people had us linked to taking one in the first round. And I remember that, we traded up for Jameson Williams, and my phone starts just blowing up about, is it the quarterback? Is it the quarterback? Is it the quarterback? And I was like, no, it's Jameson Williams. Like, that's who it's for. And so then afterwards I was asked, okay, are you surprised that these quarterbacks slid? And I was like, well, I don't know about slid. They were taken, I think that specific year in 22, we had them all in the third round. And so they went in the third round, and that was it. And so I just think that, man, a lot more respect has to be given for that evaluation process. It's almost like if you were a member of a book club, right, and you meet about the book, and say you've only read a chapter. Say you've only read a chapter of the book, and would you, and everybody else has read the entire book, would you go into that meeting for that book and be as convicted as, oh, this is not a good book, this is a bad book? You ain't even read the damn book. And I don't know what the first chapter of the book is. Is the first chapter the mock drafts? Is it the stats? Is it the highlights? Is it the but what I do know is that, man, what you haven't read is you hadn't pressed play and watched every single snap from the past 2 years of that player. You haven't gathered all the background. You haven't gathered all the, mental makeup. You haven't gathered all the injury information. You're not looking at you know what I mean? So all that stuff, that's the whole book. That's the whole book. And I say that very respectfully because
Right.
I don't expect people on the outside to be even in a position to read that whole book. But it is interesting that if you were in that book club and you've only read just a chapter of it, you probably would be like, I don't know about the book because I haven't read it all. So when you talk about like slide, sometimes it's not a slide. Sometimes a player was taken where he was probably taken. It's just that information wasn't available to the outside.
Brad, we appreciate the perspective as always. Thanks for making some time with us this morning.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. All right, Lions General Manager Brad Holmes, 97.1. All right, guys, you hate going to the dentist. It doesn't have to be that way. Not with Brightside Dental. I've been telling you about them. There's no judgment, even if it's been a while, even if you're feeling nervous about certain teeth back there. If you haven't been, it's okay. Life gets in the way. You got married, had a kid, you started a new job, whatever. Brightside Dental, $35 new patient special. It covers exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations means there's one right around the corner from you. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine free of judgment. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. That was Brad Holmes. We were itching to talk to him and pick his brain and learn a little more. And John will open up the lines. We'll read some ticket texts, but I've got some thoughts. I know you do too.
Yeah, go for it.
So he said they had like 30 attempts to trade up. And we know they were targeting a bunch of players. Some were edge. If he's looking at that position with any degree of interest, he should understand why people ask the question, right?
Yeah, I think he understands why people ask the question.
Well, he said he kind of doesn't.
Well, because it's hard for first of all, it's hard for us to put ourselves in his actual shoes,
right? But
and have all the information that he's dealing with, because he's going to evaluate players different than we do.
I brought up the last 2 years getting Aiden help. He focused last year with the injuries. We all know the story last year, injuries. He mentioned we're going 4 or 5 deep. 2023, Aiden had 11.5 sacks. Do you know who was number 2 on the team in sacks?
No.
Aleem McNeil with 5. Do you know the next edge rusher that registered sacks on this team? It was Kaminsky with 2. So from edge positions in a fully healthy 2023 division championship team, I got Aiden with 11. I got John Kaminsky with 2. Brad, that's why the question's being asked.
Yes, the production is what we're all after. He's also managing all these extensions. And I wish we had more time, because I would have liked to have known he's never going to share the actual equation of we think the cap is going up this month. This is why we give Kirby Joseph this amount of money. We're working on this with Aiden Hutchinson. But what does it look like in 26? What does it look like in 27? How do you continue to add players to this? And I understand not adding an elite edge.
Sure, I get that point. I do concede that there's only, as you put it, 5 out there, and getting 2 is highly unlikely.
But I would also say that you can add quality talent,
yes,
in the draft. But it also goes to what he was talking about with the evaluation process is if you're going to try and trade up to get one of, and I don't know how would he classify this class of edge rushers?
Right.
Like we already talked about, there's only 5 or 6 in the NFL right now out of 64. And now in this draft, are you looking at, is there 2 or 3 that you think are real quality edge rushers?
I think
to trade up for those guys, are you going to have to go to 15, 16? Or are you going to have to go to 10?
I think another part of this, too, the team is pretty damn well built.
Yeah.
Where there aren't 6 or 7 things for us to kind of banty about. I mean, how many weaknesses does this football team even have? There aren't many. Do you have any questions about the offensive line right now? I don't. You're not upgrading the quarterback position. We're very comfortable with Jared Goff. The receiver room, off a 1,000-yard season from J-Mo, plus the all-pros that St. Brown is stacking, plus Laporta, 2-headed monster in the back. There's no questions about the offensive personnel. The only thing we had last year was wide receiver 3, right? That was us looking for something. Hey, where can you get better? Because you're always trying to get better to win a Super Bowl.
Edge was a part of the discussion last year as well.
So it's been a multi-year discussion, because it is one of the few, and I stress few because he's done a good job, one of the few areas of this football team that we do fixate on because it still is a need.
So you're not asking, obviously, for another elite, and nobody is.
I would love one, but I don't think it's a demand.
Look, if you could trade for one of those guys,
of course.
It's just unrealistic in today's NFL. I mean, we've never seen anything like that.
No. Right, but if you go and re-sign Za'Darius, now you've got a guy last year, instead of Kaminsky with 2, you've got a guy coming back that had 9 last year.
Yeah, it could get you 8 to 10.
Exactly. And I think your point to defend you is this just comes down to 2 players.
Yeah.
It comes down to Pascal and Davenport. You don't think they're good enough to get the job done.
Well, and Brad's paying Davenport, lemonade stand money. I think there's an admission there that he isn't a proven player either.
And so I do think John just brought up the keys to this whole thing. You bring back Smith, and if that happens, then all this was a lot of hot air.
Sure.
But we're living in the moment. We're doing the show today. We're not doing the show on May 15th if this happens.
Oh, we've talked about it all along. It makes sense to get Za'Darius back in here.
But my thing is with a guy like Pascal, I just think it would have happened by now. And Davenport can't stay healthy. So I think we know the verdict.
Right.
And I think that's where I would defend Jim and just saying, okay, you might be obsessed about it. Yeah. But it should be a higher level caliber player there.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, too. I tried to jump in with, we all want an elite player, but no one's saying go get an elite edge rusher. It's get an upgrade at that position because the production for multiple seasons, not just last year with injury, for multiple seasons, we have not seen the production opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
And because the level of talent that's currently there is untrustable,
yes.
If Aiden goes down, then you start going back to last year because you don't have McNeil until Thanksgiving, most likely.
Yep. And again, it's hard to forecast injuries.
You see the vulnerableness of it.
Yeah.
Versus the guy can't have a 53-man roster of elite players. You know, so
I just go back to it. Like, he doesn't. The questions about edge are perplexing to him. He has said that before. He confirmed it to us. The only obvious takeaway is he is very comfortable with their pass rush for the upcoming season. If he's wrong, it's the thing that's going to keep them from winning a Super Bowl.
Well, it could be one of the things that keep him from being.
I mean, right now,
Last year
is it the biggest?
It was injuries.
Is it the biggest glaring issue on this football team? To you, now, I'm a layman. I didn't play the game. Is their biggest football need from a football perspective, from the football guy, pass rush?
I think it is their weakest starting position.
So that's why we ask the questions.
Right. But it doesn't mean that they can actually go out and add to that position. Now, Za'Darius is out there, but as we went through the whole math with Brad, there are other teams, which I'm actually kind of surprised that Za'Darius hasn't landed in another spot. And I don't know
I think he might want to come back here,
I think he might want to as well, which plays a part in it. Is he just going to wait it out, wait and see? And maybe they said, hey, let's wait and see what happens in the draft. We have to do that as a franchise. We got to wait and see who is available when we're picking or within striking range of us being able to go up and get, because we'd rather have a quote unquote young version of Za'Darius Smith making much less than a 10-year vet coming in who just had 9 sacks last year.
And the offset. If I'm about to hand Aiden a Brinks truck full of cash, it'd be nice to have a cross-controlled rookie on a 4-year deal. The attempts are made. You don't get your guy. The questions are going to come. Ticket Texter points it out well. A good pass rush is going to flirt with 50 sacks. If Aiden gets 20, where are the others coming from this front?
Right. And so, some of them are going to come from blitzing.
Yes.
You're going to get some from the
safety,
linebackers. You're going to be nickel and dime them here. And I'm not talking about the defense. I'm just talking about, hey, you get 1 or 2 here, 1 or 2 there.
2 from Levi, 2 from Pascal. But to get to
50, you got to make up the difference.
Yeah. Anyway, we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Get some of your thoughts. Ticket text as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, we all know what it means when we get into our clothes in the morning and they don't fit right. It means we put on a couple of LBs. And if you don't like the way your clothes fit this morning, you don't like being in pictures, do something about it now. Contact Ideal You, because you could be 40 pounds lighter in 40 days with Ideal You. I know the program works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. And here's the other thing. I've been able to keep it off now for over 3 years. So it's not just one that works in those 40 days, but it is a program that you can stick with because it's real whole foods. It's not potions. It's not pills. It's just something that you can stick with. It's a lifestyle. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again and getting into those clothes in the morning. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
Let's get some phone calls in before Carson Anderson. I know they got a busy show. We got a busy week this week. Pistons with an elimination game tonight. Tigers looking to bounce back against the Astros. You have Steve Yzerman, press conference today, 2 o'clock on the station. And we had Brad Holmes this hour, and that's what Jimmy in Ferndale wants to talk about. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, one thing, and I haven't heard much of this talk, and I just wanted to see, John, especially your opinion on this, is I just feel like Derek Barnes is going to be a big part of that edge issue this year. I mean, the Lions run nickel probably 75% of the time, and I just can't imagine they paid him $24 million just to be Anzalone and Campbell's backup. And last year, before he got injured, he had about 3.5 sacks, and he was playing plays on the edge. And I just feel like that's going to be part of the plan. And, of course, and I appreciate this about Brad, he's not going to say that out loud now. He'll let teams figure it out when we get to it. You know what I mean? But I think that's part of the big issue as well. I could be wrong. I can't wait to see, but I think he's just going to – I just can't imagine paying him that amount of money, like I said, just to be a backup.
Right. Guys that you're not going to see used as pass rushers unless they're blitzing from depth is Alex Anzalone and Malcolm Rodriguez. Guys that you will see, Jack Campbell and Derek Barnes, which, when you have – you're not going to pay Derek Barnes to be that much money to be a backup to those guys. So you will see him on the edge. We did see it a little bit last year. Jack Campbell, I think they expand his responsibilities and duties as he continues to improve, and we see more of his athleticism. But so I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. What you thought about that? If you thought that that's going to be a possibility, and that's again why maybe that Brad's not talking much about this because he doesn't want to slip our hand, or show our hand.
I think teams will see it on film. I don't think it'll be a secret. I mean, Campbell has played some hand in the dirt, situational pass rushing snaps.
Stand-up rusher on the edge. Yeah.
I don't think if Brad had come out and said, I don't think we need an edge because in addition to having Aiden healthy, I think we can do it through sub packages. We've got run stuffers on early downs, and we've got linebackers who we think can bump down on obvious passing situations. He can say whatever he wants. That could be part of their explanation.
Right. And this doesn't address the edge issue, but when you talk about sacks, pressures, all those different things, the Detroit Lions are one of the teams that blitz the most. And I don't think that changes just because the defensive coordinators have changed. You're also going to see Ennis Rakestraw, part of his value going into last year's draft was that he was a willing tackler in the run game, but also a guy that they could use off of the edge as a corner or nickel blitz. Same thing with DJ Reed. He's a willing tackler and a guy that is not going to shy away from getting after the quarterback or supporting in the run.
I appreciate the physical defensive backs that they've cultivated on this football team, and I think blitzes can be used strategically, but you got to be very careful being a high blitz team. We've seen it with Minnesota. You're not fooling the great offenses and the great quarterbacks. It can pick up a couple extra regular season wins. It may get you a first-round playoff win to win Super Bowls, to get through the conference championship games. You're going to have to get pressure without blitzing because you need as many guys in coverage with today's passing attacks, and it's why you put a premium on a guy like Aiden, and it's why you leave no stone unturned to find maybe not an elite guy, but a counterpart, a true counterpart, and that can come with the Za'Darius announcement later today. It could have come in the draft. It could have come in the first wave of free agency with Khalil Mack. Thus far, none have happened.
Right, and it's why they have drafted guys like Josh Paschal, because they thought there was an upside that he could be that complement. He just hasn't been that.
Let's get to Dom in Detroit. Dom, how you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh, man, so good interview, great interview today. Cookies, I understand your concerns. Sacks are sexy. They look good. But, in fact, the top 5 sack teams are the Broncos, Baltimore, Cowboys, Texans, and Vikings. They all got something in common. They are not the Super Bowl champs. So, understanding that is a need to us on the outside.
Dom, did you watch the Super Bowl? Did you watch the Super Bowl, Dom?
Oh, no. Yeah, the Eagles was flying all over the field. They play like dogs.
And they got sacks in that game.
Yeah, but let's look at the totality of the top 5 sack leaders. 63 sacks from the Broncos. How far did they go? Where were their sacks when they needed to play in the AFC playoffs?
I would argue the Broncos overachieved last season, and probably because of that ferocious front that they had.
So we'll let you know is the sacks isn't the only thing, right?
Well, no one's saying it's the only thing, but when you're this close to a Super Bowl, I think it's something that I'll be guilty of fixating on, but I think it's one of the most critical areas of NFL football. I mean, the whole game, look at the way the draft is built. Your quarterback protecting your quarterback, hitting the quarterback. If I'm going to be guilty of obsessing about one thing, I'll let it be that thing because it's a pretty critical thing.
I am excited about, we didn't talk much about the reaction of what he had to say other than the edge, but his excitement about Isaac Tesla.
Kang's guy.
Yeah. I am pretty excited to see because we know obviously he's the one that drafted Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was in L.A. when they drafted Cooper Kupp. He's been a part of finding some gems, and I'm curious because of his reaction what Tesla is going to be in this offense and throughout his career.
We got Carson Anderson in the studio. Boys.
Got some fresh Brad, huh?
Yeah.
Fresh Brad.
What'd you think?
Fresh Brad.
Yep.
Was it combative, Brad?
I don't think overly competitive.
So.
No.
There was some interesting back and forth. We look forward to replaying it, but we're going to open with Pistons. And can they get off the mat?
You're not going to open with Reese Olson and the Tigers?
No.
Look at it, John. That's his priority tonight.
We'll talk about that tomorrow. Okay. Yes. Well, we had Jack Flaherty yesterday.
I love the Tigers. Love what they're doing. But we got a big game tonight.
I'm with you guys. It's a great way to start the show. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
It's a busy day in Detroit sports. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Streaming on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. And then you can listen to the show and all the shows anywhere in the United States streaming. And there's going to come a day where you're going to go, whoa, they had Brad Holmes on the morning show. What'd he say? Well, then you're going to wish you had the Odyssey app, right? So get it for your mobile device today. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are about to be posted, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. So log on there. We'll have Champ and Chump up in a moment. Also stream with video, youtube.com and twitch.tv. Those are two places where you can watch our radio program and participate in the streaming chat on both sites. Scott Anderson, how are you today?
All right, Doug.
Are you?
Oh.
What's wrong?
I'm not. I don't like when the Tigers throw away games like they did last night.
They totally threw it away.
Kind of.
They did throw it away. That felt like the first. Was that the first game they threw away?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean that. Well, maybe one of the Dodger games to start the season.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But this was one where they literally threw the game away with some errors and.
Yep.
ill-timed mistakes.
Yep.
The pitcher, but it's all right. It's one game.
Yep, happens.
Yeah.
All right, so look, the Brad Holmes stuff is going to get plenty of attention today, and I know that people who have been listening to the morning show have heard them discuss it and what Brad had to say. But we got a huge basketball game tonight, and it's kind of gut check time for this team. So the morning show was doing this thing about staving, like the last Detroit team. It's been a while since we've had a successful stave. And if a series is tied, it's not a stave, right? If you're 3-3 for game 7, that's not a staving off elimination because the series is over after the game. Staving off is if you're down 3-2, if you're down 3-1.
You don't win a series when you. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yep. It might be
for the purposes of this discussion. Yeah, that you stave off elimination is you're pushing the elimination back.
Yeah.
But anyway. The last time a Detroit team successfully staved off elimination, 2 Detroit teams did it in 2013. The Red Wings staved off elimination against Anaheim. They were down 3-2, and they won Game 6. That was in May of 2013. But in October of 2013, the Tigers were down 2-1 to Oakland and staved off elimination. Ended up winning that series in 5. The last time the Pistons successfully staved.
I know what it is.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so. Is it they staved off elimination against Orlando?
They did not.
It wasn't the Orlando series?
No.
Oh, then maybe I'm mistaken here.
Well, now you're going to make me go double check because I went through all this today. The last time the Pistons successfully staved off elimination, I have the 19th of May, 2006. They were down 3-2 to Cleveland, and they won 84-82. That was the last time they.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking when they were down 3-1 in a series and came back to win it. They're one of the 13 teams to do that. They did that against, I believe it was Orlando.
Well, if they were down 3-1, then they must have staved. They must have staved.
Yes, but it would have
been.
But it was before. It was before 2006. It was, I think, the year they won the championship, or the year after.
They were down 3-1 the year that they got swept by the Nets in the conference finals. In 2003, they were down 3-1, and they won 3 in a row against the Magic in the opening round. Yes.
There you go.
Yep. So it's been a long time since we've had a successful stave, and the question is, can this team pull it off? Can this team pull it off? And look, I think this is a huge game tonight for the organization, and it might not be for 2025, but I'm thinking about 2026, 2027, 2028. Because what I'm accustomed to with Detroit sports teams, Scott Anderson, is I'm accustomed to them building, losing before they win. I'm accustomed to them taking steps forward. And while this season feels like a massive step forward and a building block, and one that you get better from, and you think about the bad boy Pistons, they did it. The going to work Pistons did it. The Red Wings did it. Where you're chasing that elusive championship, and each year you take a big step forward. Losing this series in 5 games, even if they battled and competed, losing a series in 5 games is way different than making it a series and taking it deep. And I think this team gets a building block if they can go win tonight. I think it's a big deal to go compete after that gut-wrenching loss. I mean, that's a killer. I try to be super pragmatic and not emotional when it comes to analyzing games. I'm having problems thinking of this in a non-emotional, pragmatic way. And I have this overriding feeling that this emotional loss is making this team vulnerable to getting actually blown out tonight. And I'm scared of that. And I think it's important for them to, if they answer the bell, whether they win this series or not, I feel like, okay, they've set a good building block moving forward by answering this bell at this time when you feel like you had a win robbed, stolen from you. Okay? It's a gut-wrenching thing that I think affects younger teams more than older teams. So I'm hoping they answer the bell tonight. Of course, everybody's hoping, but for me, it's about yeah, obviously the clear goal of stating, but then more about, hey, we fought, we took this thing deep, and we answered the bell in an emotional game, and something they can build on moving forward.
Look, outside of the first game, this team has played pretty good basketball in terms of hanging in there. They won the game 2, game 3 came back. They lost by 2 points, and game 4 they lost by a single point. We know what happened at the end when they should have had free throws to win the game. The last 2 games they lost by a combined 3 points.
Yep.
This is not a situation where it'll be gut-wrenching and then they fold like the Miami Heat did last night, where they lost by 55 and were non-competitive halfway through the fourth quarter. You knew the game was done. This is not that situation. This is a team that is matched up against a Knicks team that the fortunes could easily have been turned the other way. The Pistons could easily be the team that's up 3-1, but they're not. So they've got everything to fight for and to play for. They shouldn't be down on themselves, and I don't think that's in their makeup. I think that they relish an opportunity and a challenge, and they'll go after it tonight with that same kind of fervor. I would totally expect that. And you could point to the Knicks and say, you guys have done a great job against this team. The Pistons have. They have done a defensive job against this team that's been pretty impressive. And unfortunately, things haven't gone their way with some turnovers, and they've shot themselves in the foot. They have only themselves to blame. 17 turnovers, and Cade Cunningham with the 7 turnovers last game. You just have yourselves to blame. Correct those mistakes, and you win this game tonight.
I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. I have deep concerns that you're not. It's way better if you're right. Because it's a young team. It's a young team that I want to see, grow up. And I feel like this is a man-up game where a young team can really grow up.
But getting back to your comment about building block, I think it's already a building block.
I hope
because
so.
This wasn't a blowout series. This wasn't, even if they lose tonight, this wasn't, going up against the Milwaukee Bucks and you were just sacrificial lamb. That's not the case. This isn't the Miami Heat going against Cleveland, sacrificial lamb. These have been pretty good basketball games. You can make an argument this is one of the better series in the playoffs right now. It's been physical. It's been spirited. And we've seen some good basketball. We've seen some great defense. My God, Pistons had, 9 blocks in the game on Sunday? This is already a building block, but certainly would mean a lot more if they could continue this series but with a win tonight.
I think winning tonight is a real sign of a maturity that it's something they needed to go through and something that they will have in their back pocket moving forward. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to your phone calls and feedback. Ask yourself this. Do you think the Pistons are going to win or lose tonight? Do you think the Pistons are going to win or lose tonight? And if so, why? Pistons will win tonight because of what? Or they will lose tonight because of what? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel is the first sportsbook app where you can bet the Kentucky Derby, and right now all customers can get a no-sweat Derby bet. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. The app is super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert to get on Derby Day action. So bet America's #1 race with America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to get a no-sweat bet for the Kentucky Derby. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, ask yourself this. Do you think the Pistons are going to win tonight or lose tonight, and why? I've already stated why I have grave concerns about tonight's game. I think
Grave concerns?
Grave concerns. Well, they're grave. Here's why they're grave. Because when you lose, the season's over. Like, that's what brings it to the level of it being grave.
And then they take out a leg or two.
Well, no, I mean, I don't want any. There's no physical harm that comes with it. Just the season dies. That's why it's grave, and it's overriding everything else. Is I don't know that this team is ready to answer this bell, and I want it to be the case. And in fact, if they do, I'll celebrate it in a big time way because it tells me that they are ready. They need to add more and they need to grow up. But they were ready for the stage, for the pressure. I mean, this is a do or die game, right? What does it bring out in you? Going into the belly of the beast. You got all those people in the stands yelling at you. You got the 5 players on the floor. You got the 3 officials that aren't going to help you out. You've got, I think you're going to have a fan base. You asked a question in your show sheet today, and I'm like, why would they do that? And the question was, Gator asked, do you think that the Knicks fans are going to treat Cade Cunningham the way Detroit fans treated Jalen Brunson? And I thought they might just as a retaliatory thing. I don't think there's anything about Cade that is as annoying as Jalen Brunson. I don't think there's memes around the country about Cade Cunningham. There are about Jalen Brunson.
Correct, but the way that the Piston fans were just killing Jalen Brunson
to the point where
the New York media even made comments about it. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if there's some sort of campaign that's led by some vociferous fans.
Yeah. So I'm worried that this is too big of an ask for a young team. Do you think they win or lose tonight?
I think they win.
God, I hope you're right. And why do you think they win?
You kind of hope he's right?
I said I hope you're right.
You said kind of, I think.
I said I think, I hope. Whatever. I hope he's right.
Yes. Full stop right there.
Yeah.
Look, my whole thing was whoever wins Game 6 is going to win the series, and I thought that the Knicks would win in 7. The way it's played out, if it gets to a Game 6, the Pistons, if they win Game 6, they're not. Well, I suppose they could win the series in Game 7, but I still predict it was going to be the Knicks. I think that the Pistons have played well enough to win these last 2 games. I think there's another gear for this team to go to. I think absolutely Cade can take better care of the ball. He did during the regular season compared to the playoffs, but of course the playoffs is, the atmosphere is the ante is up quite a bit, and there's more pressure. But he can take better care of the basketball. The guys can shoot better. There's no question that Beasley and others can shoot better, and Cade's one of them from beyond the arc. There's no question they can do better than that. And there's no question that Jalen Duren has more to offer offensively than what we've seen in this series. You can point a lot of fingers at a lot of players. Ultimately, you just point at the crest, and it's the Pistons, and you say everybody's got to point the finger at themselves. You all can play better. And it's not asking for much, really. It's not like you guys played really well and you're just being outplayed. That's not the case. You guys have shot yourselves in the foot. Stop doing it. Unload that gun. In fact, leave the gun at home. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't even give yourself that temptation. Just go out there and play the basketball that you've played, for the last few months that made you one of the better teams in the league. That made you a team that beat the Knicks 3-1 in the regular season, right? The team that beat the Boston Celtics by 20. The team that topped the Cleveland Cavaliers. You're that team still. Go out and do it.
Kang, you think they win tonight?
I'm having a very hard time getting a read on tonight's game because the Pistons team is so young and so many of them have never been here before. I don't know how they're going to react. I'm trying to predict how they're going to react, right? Which is impossible because I don't have enough to go off of. I know Schroeder's going to show up because he's been there so many times. He's got that swag, got that confidence. The rest of the guys that you counting on, Cade's never been here before. Duren's never been here before. Thompson's never been here before. I actually wanted a long series because it's just so beneficial for a team like this to go through something like that. Whether they win or lose in 7 games, it would have been great for this team and the building blocks for the franchise. To go out in 5, I think it's better than getting swept, and it's not like first round fodder like before, but also it's still only 5 games, I think that my heart really wants the Pistons to blow them out because I can't handle a close game. I just can't. And it's one thing, Gator, they've played well enough to win, but they haven't won. And yes, they got jobbed the last game. Getting over that hump is a different level. Can they get over that hump? Do they give up tonight because they're so young? If they get down early and they know they're already down 3-1 in the series, do they just say, hey, white flag it? It's time to just go home. It was a nice year, right? My heart says the Pistons somehow blow them out tonight. We get it back to Detroit.
I mean,
but my head says,
come on.
But my head says Knicks in 5. My head says like they've given everything they have and they're down 3-1.
But wouldn't that be the most surprising thing ever if they white flagged it?
Not surprising. This is a very young team. I don't think I think the inexperience plays a huge role in this team in this playoff run. That's what I think.
They're inexperienced in terms of the playoffs for sure, but it's not as young a team anymore as it once was. I mean, these guys are 3-4 years in the league now. It's not like they're all a bunch of rookies.
No, but they've never played in the playoffs before.
I get that part of it, but I think now they got 4 games under the belt. Let's go. I don't think there's any chance. Like I'd be if they white flagged it tonight, I'd come in tomorrow and I'd be pissed because I don't think there's any way that should creep into their mindset.
Whether they white flag it or not, I'm depressed about the way I feel about this game because I just think it's a huge ask for them to rebound from what happened on Sunday. I think Sunday was gutting.
That's why
Sunday is gutting.
Don't get down early because that's when the white flag comes. As long as the game stays close, I think they fight, Gator.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a little surprised at both of you. Damn you. Come on. Because if it's in their head about it, then that's they're dwelling on the last play that the call went against them. What they should do is rally around the fact that they turned the ball over too much. They didn't knock down shots that were wide open. That's what they should be pissed about, and that's what inspires them to go out and win. And if you want to look at the last play, then go ahead and say Detroit versus everybody and just go blow them out so that doesn't even come into play.
Of course, it's what they should do. I agree that's what they should do. But they also, you would think that they should have known going into this series that they can't turn it over as much as they did, and they have. It's not like turnovers weren't a problem during the regular season.
No, I understand that, but turnovers are more of a factor now than they were.
You don't just say, let's turn it over less. Because they would have said that if it were that simple, wouldn't it have been corrected months ago?
It should have been, but I mean, they've got more and more examples of it. And what we saw on Sunday there's one thing to turn the ball over, a hand gets in there, deflects the ball, and there you go. It's another when you throw the ball to a player and you're 5 feet off your mark on a pass. That's the kind of stuff we saw Sunday. That stuff is like inexcusable.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're right. But
come on, man, get chesty.
No, look, I was, and I was chesty, and then they won Game 4, and it counts as a loss, and now I'm not chesty. That's how I feel.
So there's I'm only worried about the white flag, Gator, is if they get down double digits at the end of the first. That's where I'm worried. Where because
they've done the last 2 games.
Yeah, but then it was a different scenario. When the series is 1-1 or 2-1, the series is 3-1 now. Yep. That's why I think that they might just say this is too much to overcome. But if it's close, I think they fight all the way till the end.
I think Gator's upset because it sounds like you think they're going to quit. And I don't know and that's the way it's coming across to me. I don't know if they're going to consciously quit.
No, it's not.
But I think that snowball might be rolling downhill and they could be in trouble.
Remember that run, that 21-0 run? I don't think they quit, but it just kept coming and coming and coming. I think something like that could happen. But the other side is maybe the Knicks are fat and sassy. They're up 3-1. They're at MSG. They take the Pistons lightly. The Pistons are like, no, this ain't over. And the Pistons, that's where my heart comes in and goes, the Pistons take it to them tonight. They win by double digits. We go back to LCA.
All right. Do you think the Pistons are going to win tonight? If so, why? Are you worried they're going to lose tonight? And if so, why? 248-539-9797. Get to some of your response on that. We'll talk some Lions in the 11 o'clock hour. Got Tigers to get to today. It's going to be busy. In fact, Steve Eisenman speaks with the media today at 2. We got some questions about that. So we'll carry that live here on 97.1 The Ticket. Do the Pistons win tonight? And if so, why? Do they lose tonight? If so, why? What's your gut telling you? 248-539-9797. I'm worried that the emotions of what happened on Sunday is it's going to be too much of an ask for a young team, and I'm worried that they're going to lose tonight. I went from very chesty to I think that was a gutting loss. Gator thinks they're going to turn it over less and shoot it better from three and pull out the win. Kang, is your final answer? You think they're going to lose? You said your heart says they win, but your head. So, I mean, what do you go with?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to put money on it, $1.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd probably say, the Pistons fight, and they lose by 6.
248-539-9797.
I hope I'm wrong, man.
Yeah.
Lost by 3 in the last 2 games combined.
They're 5.5
You're going
point
for 6
They're
tonight.
5.5 point underdog. It's not like he's crazy.
I'll take the points.
You don't need the points.
Yeah,
I don't need it. You're right.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what?
Money line
Straight
this.
up.
Yeah.
Where are you at with this one, Piston fans?
And I'll bet $2.
248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Pistons will win tonight because of how bad they got jobbed in Game 4, and they will win in Detroit because the league needs a Game 7 with all the really bad basketball series going on right now. That's from Matt in St. Clair Shores.
I did want to ask you guys, do you think the blown call in Game 4 plays any role? I know it's not supposed to, but do you think it plays any role in tonight's game? Like, where they're like, you know what, we almost have to give the Pistons this game because we blew the last game for them.
No. Do I think it plays a role? I think it might play a role from I think it's going to be tough for the Pistons to overcome it standpoint.
I think it plays a
It's
role.
emotional.
I don't think the Pistons get like a makeup call. I think it might play a role in how they call the game tonight. I don't know if they're gonna call it as just letting things go like they did the last game.
248-539-9797. I thought the Pistons would win in 7. Now I see why everyone had New York. Detroit has no superstars, and Cade isn't a max guy. He hasn't carried Detroit the way Brunson carries New York. Unless Detroit gets some elite guys like Cat, they aren't going anywhere. It's from Hans, the Uber driver. I'll say this. I wouldn't say Cade isn't a max guy. I would say Cade is trending towards being a max guy. Cade is not a defined product yet. Cade is getting better. Cade still can get better. Is there any reason to believe Cade won't get better and won't at the end be a max guy? I mean, if I had to predict right now, I think he'll be a max guy.
Not sure why. How is he not a max guy?
Well, I mean, because he didn't make those shots late. And I mean, here's what he did. The guy that made the shots late, he's saying there's your superstar, and the guy who didn't is not. Cat did make incredible shots.
I mean, I guess don't you pay the guys anyway, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, do you say sorry? We're not going to give you the max contract. I mean, he's got this giant contract now anyway, so you don't have to worry about it for a few years.
Yep.
But I mean, I don't know, a guy who averages 26 and 9 every game. I think that's pretty good for a max contract.
But comparing like a 22-year-old or a 28 or 29-year-old, yeah, those guys have been around longer. They're more seasoned. Got it. Yep. Where Cade is in his career, he's got growing to do. They've been around. They're established stars. Cade's an up-and-comer. And so, if you don't think he's a max guy right now, that's fine. But you're right. They don't have to worry about that for a few years. I believe the Pistons will win tonight by 10. The referees will be on the Pistons side tonight. They will win going away. That's from Jeff and Trent.
I don't know if the refs are going to be on the Pistons side. I think the refs are going to call a lot more than what they called in the last game.
For the Pistons?
No, period. I don't think they're going to let the physical play continue for this one. I think they're going to be a little bit more liberal with the whistle.
I think they maybe this is the fan in me talking. They owe the Pistons. I feel like they're going to lean that way because they cost the Pistons essentially the game. I mean, it wasn't a call. It was the game.
Yeah.
Right? That's it changed the trajectory of this entire series. I don't know does anyone think the Pistons will win this series? After that? You're down 3-1.
I mean, because you have to win 5 games. You have to win 5 games to win the series. They already won 2, even though they're down 3-1. They will lose, but unlike Miami, they'll actually show up. Cooper writes in, I think the Pistons will win tonight but lose the next game. Either way, I hate the NBA, but the Knicks and the Pistons are both physical teams, which the NBA needs to get back to. So hats off to both of them. I really hope the Pistons win, though. It's from Cooper. 248-539-9797. Jim in Flint. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Hey, the last few games, I've watched every game so far, and one thing I've noticed is like they let that Towns guy just go free. It's like nobody's covering him half the time. In the last few games that they had the lead toward the end there, I mean, I told my son the other night, I said, here we go. If they go down and score, just keep it up 2 points every time. We're fine. We shouldn't have been in that last spot where Hardaway got fouled, which he did, but like Cade going down, dribbles into 2 or 3 players. They ain't got to get a call every time. You know, if you guys observed that last few minutes, they went down, they took the ball down, they either lost
they either missed a shot.
You know,
Cade has this deal where when he goes to the basket, it gets poked away way too much. And I don't know if he just needs to get stronger, whether it comes with experience, but it does feel to me like that happens way too much.
I mean, I think the guy is great, but like I said, every time.
Well, he's young. I mean, he's 23 years old, and he's playing against 28, 29-year-olds, and that makes a difference. Like, the size and the strength is, it's a real thing. And, I'm not surprised that Cade's having a share of struggles first time around against a veteran team where their best players are all older than him and more physically mature than him. I'm a little disappointed with some of the careless turnovers for sure, and I think it could be a different series if Beasley had shot it well the entire series, and hell, Hardaway for that matter. Hardaway had a scoreless game, but it's all part of growing up. It's all part of growing up. The Knicks have, like, if you look at their players, Anunoby is 27, Bridges is 28, Brunson is 28. Hart is 30. Cam Payne is 30. Karl Anthony Towns, 29. Like they're older, they're more mature, they're physical. Got it. Yep. It does matter. John in Detroit. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
No, just wanted to call to say that the Pistons are playing great ball. Asar Thompson just needs to give us a few more points.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing spectacular. 8 points, and we win those games. We lost by 2 and 1 point.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is growing for Asar, just like it is for Cade. Asar's 22. And I'm saying this even though I think the Pistons have competed very well and were capable of winning this series, and it should be 2-2. I'm talking about if you're down on, and I'm specifically talking to the listener that was down on Cade, and I don't think you're down on Asar, but it's not a surprise that these guys at where they are in their careers are having these specific struggles. It's okay. They have plenty of time to get better.
I'm not down on any of them. I think they playing great ball. Like you guys been saying, they went from worst to a solid playoff team. So I'm really happy for them, and I'm proud of them.
I wouldn't say they're playing great ball right now because they're not playing great ball right now. Every player in that locker room can look at themselves in the mirror and say, I'm not playing my best. I'm not anywhere near my best right now. Cade's got to turn the ball over less. Hardaway's got to be more consistent. Malik Beasley's got to knock down his threes. Asar's got to be more involved. Jalen Duren needs to give you more offense and play better defense, frankly. Every player on this team can look in the mirror and say that.
Feedback coming in. I just have a feeling that we are going to white flag it and end up getting blown out tonight. At some point, we will get down, and then the weight of not only coming back in that game, but then having to come back from 3-1 will just bear down on a young team, and we will just lose the will to keep fighting. Andy in a Jeep says, I'm with Doug. It'd be very easy to fold tonight after facing our first deficit where the game stretches to 10 or 15 points. A win would be monumental, even if they don't pull out the series. Hell, I would find it incredibly impressive for a team this young to take this game down to the wire. Andy, that's kind of where I am. I think a win tonight would be monumental. I think you talk about the growth of a young core that's going to make a run at Eastern Conference championships in the next 2-3 years with the right moves. I think a win tonight would be monumental. It would be answering a bell after an emotional loss going into the belly of the beast and pulling this one off. I think it would be an important moment in time in a growth of a hope of future championship team. Mark on the road says the Pistons will win Game 5, just need to take care of the basketball, guaranteed. Pistons need to learn to minimize mistakes, and then they step up to a level that is above the neck. The Knicks, that is above the neck. I think we needed some punctuation here. The Pistons need to learn how to minimize mistakes. Then they step up to a level that is above the neck. I don't know what that means. The Knicks have hit their ceiling. They step up to a level that is above the neck. Okay? Main thing that is killing the Pistons is the turnovers. They just can't stop them. That's from Jim. Andy, the Amazon driver. Detroit loses tonight. It's simple. They are more talented, and Cat is finally playing up to his potential. If they had Isaiah Stewart against Cat. Cat was so frustrated playing against Isaiah Stewart during the regular season.
Yep, and Isaiah Stewart's questionable for tonight. Hasn't been ruled out. He's questionable, so another game time decision here.
If he plays and is effective, it could be a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine.
All bets are off then.
What's going on in his head, how desperate he wants to get back out on the floor and help his team because he's an equalizer. What he does defensively shuts that guy down, certainly to a degree that renders him as an average player as opposed to a really, really good player. They need to get him back on the floor. But the last two games have shown me that even without Isaiah Stewart, they've had their chances to beat the Knicks, and they just couldn't put the foot on the throat. They've got to do that this time.
248-539-9797. We'll talk to you more next here on Carson Anderson. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. I recommend this firm to friends and family if they need a lawyer for a truck or auto accident. They have the service, they have the professionalism, and they have the specialization because they only do truck and auto or car accidents. Yeah, many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law, and educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Did the Pistons win or lose tonight? If so, why or why not? Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Tons of it coming in. The Pistons couldn't manage to take a single game at home. I don't see how they overcome a superior roster in their own barn. It won't be a blowout, but I struggle to envision the Knicks not taking this by multiple possessions. That's from Carl at work. From an unnamed texter, they probably feel they blew every game, so I don't think they'll be lacking fight or confidence. They win tonight because they won't white flag anything, and New York will be expecting them to.
For the previous one that said the superior roster,
yeah,
a superior roster is Cleveland to Miami. I don't think it's a superior roster that New York has over the Pistons. I think they have a more experienced roster, to be sure.
Yeah, I think if all the Pistons core players are 28 and 29 and Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns are all 22, 23, the Pistons will win the series. I don't think it's not the talent differential. I don't even know that it's the playoff experience as much as it is, these are grown men established in the league that are years in the weight room and years with the grind, and the Pistons are getting there, and they will get there. They're very talented. Just doesn't feel like they're there yet. Unfortunately, I mean, as much as I'm down because of the emotional, the way that Game 4 went down, and I hope
you have to get over that.
I've said at the very beginning of the show. Do you remember what I said?
No.
Thanks. I try very hard. I tried hard to be very pragmatic, and I try hard not to let emotion get into things. But this one, I think, is a tough. It's a tough one to rebound from. It's after what happened on Sunday. It's tough for me, but I also think it's going to be tough for them. And I hope that they do. I really, really hope they do, because to me, that'll be answering a bell that is significant. And I'm looking for them to, at the very least, we want this playoff experience to clearly set them up for future deeper playoff runs. And I think this would be a huge hurdle to clear. To show up tonight, go into New York and win this game. 248-539-9797. Aaron in Detroit. Hello, Aaron.
Good morning, you guys. What's going on? What's up?
Hey, Aaron, sir.
You accepting my call, man.
Our pleasure.
Couple points, man. Die-hard fan, I appreciate you guys speaking on it. But I think if we had Stu, our enforcer in the middle, just that Detroit grit, it'd be a different game. And the second point is we had all the games. We supposed to be up 3-1, correct? We just blew it the first game. 21-zip is crazy, unheard of, crazy run. Just the experience is showing. Like, they showing that, they played 100-some-odd playoff games, and we have 0 under our belt besides the 4 that we actually just played. But the experience is showing, and if we had Stu, I think it'll be a different outcome as of right now. At the very least, 2-2.
Well, I can't get away from how much he would help, because he would help. Beef Stew.
Just being the top 15 off the bench, rim protector. And Cat just kind of reminds me of Andre Drummond in the sense, like when he's up against a more superior center, he just falls off. We don't see him anymore. And that's exactly what we need right now. They taking advantage of it, and they know it that we don't have Stewart, and it's laughs and giggles in that corner whenever a shot goes up by Cat, because they know nobody else is able to stop him at this point, especially with Brunson out there and then miraculously coming back from a horrible ankle injury.
I'm inspired in my day-to-day life, Aaron, by Jalen Brunson's recovery. I will tell you that.
Absolutely.
If nothing else, I think this town has a deep appreciation for what Isaiah Stewart brings to the table now after watching this series.
Do we have an update? Is Brunson able to play tonight?
Is he able to walk, Gator?
I don't know. Walk let alone play.
Let's go see if he's listed on. I'm going to go look at the injury report and see if he's listed.
Okay. Waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, no, it's a big question.
Aaron does bring up a good point about Stu, though. I think, we don't want to overplay because you got to play with who you got, right? But the way this series has been called, it's been physical. This is perfect for Beef Stew. And he's right about rim protecting, and Cat's been killing the Pistons this series. You could use a guy like him to spell Tobias and guarding Cat, because Duren, when he brings him out the 3-point line, Duren never closes in time. You can't leave him. He nails those dagger threes, and then when he gets Tobias down low, he just wants to body him up. Like Stu is a big missing piece of this team.
Okay, so officially here, looking at the NBA injury reports, the Pistons have Isaiah Stewart. Knee has been listed as questionable for Tuesday's game against the Knicks, and they have Jaden Ivey, who is out. And you go click on the Knicks here, and this must be wrong. It says no data available.
Oh, I don't believe that. No,
there must be something wrong.
I think they're praying. They have a vigil waiting to see if he's. We should probably have is he at the shoot around right now?
We should find out if they wheeled him out.
Has gangrene set in yet? Is that something they have to worry about?
No, that's
a gangrenous leg.
That's a valid question.
It's to be a miracle.
You're worried about his well-being.
Yeah. And you know what? The downside of that, there's the upside is, okay, thank God the Pistons don't have to play against Jalen Brunson in his one leg. But unfortunately, that means that could serve as inspiration, Doug. That team, that gritty, gutty New York Knicks team, they can be inspired. Cameron Payne might go off tonight to play for his fallen brother, Jalen Brunson.
Who also is going to play.
Well, he's on the injury list, right? With amputated leg, is that?
He's going to be he's going to be slowed tonight by a.
See, out with a missing knee. Is that it?
What is it? A torn Halkitis? What was your joke?
I tore my Halkitis.
Yeah.
Actually, my friend Scott Pegg's joke, but I love it.
It's a funny one. 248-539-9797. Yeah, let's. We'll keep you updated if there's any breaking news on Jalen Brunson's
Thoughts and prayers.
What an inspirational load of crap that was. All right, Cade Sauce and Hal says Cade doesn't. Invaluable experience for a young team. Cade doesn't. Period. Invaluable experience for a young team. Sauce, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Next, from Brian and Dexter, the whole series is being played with house money. The season is already a huge success. As you said, they are the youngsters playing against the adults. If B. Stu and Ivy were playing, who knows? Isaiah took 8 years to win a championship. Enjoy the ride. Brian, I hear you. Next one. When have we ever thrown the white flag? That ain't Detroit, and that ain't us. We will bite the Knicks' kneecaps off and fight till we are the last one standing. Yeah, King, I don't know if either A, we're misinterpreting this, or B, do you really think they might quit tonight? Because when I hear white flag, that says to me they're quitting.
Maybe I used the wrong term, but what I meant by that is, like, if they get down early and big tonight, I think it's going to, pile down with what happened in the last game. I think it's going to be too much for them to overcome, and it just might be one of those, hey, it's a clear victory for the Knicks tonight. Not one of these close games like we've had all series long.
Yeah.
I just think it's hey, it ain't easy. They did it last game. They got down early, double digits, came back, took the lead. I think the previous game they may have gotten down by double digits and came back and took a lead. So it's basketball. If it happens in the third quarter or in the fourth quarter, that's a different story. Like if they get, like you mentioned earlier, if it's one of these crazy 21-0 runs, okay. That's a different story if it happens in the fourth quarter. But in the first or second quarter, we've seen them come back from that. And we've seen, it feels like every NBA game has that moment where somebody's got the double-digit lead and they lose it because that's just the nature of basketball.
There's plenty of time to come back. I do think it's important to avoid the momentum and sort of the snowball effect if they get behind tonight and all that's on the line.
Yeah, because what you're going to tell this young team, Bickerstaff, he's going to tell them, listen, it's not about winning 3 games in a row. It's about winning one game 3 times in a row, right? You just got to win this game tonight. I guess I don't know how it's going to affect them knowing that they're down 3-1 in the series. I don't know that. I'm hoping it doesn't affect them at all. Like, hey, we just got to win tonight. We'll deal with anything else out after. So
yeah,
we'll find out.
Let's see. More ticket text coming in here. Do they win tonight? If so, why? If not, why not? This is how the NBA goes. Writes an unnamed text. It reminds me of those young Jason Tatum Celtics teams. You take your lumps and learn from it. Brunson has the second and third options. Well, those young Jason Tatum Celtics teams, they were making deep runs into the playoffs, and they were losing in the conference finals a lot. They lost 3 times in the conference finals, but they were never one. No, that's not true. They were one and done back in 2021. But they had teams that made deep runs. And yeah, they eventually got over the hump. I mean, hell, the Pistons did it. The Pistons, the going to work Pistons and the bad boy Pistons. It was step by step. I actually think winning tonight would be a huge sign of another step forward. 248-539-9797. Beasley had a bounce back game 6. Had a bounce back game, 6 threes. The Pistons win by 5-10. That's from Ryan working at his desk.
Well, they'll need him to show up in order to pull this off tonight.
From Scott, Brunson will be a hero if he merely suits up. He jumped 35 buses in Houston and broke every bone in his body. Oh, wait, that was Evel Knievel, thank God. Okay.
Then he came back.
We'll keep talking Pistons throughout the day. We got some Lions stuff to get to. It is Carson Anderson on a gut check, do or die, Stave Tuesday on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions GM Brad Holmes was asked about the contract status of Aiden Hutchinson on Costin Jansen earlier. He said that he would keep those details private, no surprise. Meanwhile, he did offer some insight on one of their picks. The Pistons hit the floor tonight at Madison Square Garden at 5.5-point underdogs. Isaiah Stewart, who's missed the last 3 games, is questionable with knee inflammation. Chris Villar will take you through the pregame over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7:05. Longtime Red Wing Valtteri Filppula has announced he's retiring. He last played in the NHL in the 2021 season. The now 41-year-old has been recently playing in his home country of Finland. 10 of his last 16 years in the NHL was with Detroit. The Tigers and Astros playing Game 2 of the series tonight. Reese Olson makes his way to the mound after a near-perfect outing against the Padres last week, where he gave up just 2 hits and no runs in 7+ innings. We'll have the coverage right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:10. The Major League Baseball Players Association has announced that Tigers utility player Zach McKinstry has been named the first most valuable philanthropist for the 2025 season. Players Trust is awarding him $10,000 to support Barbecue Trust, a charity McKinstry works with that helps feed unhoused members of the Phoenix community. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gator, every once in a while, the topic of Kool-Aid comes up. The refreshing drink. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah.
I think this next story I want to bring up combines a couple of your favorite things from your teenage years.
Okay.
You're a fan of the Kool-Aid?
That's my teenage years, and not like it wouldn't have any bearing today, right? Kool-Aid, yes. Love Kool-Aid.
Do you remember anything as a teenager, Gator?
I remember everything
as
a teenager.
You don't say.
We know.
And do you you also were a little bit of a, I don't know if vandal's a word. This is kind of a strong word, but you were known to.
Oh, Doug.
You were up to some mischief.
There were some shenanigans in my past.
Yeah.
Not terribly proud of.
No, I guess not. But have you heard of something called the Kool-Aid Man Challenge?
No, I have not.
Should we just play it for him? All right. This is a report on the Kool-Aid Man Challenge.
My man.
All right, that's good enough. All right. Okay, so Gator, would a version of you?
I'm watching a video of it.
Would a version of you on the Kool-Aid Man Challenge?
Every weekend. Are you kidding me? Hell yes, I would have done this.
Now, let's be clear here. These are not like chain link fences.
No,
these are
like wooden fences.
Wooden fences or the
the plastic ones.
Plastic, yeah. They see
they
a lot
look
of
like
those.
wood.
But you're a homeowner now.
Well, you said when I was in high school, when I was young, when I was a teenager, would I have done this? Hell yes. Would I do this today? If I were a teenager today? No. And the reason why I would say no today, I can't believe anybody's doing anything today. Cameras are everywhere.
I know, right?
Oh, that's why we have the video of this.
Yeah, there's video. All that story came with video of kids.
Oh my God, this kid's a legend.
What?
What I'm seeing. Oh my God. So I got a video where there's like literally 7 guys running at night towards this white fence, and they all collapse the fence at the same time in different parts of the fence, and each panel just bursts and falls down. It's amazing.
I'm now changing. No, I'm now changing. I think Gator might do it today.
No, I'm telling you, hell no.
He might do it this weekend.
I think there's a possibility.
There's not even a shred of possibility. Again, why people do anything close to this today is beyond me, because you're going to get caught.
There's very little doubt.
I mean, when I was a teenager, we're not going to get caught. We had Ring cameras.
We do literally have the version of 1984. Big Brother is watching.
Yes.
You can't get away with anything.
But in 1984, you could get away with everything.
I would suggest you don't try. Well, you didn't get away with everything. You got caught mailboxing. You got caught stealing lawn ornaments.
Now, technically, I didn't. People I was with that night, different story. My car may have been seen as my friend got out and took down a mailbox. That may have happened. And I may have been in a van full of kids. Unfortunately, when they decided 2 guys jumped out of the van and knocked down a mailbox, it was still dusk. It wasn't even dark yet. I mean, that was just dumb, because then they could get the license plate. That happened. Mm-hmm. And yes, I was with my buddy when he was going to try to simply take down one of those lawn deer until he realized that they were made of cement and that they were several hundred pounds each. And he basically ended up just leaning one on top of the other as he knocked it over. And then we took off running, and then we saw the flashing lights, and then had to... We had to get over a fence on our way up as we were running away.
Yeah.
I damn near did the Kool-Aid thing back then. Like, if
You're originator here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, do I go through it? I can go over this. I'm athletic enough. At that age, I was still athletic enough where I can get over the fence, and I did. But I thought about it. Thinking back, that would have been legendary if I just Kool-Aided that fence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have anyone in your neighborhood with a PVC fence?
Like that light plastic?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Not in my neighborhood. I'm trying to think. Maybe there is. But again, would I do it? No. There's cameras everywhere.
Hey, Gator, say it louder. You wouldn't do this.
I wouldn't do this.
Yep. He wouldn't do it, people. I hear you.
Not today.
Yeah,
you know what the thing about this is?
Gator wouldn't do this.
He wouldn't do this, and I almost believe him.
Yeah,
I think there is a chance that he won't do this.
If it happens this weekend.
There's a chance he won't do it.
Look, 30 years ago is a different story than what happens today.
30 years ago.
No, Gator, you...
Plus.
You wouldn't do it, yeah.
The thing about the reason people shouldn't do this is so obvious, right? I mean, first of all, it's thousands of dollars. You could do thousands of dollars worth of damage to people's property.
That's right.
That you're going to have to pay for.
You're going to have to pay for.
Because you're going to get caught.
You're going to get caught. But I'm sure there's going to be somebody that goes blasting through a fence and doesn't realize like there's a tree right behind it.
Oh,
or something.
yeah. Something worse. Yeah.
Well,
a pit bull.
There could be that, or if you're going to the fence and you're not worried about where the posts are, that are planted every 4 feet or whatever.
Yeah.
And you hit one of those instead. That's a rude awakening.
Problems.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Ouch.
Kool-Aid down. This challenge, when I saw the videos, hysterical.
More
to
like
me.
first aid challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797.
But I wouldn't do it today.
No, and we don't recommend that.
No, I hope nobody does this. I mean, for my entertainment, watching a video.
Dude,
you're gonna get caught, and you got to pay restitution, and everybody's gonna be made whole after this. But don't do it.
Everybody's gonna be made whole?
Yeah, that's right. After you make the hole in the fence.
Gotcha. By the way, Champ and Chump of the Weekend posted on our website, 971aticket.com. Go click on that and see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. Congratulations to our first-time champ. Yep, go check it out. See who the people voted as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. 971aticket.com. Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. All right, let's get back to some Lions stuff here. If you want to keep talking Pistons, we will do that. What was your favorite draft pick? Which one did you like the most? Which one did you dislike the most? We asked it on Twitter. Want to know what you have to say. Which one did you like the most? Which one did you dislike the most? We'll get to ours coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. All our female sports fans out there, Tuesdays are the day for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for the ladies' night. $4 Happy Dads, twisted teas, mimosas, house Long Islands, margaritas, and sangria. $5 lemon drop martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. What better way to enjoy all the playoff action than watching it at Twin Peaks? Make sure you get there early for your front row seat to all the action. As Cade and the gang look to extend a series, why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, why not? Wall-to-wall TV so you won't miss any action. Like tonight, 4 basketball playoff games, 4 hockey playoff games. You got baseball action as well from down in Houston. Enjoy all of it with the coldest draft beer in the country, hands down. The best bar food in the state. It's better than bar food. And I haven't even mentioned the best part, all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. What was your favorite Lions draft pick? What was your least favorite Lions draft pick? If you want to keep talking Pistons, we're taking people's calls and texts and tweets. Do you think they win or lose tonight? If so, if you think they're going to win, why? If not, why not? From John, they lose because they do not have the experience to close out games, the killer instinct yet. They are earning it and learning it, but they do not have it yet. Sucks to say because the series should be tied 2-2 right now, but they will learn not to let the game come down to last minute shot by doing all the little things that will give them a 4 or 5 point lead in the game. They will learn how important every possession is. From Dog Stole Greg on Twitter, they win because Beasley will wake up, which will open things up for Cade. A successful Brett Staverhagen.
Oh,
yeah,
Stave.
Yep. Raymond says, I think the Pistons win tonight and force Game 6. Why? Cade is about to become MSG's next villain in the fourth quarter with the season on the line. Tyler writes in, if they win, it's because Beef Stew plays. If they lose, it's because Beef Stew sits. Can they lose? They say you have to learn to win in the playoffs. The first 4 games have taught us the moment is too big right now. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not down on where the organization is. That's kind of a different topic. If the moment's too big right now is a good way to put it. It isn't about, okay, fine, if they don't win the series, that's not an indictment on the direction of the team and the organization. You go over the ages of the guys and you go, there's plenty of chance for growth here. At the age of 22, 23, you have an opportunity to get not just a little bit better, but a lot better. When you're getting older, you're more well-defined, you are less likely to have dramatic improvements. So I'm here to tell you, I'm not down on where the organization is. I think it's a big ask tonight, but we shall see.
It seems like the biggest, this could be a point where we look back at and go, wow, that's where that Pistons team really grew, right?
Yeah.
And that was like one of the big steps to forming a championship caliber team. It feels like a monumental game. You said that earlier, but I don't think you're really overselling it.
I just think
as far as for the growth and development of this squad.
I mean, I'm taking more of a 30,000-foot view, right? The timeline of building towards a championship. I think if they win this game tonight, it will talk about a toughness, a resolve, a playoff readiness that they have a chance to show that they have. I'm not sure that they're ready to do that tonight because you can't let the emotions of the previous game get to you. Admittedly, I kind of am when I'm talking about this. That blanket sucked on Sunday. That sucked every which way it could possibly suck. And, I hope they can bounce back. But
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad that wasn't the deciding game, right? Mm-hmm. That was Game 4. So they have time to regroup here. It's not a lot of time, which is, wow, for the first time in the series, just one day between games. But they have to get over it. I think that's the good thing about having a short turnaround. You can't dwell on that. You can't worry about that. Get out there, get off to a good start tonight, and don't look back. It'd be nice to have one of those games, right?
Yep.
Just kind of, you get up by 8-10 points and you hold on that lead. And, when there comes an opportunity where they cut it to 5, you answer and put it back up to 8. And then you answer again and put it back up to 10 or 11, and then you don't look back. That's the kind of game we'd like to see tonight.
All right, Gator, before we get back to the phone calls, what is your favorite of the Detroit Lions draft picks?
Favorite's interesting because I don't love any of the picks. I like the picks. I don't love the picks, but I would probably say it's Tate Ratledge,
okay,
the offensive lineman, because I think he has a chance to compete and perhaps start from day one. I think he's got that opportunity. Being a starter at Georgia for 4 years, that means something. He's got great size, great attitude, great mullet, and apparently he's everything that they want and perfect locker room guy for this team. That's probably my favorite pick.
Kang, what's your favorite pick?
Probably Tyreek Williams and Isaac Tesla, the two guys that I called. No. Seriously?
He's milking it, people.
It's hard not to, right? Because it ain't happening again.
It gives us show credibility. So, yes, milk it all you want.
My favorite pick is probably Williams. I think that was the one where, listen, we all talked about defensive line, mostly edge, of course, but defensive tackle was a need on this team, especially we know the fact that Aleem McNeil is not going to be ready to start the year. So they went with their guy that people just didn't have on their board because they're all infatuated with, Kenneth Grant, Harmon, right?
Yep.
But really, we don't know Brad's board. We don't know any team's board. So they love this guy, and the fact that he comps to Ali McNeil, that should give you some confidence because this team's done it before, and they see the same traits in this guy. And I think that's a positive sign. And then when you look at the film and you break it down, you're like, man, this guy was a beast. And you watched him a lot at Ohio State, Doug.
Yep. I mean, where he stood out was the 2023 Ohio State game. Last year he was fine, but the 2023 Ohio State-Michigan game, he was going up against Trevor Keegan. He was going up against Zach Zinter. He was going up against Zinter, got hurt later in the game, but he was going up against future NFL guys. My favorite pick has a lot to do with the round they got him in. I cannot believe they got Miles Frazier in the 5th round. Miles Frazier, this is one of my favorite stats out of the entire draft. Since the start of 2023, Frazier allowed 3 pressures in nearly 1,000 pass blocking plays, which is the second lowest pressure rate of any guard in FBS at that time. That is in the SEC. And I mean, Ratledge has great stuff too. If you put Ratledge in the 5th round, I would have been like, whoa. I thought Frazier was worthy of being on par with Ratledge. So I think my favorite pick is Miles Frazier, and I think he has a wonderful chance to start for them this year. And you know, Ratledge is really, really good. Mahogany is really, really good, but I think this might be the steal of the draft for Detroit. Least favorite pick, I mean, I hate to say it because I don't dislike the player. I'm not crazy about the Tesla selection because of the round it came in and who else was on the board and the fact that they moved up to get him.
Yeah, that's all my reasons as well for it's Isaac Tesla being my least favorite of the picks.
Not his fault. I don't dislike the kid.
I think if they had picked him up in the 5th or 6th round, something later in the draft anyway, I'd be like, yeah, okay. But they moved up to 70 to get him. So they gave up picks 102 and in the draft, which was the last pick of the 3rd round, and then they give up 2 third-round picks next year. I thought it was way too much.
Look, and the kid seems like he's a really, really intriguing prospect. I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. It's just it was a weird time to shop for him. Kang, what was your least favorite pick?
I mean, I don't want to say least favorite because it sounds like I don't like the guy at all. But
which one do you like the least? Do you like them all? Which one do you like the least?
Well, here it is. It's receiver Dominic Lovett in the 7th round. It's a 7th round pick. I'm criticizing a guy that probably isn't going to make the team. That's why I don't. You got your receiver earlier, right? You went up and you gave up a lot of capital. It seems like for that receiver. At that point in the 7th round, I know you drafted best available player, but to me, the position, it does come to play for me. And like, this guy's not going to make the team, Dominic Lovett. So you kind of, but I go back to it's a 7th round pick. Was any 7th round pick going to make the team? Yeah. I guess I would have preferred maybe double tap with the defensive end. I don't know, and maybe that guy shows something where you're like, hey, this guy could help us with.
Well, I mean, you've got there's all those undrafted free agents. Like, we're all available, and some of those guys, there's 2 that stand out to me. One is Kobe Bryant, the corner from Kansas, was a player that I thought for sure was going to get drafted. Sebastian Castro from Iowa didn't get drafted. The center from Ohio State didn't get drafted. But, I mean, I guess, they'd already gone interior offensive line. But same. I mean, you're right. It's a 7th round pick, and so it actually speaks to you pretty much liking the draft. So maybe that's a good way to put it too. If you actually are fine with it, which one did you like the least? 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes actually answered that question, and we will get to his answer in the noon hour. Let's go to Don. Well, he answered the question of which one he liked the most. He didn't say which one of my own picks did I like the least, but he did say he kind of had a favorite. Don's in Howell, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Before I get to my Pistons take, I would say for the draft, I like both offensive linemen that they took. Those are probably my top 2 because I feel like that's really the area that we have to make sure we keep strong in order for our offense to run the way it's supposed to. So I got no problem with either of those. Of course, Tyleek too, but I like the 2 the guards. For Pistons, I would say the chances of the Pistons starting out like they did Game 4, I don't even know, 1 for 15 from 3 and 10 turnovers in the first half are very unlikely tonight. And I could see the Pistons getting a couple favorable calls at the end of the half or at the end of the game just because of what happened in Game 4. I think if you pair those two things together, I really think the Pistons come out with a win and they bring it home for the Game 6.
I hope you're right. They're going to have
I just don't know how they could start any worse than they did in Game 4, honestly.
Well, they probably can't, but that doesn't mean they win the game. But that was a terrible start. And their offense for pretty much, I would say, up until the halftime had looked bad for, 4.5, 5 quarters that they'd played in Detroit. And then they got going in the second half. So maybe that was a breakthrough offensively because the Knicks were doing a hell of a job on them defensively. There were shot clock issues with the Pistons. Way too many times they were up against the shot clock. There were bad shots taken. Even when they didn't have shot clock violations, it felt like the shot clock was winding down and the ball was in the wrong person's hands. So I'm hoping that that offense, maybe they had a breakthrough. Maybe offensively they're going to be way better right from the jump tonight. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hi. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sun's out and shining on this Tuesday, and we got a huge Piston playoff game tonight. Trying to keep the season going at New York for Game 5. 248-539-9797. Also got this Lions thing out there. Which of the draft picks did you like the most? Which did you either dislike the most or like the least, maybe is another way to put it. And I think that's, you could like them all or have faith in Brad and say, yeah, if Brad Holmes wants him, I'm down with it. And a lot of people are doing it. It's funny. I was listening to Todd McShay and on his podcast, and he was talking about his evaluation of the Lions. And he said, look, are you going to go with what Brad Holmes thinks, or are you going to go with what Todd McShay thinks? Because Brad Holmes, and they listed off all that he has done. He goes, so I think he reached on all these picks, but it was Brad Holmes, so he's probably right. And it's kind of funny that we have that guy in Detroit. It's actually awesome. John writes in, I love the Egyptian assassin. Ahmed may take his time, but if he hits, value.
So I agree, but there's a. I know Dave Burkett had an article in the Free Press today, which kind of talking about all the draft picks, and had quotes from Brad Holmes on each one of them, and then kind of deciphering what that means and where they kind of rank in the depth charts and stuff, like when you're going to see them. And it sounded like Ahmed Hassanin is a guy that. Or Hassanin might be one that takes a while before he sees the field. It's very raw, and it's because of his lack of football knowledge, because he hasn't played the game all that long. One of the reasons. But because he's got such a high motor and because he is so motivated to play, that maybe that learning curve will be quick for him because he so desperately wants to play football. So we'll see. And unfortunately, a lot of the players that they drafted also seems like they're drafted for special teams purposes. Dan Jackson, the safety from Georgia, they took in the 7th round. Donovan Lovett, they took the receiver from Georgia in the 7th round. Also a special teams guy. Tesla is also a possibility to be a special teams guy. And not that you don't need those guys. And look, the 7th round picks, that's what I'm expecting out of 7th round picks anyway.
Yeah.
It's just, but those are 3 players that count for almost half of your draft class. And if, you're unlikely to see them on the field a ton outside of special teams, it's a bit of a bummer. But the safety, I guess, might have a chance to play because he might be the 3rd safety on the team.
Let's see. Shoot the boot guarantee. The other guard from LSU, Garrett Dillinger, will be better than Miles Frazier. That's from somebody who didn't sign it, so thanks for the guarantee. Ahmad Hassanian became my favorite pick after we saw the video of him telling Dan Campbell he'd die for him on the field. That's from Scott and Katie. Tim and Lapeer, my favorite draft pick is Ahmad Hassanian. With the attitude and work ethic, he could be a real gem. Frazier was my least favorite pick solely because we'd already drafted a guard and could have went in with a different position, although I think he'll be a decent player. Jamie says, I love the Tate Ratledge pick. I dislike the Tesla pick because the most, but I'm very intrigued on him with what Brad spent on him after his interview this morning. Favorite pick, Dan Jackson. That's my son's name, who's a huge Lions fan. Signed apparently Mr. Jackson. He didn't sign it, but
look, the thing with Tesla and where he was drafted, Lions, this is what they do. Brad Holmes, this is what he does. He's got his players that he likes, and he likes them for different reasons than other people might, or he sees something else that others don't, and he's like, I'm gonna go get him, and that's what he does. So I can't. He's got
this every year though. He's got one guy that he moves up for. Like it was a Broderick Martin or Manu,
Giovanni Manu,
and now this guy.
Yeah, we haven't seen Broderick Martin or Giovanni Manu.
Not really.
Yeah, I mean there are those guys, and I also my hesitancy to fully embrace Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, comes from a place where. If you look at the defensive tackles that Brad has drafted, that's not a high hit rate. You can say Ali McNeil for sure, right?
Yep.
But Levi Onwuzurike, when you talk about his enthusiasm for drafting Onwuzurike, was off the charts, and we haven't really seen much. And Broderick Martin, who's hardly played in the 2 years since he's been drafted, that doesn't bode well either. I'm not closing the door on that and saying they're absolute busts, but it doesn't scream like, oh, they even had a base hit with those guys yet. Ali McNeil was a big time hit, and they put money behind it, gave him the contract. Unfortunately, now he's hurt, and who knows when he's going to play this year.
I give the morning show a ton of credit because they asked one of those questions that I thought he's never going to answer this, and then he answered it. But they asked Brad Holmes this morning who his favorite draft pick was, and I'm like, he's not going. And he's like, well, I kind of do have a favorite, and here's what he said.
So obviously, even gave up a couple of third rounders next year to move up to get him.
He wasn't messing around, was he?
He was not. He was not. But again, this is a team that is not. They don't need to have 10 draft picks. They don't have a draft. They don't need to have a huge draft class because they're looking for depth guys or perhaps a starter here and there. If that's what first round picks are for, you would think. But the other guys are there really for depth and for the future. Mm-hmm. So if you're giving up a couple of picks to move up to get a guy, I can understand it from their standpoint because they don't have to have the big draft class. Not anymore.
I know you said that, his hit rate hasn't been the best with defensive tackles, but with his receivers, St. Brown, middle of the draft, this guy, Tesla, middle of the draft, I think they see certain attributes they really kind of fall in love with, and they think, we can develop this. Jameson Williams obviously was a first-round pick. A little bit of different story there. Speedster, take the top off the defense. But with St. Brown and hopefully Tesla, that they see the traits that they want. They're physical receivers, whether you're small or big, because St. Brown's a physical receiver, right? Tesla is a physical receiver. They'll block. He's going to play special teams at first.
And that's what they love about him is he can block. And he catches the ball with his hands as opposed to with his body. And, his size is great.
That's actually if Jamo's, they picked up his option, so he should be here for 2 more years. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. I think they're hoping that he can fill that Tim Patrick role as that big receiver with a wide catch radius that can contested catches, high point the ball.
If I'm not mistaken, though, Tesla does not have a great vertical leap. He's got the great size of being 6'4" and 215, but the vertical leap isn't all that special.
All right, regarding something we talked about earlier from YouTube, Life Force posts, I watched the Kool-Aid Challenge video. Gators write, closed circuit security cams and Ring doorbells will kill this whole trend. As it should. From FBG 25, Amon-Ra turned out pretty good. He did, and so did Cooper Kupp. This is in the Brad deserves credit for that. He built some credit for that. He built the draft board in which Cooper Kupp was taken as a mid-round pick.
And I don't think he's a Cooper Kupp, he wasn't here for this pick, but Puka Nacua is what this reminds me of as well. I know that's a Rams pick, wasn't a Brad Holmes, but...
Right. Let me go back to just real quick to correct something before we go to commercial. I was mistaken on Tesla. I was thinking the other receiver. No, Tesla has a 39.5-inch vertical.
Yeah,
that's quite good to go with his.
I think he had the best RAS score of all the receivers.
Yeah, I wanted to correct that before I got too far.
You said he couldn't jump at all.
No, I said I couldn't jump at all.
That is true.
Yeah. Those are facts.
More feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Text at 248-539-9797. Regarding Holmes in the late rounds, Scott says, I think he likes project players late. And I think that's accurate. He's done a decent job. Let's not forget Mahogany could start this year, 6th-round pick. And that's a real nice find. From Nubs Get Dubs, I love the Tesla pick. Arkansas had a putrid passing attack, and he was severely misused. I didn't care for Brad doubling down in the 6th round on another interior O-lineman. It was the 5th round, so it was even, I guess, he used a higher resource than you thought. From NR, I like Ratledge. Dude is a mauler with a mullet. Enough said. Dislike Tesla, not because of the player, but the cost drives me crazy thinking about it. One of those thirds could have been used. Been valuable at the trade deadline. From John, the Pistons lose tonight because they don't have experience closing out close games. From Josh, they win. The refs course correct on fouls, which then sets the Knicks team and staff into a frenzy. and we get game 6 and 7, hopefully with Stewart in the lineup, I hope there's a course correction over that terrible lack of foul call. And God, I just saw it again today, and I thought, this league rewards Hardaway for not trying to make the shot. If Hardaway jumps to his right with no attempt at really trying to make the shot just to get fouled, he shoots 3 free throws. That's the Brunson rule. But he tried to make the shot, got fouled, and they didn't call it. The league is rewarding somebody more for trying to get fouled than they are for somebody for trying to make the shot while getting fouled.
Well, the refs let the physical play go because they had all game long.
All right, Gator, it's clearly none of our business, but it's still an amazing story. We will get to that today at 11:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang behind the glass. Kenny answering phones. We got to talk to Kenny a little bit later on with a Steve Eisenman press conference coming up later today. This is none of our business. And quite frankly, it's one of these stories that I don't even really like talking about, other than it took a weird turn today. And it is what's going on in the relationship between Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. Much was made that she is being CC'd on internal football emails. She was on the field during North Carolina's spring game. She's like, 25, 26, and he's 70. And, I mean, is this any of my business? No. Do I really care? Not that much. Do I worry about our fascination with celebrity? Yes. I think it's led to some really weird behaviors in our country. But how about this? And there was a interview, was it CBS News this morning or whatever, that Belichick did with Jordan Hudson. We did it with a reporter, but she was off on the wings, like waiting in the wings, off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, she vetoed a question about their relationship.
So we're not talking about that.
Yeah. And
because he had asked Bill about how the two of them met.
Yeah.
And she's like, we're not talking about that.
And they actually posted it because they said it happened more than once. And it's kind of insightful. I mean, it felt very weird. It gave people strange granddaughter looking out for grandpa like vibes. But here's the turn it's taken. Jordan Hudson is not particularly active on Twitter. She had 4 tweets before 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
2 days ago, she retweeted a whole bunch of tweets of people supporting her over that interview. One of them is she retweeted the following: Bill looks like he wants to reach across and strangle the life out of the interviewer. I kind of wish he did. Now, I think that was tweeted by somebody called Roxy the Rottweiler. Bill looks like he wants to strangle the life out of the interviewer. I kind of wish he did. Jordan Hudson reposted that.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not active on social media at all, but she reposted something wishing that he'd strangled the life out of the interviewer.
Well, she didn't wish that. She just, reposted the tweet. That's all.
Well, no, but I think her reposting the tweet is endorsing the tweet.
Yeah, it's funny. It's cute. It is what it is.
Well, I don't know if I'd call it funny or cute. I would say that it's.
Well, do you think that's the look that he gave?
No, I think he gave the look he gives everybody. I mean, I guess maybe if
on to Seattle.
Yeah. He always looks that way. But that's not the point. The point is
that she wasn't active on social media before, but now
she is reposting a whole bunch of stuff supporting her.
They're also promoting a book.
Well, there's no question that's what it was about. I don't know how this story is going to end. And like I said, it's none of our business. But that interview is going to lead to a lot more questions than it is answers.
Well, but questions from whom?
From people. If I were a North Carolina fan specifically, or the North Carolina media, or covering the team, be like, is she playing a role here? Like, what role does she have with the football?
Well, if I guess, I mean, ask yourself a question. Do you think Bill Belichick is a bit of a control freak?
Without question.
So then do you think she has any influence on what Bill's going to do with the football program?
I also think Bill is really against distractions and nonsense. And I feel like there is a built-in distraction now.
I think Bill can put up the mental wall better than anybody in the history of mankind. If he doesn't want something to be a distraction, he can completely ignore it and block out the outside noise.
I suppose that's possible.
I don't think this is any concern for anybody at North Carolina. My only concern with if I were a fan of North Carolina has nothing to do with her. It has to do with Is Bill really going to want to? How committed is he to doing this? I mean, it seems like he's pretty committed, but they haven't played a single game of football yet. So wait to see how that goes. I mean, anybody that gets back into the game in their 70s, you got to be a little concerned with. But they just went through this with Mac Brown. I don't know. Is it Mac Brown in his 70s?
When he took over, I think he might have been, yeah.
So I don't know. You've got Bill Belichick, one of the greatest football minds ever. And if people are thrown off because he's got a young girlfriend, I mean, deal with it, I guess.
I don't think they're thrown off by him having a young girlfriend. I think the concern would be that he has a controlling young girlfriend after that exchange.
But controlling, because she said we're not talking about that?
Well,
because that involved her.
Yeah, but there were other questions about her, and they said it happened multiple times.
I disagree, Gator. I think that's the old Bill Belichick you're thinking of. This is the new Bill Belichick. And she is absolutely, in my opinion, going to have an effect on North Carolina's football program because she's affecting the head coach. And it's women, man. They do this to guys.
Was he not with women when he was in New England?
Hold on. It's guys.
Oh, yeah, well.
We let women do it.
Yeah. However you want to phrase it, man.
Look out.
However you want to phrase it. But my point is this relationship, she absolutely has a say in his everyday life, and that includes football. It's going to affect how he coaches.
Well, we'll see once football starts how different Bill Belichick is when football starts. I mean, we won't know the ins and outs of the relationship, but I suspect that Bill Belichick starting in late July is a different Bill Belichick than what she's been used to because she hasn't been with him since he's been a head coach, right? I mean, he was already removed from the NFL.
It's funny we brought this up because a story just breaking now. She has promised a full statement later today, according to Pro Football Talk, as the blowback to a disastrous interview with CBS Mornings builds. Bill Belichick's girlfriend promises a full statement later today and posts a lengthy April 10th email from Belichick expressing concerns about the book publicity process. So there will be more on this. I feel like this story is just getting started.
It's wild because we would have never expected it. That's, the Bill
Belichick
that you knew.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, he's not the same guy. I mean, he's holding her up with his legs in Instagram pictures. Like, I cannot believe I'm seeing this. But you do you, man. I don't care. But my point is I think it's completely going to affect everything on the field as well.
Yep. Strange. The whole story seems really strange. 248-539-9797. Daniel writes in, bold-ass prediction. Tesla is Puka Nacua 2.0, picked earlier in the draft. However, if he ends up like Puka, does it really matter? Well, that would be awesome if he ends up like Puka Nacua or, any of those mid-round guys. It feels like the Rams lineage, which includes Brad Holmes, there's a lot of mid-round receivers that are wildly, wildly successful. So could that be the case? Certainly could. And, at this point, why doubt him? Sit back and enjoy the ride, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple of he had the one hit with Amon-Ra St. Brown for sure, and he was with the Rams when they selected Cooper Kupp. So, yeah, those are two big ones.
From Bill Newman, I think the Pistons lose tonight. Not enough playoff experience along with that gut-wrenching pivotal loss in Game 4. This team is moving in a very positive direction, though. From Girl from Michigan, I'm going with whatever Kang says. He seems to know his sports stuff. He's had a very strong week, Kang. From Frank, they win tonight because they're pissed. 248-539-9797. All right, if you missed it this morning, Brad Holmes in an exchange with Jim Costa. It was a healthy exchange. It wasn't anything like hostile at all. About why not more being put into the edge rusher spot. What the Lions GM had to say was really interesting, and we will get to that coming up today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. kind of stealing the headlines from the Tigers have been the Pistons in the NFL draft. Tigers still off to a great start. Yesterday felt like one of the first games this year that was, I don't know, given away is the correct term, thrown away, kind of figuratively and literally. That was a tough watch. It's going to happen in the course of a season. They were up 3-0, I believe, and then 4-1. Was that right? And ended up losing
8-5.
8-5, 9-6, 8-5. It was 8-5. I was about to say 9-6. 8-5. Not great relief pitching. Not great fielding. Bats were fine, though they were struck out too much. But all in all, still a great start. Great start to the season for this Tiger team. And they're 18-11, 2.5 games up in the division, and the best record in the American League. So I'll go ahead and take that.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I was very disappointed watching it just unfold last night, and it looked like Flaherty definitely didn't have his best stuff out there, but still left with a lead, and then things went south.
The thing about it was they said something in the broadcast. It's just a reminder how long seasons are. And we know this, of course, but when they made the comment that last year, I think Houston, they said started the season 10-19 and then eventually made the playoffs. I'm like, yeah, that's right. And the Tigers were bad, and they made the playoffs. It's just kind of the way it goes down. You try and find a way to, in the end, have that 90-plus wins and be in the mix.
Did you understand, because I know you're not much of a gamer, but did you understand the exchange between Benetti and Dirks last night with the Mortal Kombat stuff with Kerry Carpenter?
I did not. I didn't catch it, to be honest with you.
Okay, they were going back and forth, and somehow Mortal Kombat was brought up. They were talking about gaming, and Benetti asked Dirks if he was a Mortal Kombat fan, and Dirks responded with a line that, of course, he was, but he said, "Scorpion, finish him."
Really?
Yeah. And then it was just activate. They started having fun with the word activate, and then Carpenter hit a home run. And Dirks did the voice again. It made me laugh out loud. And then I tweeted at both of those guys and let them know that was a fatality.
We have really good broadcast crews, TV
Excellent.
and radio in Detroit. Very blessed. All right, so Brad Holmes, this morning, the Lions GM, was on with our morning show and had a fascinating exchange regarding the edge rusher. And they talked about, and he mentioned that there was an attempt. Yeah, we were looking to move up and something we were looking to do, but at the end, you have to be comfortable with the price that was being paid. We were comfortable with what we did. We were not comfortable with what we had to do, blah, blah, blah. And then Jim Costa, we're going to play the question because there does seem to be a real disconnect between what fans and certain members of the media want from the organization in terms of building and what the Lions are doing. And it feels like there's more premium on every offseason because we're talking about trying to get a team over the hump and winning a Super Bowl. And last year when Aiden Hutchinson got hurt, the pass rush was severely hurt. Hutchinson's coming back, but people still want more done with the pass rush. So anyway, Costa, after he talked a little bit about why they didn't acquire an edge rusher in the draft, Costa had the follow-up, which led to an intriguing, helped us get into the mind of the Lions GM. So here's what it sounded like this morning here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. Interesting. I think Brad's over-exaggerating a little bit on some fronts. I don't think fans are mad about having Aiden Hutchinson.
No, they're not mad about that. And the other thing is, I think Costa was just bringing up to have another edge rusher, not on par with Aiden Hutchinson. Not looking, to be fantastic if you can get that other elite guy.
Well, that was the follow-up question we'll get to in a sec.
Okay.
Yeah. But, he's kind of making a point that, honestly, I've made a whole bunch about. They do have one of the best in the league, which is what everybody's trying to get. It's good to have another good one, but if there's a depth chart of edge rushers and it's listed 1 to 64, if you have a guy that's 3, 4, 5, to be really good, what is your second guy? Right? Is your second guy number 28? Does your second guy need to be in the top 20? Does your second guy need to be in the top 40 to be effective? I don't know the answer to that question. I'm asking. Because what we're talking about is, all right, how do we become the best defense possible? Is the best defense possible continuing to mine for more edge rushing help? Or is it adding a defensive tackle? Is it adding a free agent corner of DJ Reed's caliber? What is the best way to have the best defense?
Well, this is where it gets into the part of need versus, I guess, player. But if they took a defensive tackle and they say they don't draft out of need, does that mean that they don't think that the edge rushers were on par with Tyleik Williams, what he would be to the defensive tackle position?
If you take him at his word, then without question, he feels like Tyleik Williams was a better football player than any of the edge rushers that were available when they were drafting at 28. If you take him at his word.
Mm-hmm.
And I do. I think his behavior, if I look at the draft, I don't know why you double tap on guards other than I love the guard they got in the 5th round, and it was just too good to pass up.
Or if they think that one of those guys can also play center.
Yeah. When you describe talking about the draft pick of Isaac Tesla, he said it sounded like they were getting to the bottom of the barrel of a bucket of players that they thought could help them. And they were going to be dropping down to the next bucket. And so they moved up to get one of the guys out of that bucket of players. And then they rank them that way. And so, yeah, I do think that they manipulate the draft when they're getting when the supply is dwindling in that whatever tier is kind of the next to be drained. But he did get the follow-up question of, okay, don't misconstrue this. We're not talking about getting another elite edge rusher, but getting help on the other side. And you'll hear what Brad Holmes had to say coming up today at 12:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase that full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, in the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, warm weather is here. It's going to be in the 80s today, and it should be up and down with the temperatures, but it's going to get real warm real soon. And that means the weeds are on their way. That also means dandelions are on the way. Look, dandelions might look pretty, but they're a weed, and they rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You don't want that. You got to stop those dandelions before they go to seed. And if you heard me talk about Natural Way before, you know about crabgrass. It's not too late to treat for crabgrass, but it's going to be soon. You don't want to see crabgrass in the summer. If you do, it's just too late to treat for it. So take care of it right now and call for the beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. Natural Way's offer, again, is fantastic. You get the free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. And Natural Way's great. It's a company that's been around for about 35 years. It's a company I've trusted with my lawn for almost a dozen years now. It's a Michigan-owned company. They keep the money right here in Michigan. They support local charities. I think you should support Natural Way as well. They're going to help out your lawn and get it as green as possible. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your calls in a moment here on Carson Anderson. But first, more from Brad Holmes this morning. You heard him say, the reasoning behind not pursuing another edge rusher. And, he essentially said, look, we got one of the best 5 or 6 in the game. And he kind of did say, do you think in other markets the GM is constantly answering questions about edge rusher? But Jim wanted to clear it up and say it's not about getting another elite guy, it's just getting another guy. Here was the second part of that exchange.
Swear to God, I'm banging my head against a wall with this response because it's maddening to me that he doesn't understand what it. Everybody understands. Yeah, we get it. You could draft an edge rusher every round because that's what they are in theory. But the fans understand that the guy has to be able to play, and the way he responds to that question it makes it sound like he doesn't trust the fans to understand that part of it. Like, okay, got it, but. The follow-up question from me would be, fair enough, Coach or Brad Holmes, but did you think that there were edge rushers in this draft that were guys that would fit what you're looking for?
So
if you didn't, fine.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Well, I think he basically said that because he said, does he fit? And we could draft an edge rusher in every round, but does he fit? When they were on the board, and he did admit, they tried to move up to get a couple of edge rushers, but when he was on the board, they didn't love the edge rushers that were available, the only time, I guess it's not the only time. They must love Tyreek Williams.
They must love Tyreek Williams.
And that is also a position of need. That's a position of need short term, that's a position of need long term.
Either they love Tyreek Williams. Both things could be true. I think they can love Tyreek Williams and they can say, you know what, we didn't have Ezeraku or Jordan Birch or Josiah Stewart or whoever edge rush you want to put in there. We didn't have them that highly rated as everybody else did. We saw flaws in their game. We didn't think they'd fit as well into our defensive scheme as this guy does.
Yep.
And I get it. He's not going to badmouth other players in the
He's
draft
not
that he
going
didn't
to.
draft.
I
I understand that.
I think that's part of the thing that because he's answering questions without saying what he wants to say, which is probably like, hey, Jordan Birch was overweight and we thought Josiah Stewart was too slow and Landon Jackson was only good in somebody else's scheme. Like he's not going to say any of that. And I just made all that stuff up.
Right.
Jordan Birch, I'm sure is in fine shape. But whatever the case may be, he wasn't going to say any of that. So he kind of dances around and says, look, does he fit? And apparently the easy answer is no, without him MFing the players that they could have taken when they were on the clock. Now,
I think what Lions fans would love to know is, did those guys fit? Let's say Ezeraku, just for a name. Mm-hmm. If Ezeraku fit, then what made you say Tyleik Williams over Ezeraku?
It's a very good question.
Because that ends up being,
there's
more pressing need at defensive tackle perhaps than there is at defensive end, and people don't see it because they're forgetting that they're going to play without Lee McNeil for maybe half a season.
I would think that it would be unlikely that that's a truth serum question, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, last part of this, we want to play this. He did come up late with an analogy as to, look, he understands that there are people that don't know what they're doing, but here's what he came up with to describe to the everyman how to try to understand why the Lions do what they do. You know, the slide thing is something we've talked about on the air, and that when we use the term slide, it might be used very inaccurately. We're just finding out where the league evaluated him the whole time. We think a player is sliding in the league all the time, evaluated him as where.
Well, each team does their own evaluations.
Yep.
So you don't, and I think we all understand that too. And we all, in the end, would say, well, look, got it. You know infinitely more about any of these players than any of us possibly could. We're not the ones that are out there at the combine, on the sideline watching every nuance or having him in a meeting with you at the combine for an hour, or when you brought him in a top 30 visit or whatever, and you spend a day with one of these players. Get it. Or that you're poring over every single play for the last 2 years. And I think all fans, we appreciate the hell out of that, because there's a lot that goes into it. There has to be a ton that goes into the college scouting aspect to determine whether or not this guy is a fit over this guy. Because you have to do that not just for this one player, but for everybody that's going to be available in the draft, so that you're making the best decision, the most informed decision that you can make. Totally understand that. And I think the people do as well. They respect the hell out of Brad Holmes for having these great drafts that he's had. But it's, I don't know. I think he sells the fans short also in a lot of ways.
248-539-9797. Rob at Oakland, you're a 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, boys. How you doing?
What's up,
Rob?
I was going to just say that, Brad, I read every page of the 2023 season and every page of the 2024 season. This team's missing an edge, and it was impactful on the defense. The most impactful player on defense is that defensive end, and if you get two of them, your defenses have a tendency to be really successful. This offense has been incredible, and Brad's great at his job, but I just think he's devalued the position when it comes to performance, and that's the part you get disappointed in. He can do way more assessment than I can on each player, but I know one thing, which is we haven't had a second defensive end for 2 seasons, and for 2 seasons our defense has not performed. We blitz more than anyone else in the league because we can't get pressure on the quarterback. It needs to be a priority.
Well, I would say that the blitz numbers are probably skewed by the fact that Aiden Hutchinson got hurt last year. And it'll be intriguing to see, because what everybody wants is a perfect team. You want an elite player everywhere, and you want elite players at the most valued positions. But if it's not, it's close to impossible. But they haven't put a ton of effort into acquiring a young player that might be the next elite player. That is true.
No, and the resources they put into a defensive end or linebacker or edge or however you want to refer to it, the first draft that they had, you want to look at, is Derek Holmes. Does he fit? Derek Barnes. Is he one of those guys drafted as a defensive end, plays linebacker, kind of, not necessarily your full-time.
Well, he helps.
He does, but he's also not great, or even close to it. They put a resource into James Houston. It was a 6th-round pick. It worked out for half a season, and that was it. That was the same draft that they took Aiden Hutchinson, which is also the same draft they took a 2nd-round pick on Josh Paschal. Now, Pascal's been around as long as Aiden Hutchinson has, and he's got 5 total sacks in his career. I think it's safe to say that one has not worked out anywhere near as well as you had hoped it would.
Another guy has been ravaged by injuries.
Yeah, but again,
part of the resume.
That's what happens. And then as far as defensive linemen, after that, I mean, or linebackers, Jack Campbell's not that kind of guy. Broderick Martin's a defensive tackle. That's took the next draft. And then the Terry Arnold draft from last year, they, again, did not take a pass rusher. They took Mekhi Wingo, but he's a defensive tackle. So this year's draft comes along. They have an opportunity, but they don't. They take defensive tackle and Tyleek Williams, who's a nose tackle kind of guy. And they took Hassanin late in the draft in the 6th round. So they really haven't put that resource into it. Now, is that because they don't deem the players that are available in each one of those drafts as worthy? That's what I have to take out of it, or that they just like the other players better at the other positions, that they had them higher rated on their board, which also makes sense. But from a fan's perspective, and from, I'll say I'm not going to speak for you, but from my perspective, and I kind of agree with Costa on this, it is a need that you wish that they had addressed more throughout the draft at some point to get a guy who's, doesn't have to be an elite guy. Be awesome if it were, but could it be a guy that's going to be better than what you've gotten so far? Because the production they've gotten out of that other position, that other edge rusher, has been, I'm not going to say it's non-existent because it flashed for half a season with Houston, but since that flash, we haven't seen it. Now, they did go and get Zadarius Smith at the trade deadline, but was that more out of necessity because Aiden Hutchinson got hurt?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. One thing he did say that was really interesting, he said that they were probably in 30 different trade discussions. 30 different trade discussions during the draft. So there's a lot that's going on behind the scenes. They only made, was it two or three trades during the draft? But doesn't mean there wasn't a ton of discussion. Brad Holmes this morning wouldn't comment on Aiden's possible extension. So he said he's just not going to do that publicly. So that's where he stands. Kang, what do you think of the whole Brad Holmes thing? What he told our morning show?
I think when you get asked the same thing over and over again, you get frustrated,
Yeah.
and you're trying to explain to people, and if you feel like you're getting asked it again, they're not getting what you're saying. And I think Brad, you know what I mean? It comes to that point where he's trying to be, I think he is trying to be respectful about it, but he's also saying, in plain terms, we know more than you guys.
Right.
You know? We have more information to work with than you guys. And I think he brought up a great point about we do have an elite rusher here. And it does seem like, how many days, guys, how many weeks did we talk about getting Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson? Those aren't just other guys to complement Hutch. Those are like elite type guys in this league. How many teams in the league have that? He's right. We have one of the 5-6 guys on our team already. So at one point, people were asking for the moon and stars. Now they've transitioned because those dreams were dashed. And so I guess, is it that people are upset he just didn't draft a defensive end at all?
Yeah.
Or, in the 6th round they got
I don't
one.
think have people been that vocal about it? I don't think they have. Not on
No,
this show.
I
I
know-
haven't heard a whole lot
well,
of people.
hold on. You got to remember, his world is getting asked about it. So I think in his world, he gets asked about it every time he steps to the podium.
That's fair, but I think it's also fair to ask the question.
Yeah. Yeah, and you got to figure those questions started immediately after the Dallas game. And probably lightened
That's
up a
when
little
Hutchinson
bit.
got hurt.
Yeah, probably lightened up a little bit when Darius Smith got hurt or got acquired. And then the offseason came and they started all back up again.
Yes, because Zadarius Smith was okay.
Yep.
But obviously without Hutch, we didn't see a ton of production there. And then there were players that may or may not have been available of the elite status, which would intrigue anybody.
All right, here's feedback. Holmes is right. If Hutchinson's that good, he doesn't need help at the level that fans want. That's from an unnamed texter.
He doesn't need an elite edge rusher on the other end, right? But if they had an elite edge rusher on the other end, boy, you'd feel really great about your defense. But if they just had if they had a guy who was dependable, who could get you 8 to 10 sacks a season, opposite of Hutch, that would be great. And I think that's what the people are wanting.
Yeah, I mean, they're wanting. Go back to there's no such thing as a perfect team, but you try, and he doesn't. He thinks they're good enough there, clearly, and doesn't think that the players that were available in the draft were worth taking. I mean, he basically said that. He said, "Do they fit?"
Well, and they'll probably still add another defensive end before it's all said and done, before the season starts.
This Holmes quote is obnoxious, writes Dan. When Aiden went down, there was zero pass rush. Not asking for 2 elites, but there needs to be a rush of substance. His signings have shown no capability. Well, when Aiden's back, there'll be a rush of substance. I mean, they were trending to be a top 10 sack team in the league. Now, let's keep in mind, sacks are not the be-all, end-all when it comes. They're important, but they're not the only measurement of a defensive end's impact on the game. But, they were trending to be a top 10 sack team and have more sacks than Super Bowl champion Philadelphia and have more sacks than Super Bowl runner-up Kansas City. This is GM speak. He was just deflecting the talk of how inefficient the other edge is. He never listed any player or player group who complements Aiden. Never listed any other player group. I don't know what that means. He never listed any player or player group who complements Aiden. I mean, the one thing is, don't be fooled. Getting a defensive tackle impacts the pass rush. If a quarterback has a pocket to step up into, it's easier to avoid an edge rusher. If the pocket is collapsing and here comes pressure off the edge, they have nowhere to go. Next one. I'm on Brad Holmes' side with this. I think people, me included, forget just how good this defense was before Hutch got hurt and all the other injuries. Would I like to see an edge rusher added? Sure, but I don't think it's as big a need as some are making it out to be. That's kind of where I am.
Well, did you think strongly that they were going to draft one at 28?
I thought they were going to draft a couple. But then again, that's not how Brad Holmes operates. I should have known better. Sean is on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hello, how are you guys?
We're good.
I kind of agree with the last guy. I think the edge is not as big as a need as like people are making it out to be, and I think that we addressed the draft pretty good, considering that Ali McNeil is going to be out during the start of the season. DJ Reader's in his last year of his contract.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question there's a need at defensive tackle. I mean, without McNeil for at least what seems like half a season, that's a screaming need. And, you know, they filled that with a free agent pickup. They filled that a little bit because you have DJ Reader, and then they still have guys like Levi Onwuzurike or Josh Pasco that can play inside or outside, and, you know, having Broderick Martin maybe. I mean, they haven't really used him in 2 years, but maybe this is the year that he gets some playing time. But
yeah,
I think it's clear, Sean, that they valued Mykel Williams or Tyleik Williams. They valued him up quite a bit. And when Brad Holmes talked about him specifically and said there were only two defensive tackles they thought in the draft that had this kind of quality, that speaks highly to him. That they probably valued him higher than maybe Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon.
Yeah, I mean, let Brad do his thing. They know more than us. They said the same thing about Gibbs when we picked him at 15, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, they traded back 12 or whatever it was.
I thought it was 18, but whatever it was, yes.
Let's throw another number out there.
Yeah, we can't keep throwing numbers out. When they drafted him, he's right. There was a lot of questioning of that, and it's turned out to be well worth it. 248-539-9797.
12.
All right, coming up, shrewd move made by a football team. Could be the shrewdest of moves. We'll get to that today at 12:50 on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so Steve Eisenman will speak coming up today at 2 o'clock. We'll get into what he might say here coming up, and we'll carry it live on 97.1 A Ticket, I've been told. So there is that. Perhaps you saw this, perhaps you didn't. Perhaps it will go down as the shrewdest move in the history of the league.
Wow.
The Toronto Argonauts have added Shedeur Sanders to their negotiating list on Monday, according to TSN. That makes the Argonauts the team with the right to sign Sanders first if he becomes interested in playing in the CFL. Argonauts. I don't know how one adds a player to their negotiating list. If that means they have to give something up. Is that just basically the CFL's version of I called it?
Dibs?
That's what it sounds like
Shotgun.
to me. So the Argos have the rights to negotiate with Shedeur Sanders. Now, how does this work? Considering that the CFL basically starts like soon, and they haven't even had rookie minicamp yet. This is a future play. It's a future play. So if Shedeur finds himself without anywhere to play, does he go UFL? Does he go CFL? What happens next?
He won't go UFL. He will not go CFL. I don't see Shedeur Sanders going any other route other than the NFL. If the NFL doesn't work out for him in 4 years, he's got nowhere to go. If no team wants to sign him after 4 years, then I think he's done with football. Because I don't think he would lower his standards. I don't know him, but if I'm going to try to read some tea leaves, that'd be my guess.
I don't know him either, but I don't think he wants to go to the CFL. I don't think he wants to go to the UFL, but it is a way to try and get back in the NFL if he doesn't have a spot.
Well, if he doesn't figure it out over the next few years how to be a professional,
yeah,
and how to be humble, then he won't play anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's off to a rough start.
Yeah, but do you think, Gator, that he'd rather be on someone's practice squad than playing in the CFL? Because there's a good chance he won't make the roster. I don't want to say good chance, but there's a realistic chance.
Yes. Yeah, I do. I do. And it's up to him to change perception of what's out there, right? Because if teams had taken him off their draft boards, said, no way, not going to do it, and there's a report that there were a number of owners that said and spoke to the GM, said, I don't want this guy on my team. Mm-hmm. If that's true, he's got a lot of work to do. And I know I think I saw a quick video clip of him in Cleveland today, walking into the facility. It seems like he's got a lot of work to do to change what the perception of Shedeur Sanders is. And it's going to be measured in how hard he works. It's going to be measured in how he looks on the field and how his team and teammates react to him. But I think he's got a steep climb to get up there because they took a quarterback ahead of him in the same draft. And did they trade for Kenny Pickett too? Was that a trade with Philadelphia to get him?
I don't remember how they got Kenny Pickett.
But they've got Kenny Pickett there as well. They still have Deshaun Watson. I mean, who knows?
Isn't Joe Flacco there?
I think Flacco's there.
Yeah, Flacco is there. That's what I'm saying.
They have like 5 quarterbacks there.
Yeah.
And, it's a battle to see, is he good enough to be better than Kenny Pickett?
Dude, he's got to be better than Gabriel.
I know, but I mean, I'm setting your sights higher. Be better than Kenny Pickett so you can be the backup. Who knows what's going to happen there? I think it's the worst place for him to be was Cleveland in the grand scheme of things. To be drafted where he was, if he was drafted in the 3rd or 4th round and they didn't take Dylan Gabriel, it might be a little bit different story. But because they did, it's just a mess over there.
The real question, and I think you guys are swinging and missing here at the crux of this, the real question is he better than Nick Arbuckle, who is currently atop the Argonauts depth chart at quarterback? Yeah, so I don't know if that's the case.
I'll have to get my information from Brad Holmes as to how good Nick Arbuckle is. See if he's watched every play,
every snap the last 2 years of Nick Arbuckle. Their normal quarterback, Chad Kelly, is out. He is hurt.
No, I mean, answer your own question. Do you think that Shedeur Sanders has any intention on?
Of course not. Of course he has no intention.
Do you think in 4 years, if he flames out in the NFL, if he's not going to play, do you think 4 years from now that Shooter Sanders will be playing in the CFL or the UFL?
If he has any intention of continuing to play quarterback, yes. I think if you have nobody in the NFL wants you, but you still want to break in, your options are UFL or CFL. I don't think he's going to sit out and get back into the league. I think he's going to want to play somewhere to try and prove he can do it. I don't think he has any intention, nor does he want to. But, hey, if I were an Argos fan, I'd be pumped. All right. One thing we're not pumped about is the state of the Red Wings. Steve Yzerman speaks today at 2. Now, if we assume that we can take him at his word, that whatever he says his plan is or what he's going to do, is there anything he can say today at 2 o'clock that will make you feel better?
If he says that they're going to be very active in free agency, and that includes restricted free agents as well as unrestricted free agents, that would make me feel better. Mm-hmm. They've got money that they can spend this offseason. Go do it. Be wise about it. If he says anything about, moving on from some players that they have on the roster, I think we have to take a look at that. I'm curious what he's going to say about the goaltending in that situation.
Which any of these kids going to get here?
Well, yeah. I still don't understand the trade from Mrazek, but he's signed. So, and how does that compare with the other guys that with Kosa and others? I don't know. But the first thing I need to hear is that he's going to be very active with free agency.
What about you, Kenny? If you're assuming we take him at his word, is there anything you could say that will make you feel better?
Make me feel better? I would like to hear him say that he's accelerating the playoff window. That's similar to what Gator said, that they're going to be aggressive in free agency. They're going to be aggressive in the trade market. I would also love to hear his explanation on the Mrazek trade. Again, similar to what Gator said about the goaltending. And also, I would love to hear what he has to say about the Wallman trade. Because you paid to give Wallman away, and then he got flipped for a draft pick.
None of this is
help me understand.
None of this is going to make you feel better.
You're right. I'm going to go more upset actually before we even started.
I asked you what can he say to make you
answer that question.
I asked you what would he say to make you feel better, not what would he say to make you more upset.
You're right. I'm sorry. The answer to your question is if he's going to accelerate the playoff window and be aggressive.
It's funny. All our answers are pretty similar. I want him to say something along the lines of one of the reasons we wouldn't move at the trade deadline is because when we go to training camp next year, we think Sandin Pellikka is coming with the big club. We think that Nate Danielson is going to be with the big club next year. This is who people wanted. And we think they're going to start impacting us at the highest level, that their seasoning is enough, that they're going to impact us at the highest level starting next year. And I didn't want to give that up because we have one of the top prospect pools in the league, and it's those prospects are going to start matriculating to the top. Now, he can't. Do I expect him to say that? Not really. I hope, but I'm not that optimistic that he's going to say that.
I think he'll be asked about the younger players, and for Grand Rapids, the Griffins start their playoffs tonight. Will be game 1 against the Texas Stars, and look, there's going to be a lot of interest in seeing what players do in that series and how they do in the playoffs overall. Sandin Pellikka, Danielson, Amadeus Lombardi, Branzeg Nygaard. These are players that everybody's looking at. Sebastian Kosa, another one everybody's looking at to see what they can do. And it's important that we feel good about those guys and having an opportunity to compete for roster spots next year. But the other part of that is for those guys to have the chance to come in, you got to make room for them too.
Fine. So be it.
Right.
248-539-9797. All right, I have a little exercise for you and Kang with some help from the listeners. We'll see if you can get it done.
It's not a deadlift, is it?
No, it's not.
Good.
But I'm gonna test you guys a little bit at 105, and the listeners will help, and I'm sure you'll do very well.
All right, here we go.
That test is coming up at 105, and you can help the guys out here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's do or die for the Pistons tonight. Game 5 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden, with Detroit down 3-1 in the series, needing a win to extend their season. Malik Beasley, who may have found his shooting touch once again in Game 4, will be key for the Pistons tonight. Only 13 teams in NBA history have come back down from a 3-1 deficit in a playoff series. The most recent, the Nuggets in 2020. A reason for hope, though. The Pistons have won 3 of their last 4 at the Garden, including Game 2. Isaiah Stewart questionable to miss a 4th straight game tonight. Tip-off at 7:30. That pregame show at 7:05 over on WWJ. Tigers look to even up their series with the Astros at a game apiece tonight in Houston. This after their 4-game losing streak was snapped last night. Reese Olson starts for Detroit's that first pitch 8:10 right here on 97.1. And Lions GM Brad Holmes, reflecting on the draft live this morning here on 97.1 with Costa and Jansen, said that pass rushers are generally hard to find and hard to get, whether it be through the draft or free agency, and fans have been clamoring for 2 of them ever since Detroit drafted Aiden Hutchinson. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You want to drive to Grand Rapids?
Dude, this is unbelievable. A Gator now wants to go to a Grand Rapids Griffith game. He wants to spend, I don't know, like $25 in gas money to drive to Grand Rapids because...
Dude, they got $2 beers and $2 hot dogs.
So one of those things mean nothing to me, but no, I don't want to go to the... Well, hold on. When do they play?
7 o'clock tonight.
So my choices are watch the Pistons in Game 5 or go to the Griffins versus Texas for $2 hot dogs.
I mean, if you want to wait till Monday the 5th when they play at Van Andel Arena again, good God, that's Game 2 is the 5th.
You know the AHL, it's got a reputation for spreading things out and making it take forever.
So if you want to wait,
irritating.
You want to wait till that Monday instead. I understand. It's still $2 beers and $2 hot dogs and rally towels.
So I can get a $2 hot dog, which I'll never eat, and I can get a towel
for free. You get $2 beers.
I can get a $2
I imagine that the other food that they have is probably less expensive as well.
I don't know. Why does it say that?
Well, I think you just throw out the number $2 beers and $2 hot dogs and get people interested. And would you think the chicken sandwich is $20?
Yes, actually, I do. I don't think. I think they reduce. I think they advertise the stuff they reduce the cost of, and if they were reducing, if a chicken sandwich was $5, I think they'd let you know. Nonetheless, the answer is no. But please report back. Let us know how it went. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Let's go to John. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
What's going on, guys? How we doing today?
Great.
Good. I just want to talk a little Pistons basketball. I've been hearing a lot of negatives, and, rightfully so. I mean, do I think that foul should have been called? Yeah. Does everybody else think it should have been called? Yeah. But did we also blow an 11-point lead again in the fourth quarter? Yeah. I mean, there's things that I look at. I mean, yes, there's a lot of positive this year. We've made it to the playoffs. We're back. Detroit sports are surging. But at the same time, I have yet to see them play a complete playoff game against the Knicks. And that hurts as a fan.
Well, I mean, look, the Knicks are good, and the Pistons have been, they're an underdog, and so anything they can do to scratch and claw and get a win, I don't know that they're capable of playing a complete playoff game against a team that's supposed to be better than them. It's, can they win? Can they find a way to eke out one more win tonight just to extend the series? They played well enough to win 3 of the 4 games, and they've really kind of won 2 of the 4 games, but it is what it is. It's tough when you're the underdog. It's tough when you're young.
I agree with you. I think it's right, and I think we're a very young team, and I think people need to understand that we are headed in the right direction. I mean, I'm very interested to see what a full season of Cade and Ivy looks like in the backcourt and a healthy team. It definitely helps not having a big dog Stewart down low each game, but You know, I don't want to hear any more about they missed a call. I mean, it happens. It's been happening to us.
Well,
you're
going to hear about
time.
it. You're going to hear about it a lot because it's probably at this point it's like the biggest reason. It's like the biggest reason they're going to. I think they're going to lose this series. The difference between 2-2 and 3-1 is huge.
I completely agree. I'm very frustrated with the no call as is, but at the same time, you know, I also have to be a fan and understand that we were up by 11 points in the fourth quarter.
It's a different topic, but yes, they were.
Yeah, I just to close it out, I hope we can go get a win here tonight and maybe keep things going, but also being realistic at the same time.
Thank you, John. All right, we have I have a bit of a challenge for you. I want you both to bring up the most recent draft, National Football League draft. Kang, do it on your computer. Gator, do it on your computer. When you've got it in front of you, let me know.
Yep.
Kang, you ready?
You mean like all of the entire picks? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if you have somewhere where it's easy to see the whole draft.
Yep.
Okay.
Just for a reference point, I want to see how many from the top 10 you can come up. And what I'm asking for is the top 10 selling rookie jerseys. The top 10 selling. So right now, you've got the whole draft in front of you. I want to see, I'm going to set the over-under. I'm going to set it at 7.5.
All right.
Can you get more? Can you basically get 8 or more of the top 10?
Feel quite strong about this, Kang?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. These are some early numbers, huh?
What do you mean? As far as, that have been sold in the last 4 days. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's just quick to it, man.
Yeah.
Want me to start?
Go. Dude, someone's about to get out of the seat.
I want you guys to agree on this list.
Okay. You feel confident, man. I want you to go.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Probably saw, I guess.
Abdul Carter.
I agree.
Cam Ward.
I agree.
Shedeur Sanders.
I disagree. We'll
he's
put that in the back burner.
Ashton Genty.
Yes, I agree.
You've got 5. We have 4 names, and you got 1 on the back burner.
I think that's interesting.
So you have the top 10, right, Doug?
I have the top 10.
And you got the over under 7.5, was it?
Yep.
Jackson Dart.
I agree.
Okay. Got 5, 1 on the back burner. I'm not saying whether you're right or wrong. I'm saying you've given me 5 names. And you got to decide what to do with the 1 on the back burner. See if you could come up with a couple more, and then we'll ask the people. I'll tell you how many you got right. We'll see if the people can help you get the other 2, 3, 4, however many you miss. Struggling?
I think Colston Loveland's going to be up there. Bears fans are crazy. Offensive player.
Okay.
What do you think? I mean, I'm just throwing it out
I think it's a possibility.
Is that a back burner one?
It's back burner.
So we got Colston Loveland and Shedeur Sanders on the back burner. So far, they've said the names Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Cam Ward, Ashton Genty, Jackson Dart. They agree. Top 10 NFL rookie jerseys. It's different than a who's on top. I decided to do it different than a who's on top.
Do you think Tet McMillan, wide receiver?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys are going to go with that?
Sure.
Okay. You've given me 6 names. We should have put the draft music underneath this. I apologize. Can we do that? It spices up every NFL segment. So there we go. All right. Here we go.
How many names?
Top 10. They got 6 names on the board so far.
Do you think? Does Isaac Tesla have a big family?
I'm telling you, Shedeur's got to be on the list.
Sure. At this point, we're running out of names that I agree with, so I will take your word and go with Shedeur.
Okay.
That's a Gator pick.
What about Colston?
I think he should be on there.
I think Tyler Warren. If you want to throw both tight ends on there? Just so we can get this over with?
Sure.
How many names do we have?
You've given me 9 names.
Okay.
9.
Do it. And you want to go Golden? Let's go Golden.
Golden?
Yep. Offense,
or
baby.
McMillan. Which one? Or did we already say yes?
We already said McMillan. That's why we can get Golden, too.
Yeah, sure, Golden.
All right.
All right.
Let me double check this.
What do we
here.
do? 10 of 10?
Working my way through this. Checking and crossing off. Cross-referencing. And you guys killed the segment because you got 10 of 10.
Oh, yeah!
Yes!
See?
Yes!
Yes! Oh!
They don't need your help, people.
Yeah!
They knocked it out of the park.
Come on! LFG!
Does someone want to tell Brad Holmes what we just did?
Come on!
Information, my ass.
I was Did you think we were going to lose with K on board?
10 for 10, Gator. Nice job.
Nice job.
That was very impressive. And I was
Dude, we went all over the place, too. We were
I'm like,
going,
I don't know. A lot of defensive players are going to be Abdul Carter, and then, I don't know.
Offense, see? Offense.
Wow.
I got to tell you.
I'm so proud.
As
This
you
is one of
should
the
be.
best moments of our lives
Good God, I hope not.
on the air.
Very impressive. I was like, we're going to open up the phone lines. We'll have people text.
Oh, who did we miss?
That's right.
Hey, how about that?
Congratulations. Well done, you two. The top 10 selling NFL rookie jerseys, according to Collect Media. They said they got the numbers from the NFL. We do not need listener help. Travis Hunter.
Man, that was strong.
I went from disappointed you got all 10 to very pleased that you got all 10. Well done. Travis Hunter, Cam Ward, Shadur Sanders, Ashton Jetty, Tet McMillan, Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter, Matthew Golden, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland. There's your top 10. They don't list them in any order. They just says these are top selling rookie jerseys. But Travis Hunter's name's on the top. Shadur Sanders is 3. Doesn't say what his Argonauts jersey is going for. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Okay, so we got a huge basketball game in Detroit tonight with the Pistons.
Just to hold on. I think we deserve a little bit more respect, is what I think.
What are you talking about?
That last segment.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer right there. We don't get all 10 when it comes to the who's on top when we include the audience. Kang and I just rattled off the top 10 jerseys from the draft class. And you want to just blow that off and move on to the next. I'm just saying a little more reverence, a little bit more respect, and then we can talk about the game tonight.
Well, considering the fact that you called it one of the greatest moments of your life.
Radio life.
You corrected it after I pointed out the absurdity of your comment.
It's true.
I will give you whatever you want, because if that is the greatest moment of your life.
Radio life.
Then you're right. We really do need to pay attention to it, and I hope that's not the case.
Kang, we need more recognition for this. I mean, it's 10 out of 10, baby.
Hold on. You know what this is? He wants so bad to get the respect that you earned last week with calling the draft. He wants that same kind of.
That's him alone.
You want some of that love, is what it is.
I couldn't possibly get that same love. I recognize game recognizes game, but this is our game together.
Well, how do you recognize it?
I've been reverent for Kang ever since it happened. Man knows. He knows Brad Holmes.
He completely missed it, people.
Doug,
all right.
We want $25,000 in unmarked bills.
You can mark them. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. They're still good bills.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. That's cool. I
find somebody to give you $25,000 and it's all yours.
Great.
Go for it.
Just how about an attaboy?
Attaboy, Kang. And you did okay too, Gator.
Yeah, that's not appreciative.
No, that's not enough.
What is enough? Attaboy.
All right, go ahead. Let's bring up your Piston topic.
Now he's going to pout the whole segment.
There's a game.
You did an unbelievable job, Gator. The fact that you know some stuff about sports, you should be very proud.
It's not about me. It's about us. This dynamic duo. Kang and Gator.
Should we talk more about this, or should we talk about the Pistons?
He just wanted you to recognize that he was going to move on.
Thank you, Kang. Again.
So anyway, we got this huge basketball game tonight. It's gut check time. It's a wonderful opportunity to do something that I'm not sure they're going to be capable of doing, and that is bouncing back from a tremendously emotional loss. What happened on Sunday at LCA was a crock of you-know-what, and they know it. The basketball world knows it. It's a young team coming off an emotional postseason loss, now with their backs against the wall in a do-or-die game, and losing a series in 5 isn't the end of the world. But taking this series deeper, I think would be a real feather in the cap as a building block for a team that is trying to, on a timeline that I see a future championship run, and I don't know that they're ever going to win the NBA championship with this core, but I think they're going to compete for them. They're going to compete for more next year and the year after because they have such a young core. And you take a look at like the heart of the Knicks. I ran down their ages, 28, 29, 30, 29, 30, 28. And you got to run down the Pistons ages, 22, 23, 22, 19, 20. And this core of Pistons, I think it would really answer a bell to get a win tonight. I'm afraid it's not going to happen because I do think being a young team, this could have been a soul-sucking type loss. I really hope they bounce back. But if you think about previous championship teams we had, the Bad Boy Pistons, the Going to Work Pistons, the Red Wings, they all had building blocks. And I think even if they don't win the series, I think tonight could be a building block. If they man up, they bow their neck, they go into New York, they put the past behind them, and come up with a great effort to get a win when the Knicks smell blood.
I do think that the way they've competed in this series already is the building block. But to your point, if they're going to win tonight, which I think that they will, I think it adds to the certainly to the learning and how impressive and important this postseason is for this Piston team. They needed to make the playoffs, and I'm glad they did it. And the way that they tripled their win output from last year is wildly impressive. They took big strides forward this season. But now it's the playoffs, and it's a whole different animal. They need to win this game. Obviously, it's a must-win situation. If they lose, then they're done. But I still think there's lots to be proud of with this team, but I'm not calling the end of the season yet. I think we're going to have Game 6 on Thursday night in Detroit. I think it's going to be crazy again, and it's going to be awesome. But as far as tonight is concerned, this team can simply watch the film if they still have it. You know, they may have just thrown it in the garbage, but they know what they did wrong. They turned the ball over way too much. They shot themselves in the foot 1,000,000 times, and that's it. That's what they can say. The defensive effort was good enough. Was damn good, actually. Was damn good. They had 9 blocks in the game and a bunch of steals. They played really well defensively. They came up a point short. And yes, the last play cost them dearly. That it should have been a foul, should have been 3 free throws, should have won. But what happened in the previous 47 minutes and 58 seconds, that's where they really have to dwell on things and say, wow. And I don't know, dwell is the wrong word. That's where they can really reflect on things and say, we can all be better. Look at themselves in the mirror, point the finger at themselves. Each one of those players. Not one player can go out there and I did everything I could do. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. So they can all improve on what's going on in this series. I think you can make a strong argument that the Pistons have outplayed the Knicks in this series. The last 2 games they lost by 3 points, and they probably should have won both games. But they didn't.
Well, they certainly should have.
Certainly
I didn't even say should. I feel like they did win the last game, but whatever. They should have won the last game for sure. But at the end of the day, we do not have a recent history of staving off elimination. We went back and took a look. The last time a Detroit team of any kind staved off elimination was the Tigers down 2-1. And look, it's an elimination stave means you force another game. A game 7 doesn't count as staving off elimination. If you are tied, it's not really a stave. But the Tigers were down 2-1 on October 18th, 2013. They beat the A's to stave off elimination. They won the series. Earlier that same year, the Red Wings staved off elimination down 3-2 and beat Anaheim on May 10th. The last time a Piston team staved off elimination, they were down 3-2 against Cleveland in 2006, and they won 84-82. So this is, it's a hard thing to do, and now we'll see if the Pistons can do it. I also hope, if I'm building hope for tonight, I thought the second half of that game, the most part, they were better offensively. They had some empty possessions at the end, which really sucked. But more than anything, they didn't get the stops at the end. They needed stops. And in that last couple minutes, they had no answer for Karl Anthony Towns. The answer for Karl Anthony Towns is probably in a suit on the sidelines, taking up, holding down a folding chair in beef stew. It's, they say he's game time decision. I'm not expecting him to play. I also wonder if Brunson's going to play, considering the devastating injury he suffered at the end of Game 4.
It's hard to play when you have one leg.
Yeah. And then they came back. Was that hologram Brunson that scored all those points at the end of the game?
Yeah.
The thing that sucks about it is he did come back, and when he came back, the Pistons were up 10. And it's hard not to see he just impacts the game that much. He's
a great player without question, and all kidding aside, they're going to lean heavily on him in tonight's game. If you were in the Knicks, you have to. They're a 2-man show. They don't use their bench at all. The bench just is there to give guys a little bit of a breather. They don't take shots. They don't contribute really in any way other than maybe some defense, but they don't contribute in the scoring or the rebounding or the passing. It's very little they contribute. I like the Pistons' chances tonight. I'm getting a little chesty about this one. And when you talk about the shots that the Knicks made down the stretch, they did. Now, the Pistons got some stops, too. The problem was the Pistons' stops were met with an immediate turnover or an empty possession by themselves. So that's the frustrating thing, is they had the opportunity to put the foot on the throat collectively of the Knicks, and they couldn't do it. Like, they get the stop. Let's go. Make the best. No, they turned it right over. And then your stop turns into 2 points the other way.
248-539-9797. All right, we ask you, Piston fans, answer this question. Do you think they're going to win this game tonight? And then call us or text us and tell us why you think that. If you don't think they're going to win, tell us why. If you do think they're going to win, Gator thinks they're going to win. He thinks they're going to cut down on their mistakes, turn it over less, and do better from the arc. I am concerned, and I don't think they're going to win because it just seems to me that this is a huge ask of a young team. But if they clear this hurdle, I think it's something to build on moving forward. Kang, you said earlier your heart tells you Pistons, but your head tells you Knicks, and you're leaning towards what your head's telling you.
Yeah, I think should have and could have is different than did. The Pistons have played very well, and they could have been up 3-1. This could be 2-2, but they're not. And I think in the end, that's what's going to happen again tonight in Game 5. I think it's a battle, a close game, but the Knicks just have too much talent, and they have two clutch players, not just one, but two clutch players that they can come up at any time with Brunson and Cat. Staving off the season would be huge for the building of this team, though, in this franchise.
I agree.
Usually only experienced teams can do that. So this team is going through it right now. I think inexperience is going to cost them tonight, but if they pull it off and ultimately don't lose the series, this is a big, win in the grand scheme of things, I think. Like, you look at the 05 Pistons. Remember when Robert Horry got left open by Rashid in Game 5?
Yeah.
The Pistons had to stave their season in Game 6, and they did because that team was battle-tested. That team was gut check time. They knew if it ain't rough, it ain't right. They ultimately lost Game 7, but to get it to a Game 7 was pretty impressive.
I don't know if you're using stave correctly. They had to stave off elimination. Do you stave a season? Does it matter? Probably doesn't matter. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next, 97.1. Text coming in on all kinds of stuff. Thank you for all your feedback. 248-539-9797. The Lions have never had an edge rusher as good as Hutch, yet it's a crisis that we don't have a second top-end rusher. Another played-out sports take. That's from an unnamed texter.
It's not about a top-end one. It's about having another one of substance, which they haven't had in years.
I think he would tell you they think they do have one and that he doesn't think those guys in the draft are. But, I mean, that's pretty clear based upon his comments today. There's a disconnect between what people want and what he thinks they have. And I think he's gotten to the point where he's explained it so much, he feels a need to explain it to all of us like we're four and to get us to understand. Every draft Brad has had people angry about who he selected, only for those players to be great picks and contribute to NFC title appearance, 15-2 record, a first-round playoff bye. It's becoming annoying to listening to everyone who thinks they know better than him. This isn't the same old Lions. It's not as bad as people would like it to be. Regarding Bill Belichick, when you're 77, this is from Scott, when you're 77 or whatever, and you want a 25-year-old girlfriend, you're going to have to make a few concessions. You let her drive the Lambo. You take her to Paris every spring. You let her be the offensive coordinator of the North Carolina Tar Heels, etc. I think the Pistons harness the Detroit versus everybody mentality and go get a hard-fought win at the Garden tonight. The Knicks shoot a lot of bricks. Kate is full of tricks. I call Pistons in 6, but from heaven, they will win Game 7. That's from Marlon and Walled Lake.
Oh, look at that.
Should I have rapped that? I should have rapped that.
You want to try it again?
No. The Pistons win tonight. They will win Game 6 in Detroit and potentially lose a Game 7. That's from an unnamed texter. 100 guys have a better chance of beating a gorilla in a fight and the Pistons winning tonight. I think did he mean then the Pistons winning tonight?
Really?
That whole thing, it hasn't really hit with me, but it is a huge deal. The 100 guys versus a gorilla. Who would win in a fight?
You'd have to get guys that are willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause.
Mm-hmm.
You're not all making it out alive.
Probably not.
But could 100 guys take out a gorilla? Yeah, but you'd have some serious losses. Let alone the
like, what's a gorilla going to kill? 30 of them?
Probably.
Okay. I'm just wondering if one man can take out a giraffe. Whole nother topic. Let's go to Luke in Lake Orion.
Really can beat a snake.
What's up, Luke?
What's up, Doug Gator? How are you?
We're great. Right. Thank you.
Hey, man, I have a feeling the Pistons are going to win tonight for 2 reasons. Number one, after the tough loss a couple nights ago, and they've been in a lot of these games, man, but I think you're going to see a little tighter defense. You're going to see some guys with some attitudes. We can only hope we see a little better shooting from the field out of everybody. But I think you're going to see them just lay it all on the line, and it's going to be too much for New York, and it should slow them down on offense. And number 2, it is my 38th birthday today, and I threw $100 on the Pistons money line plus 185. So let's go, baby.
Wow, that's a hefty amount. Luke, good luck with that bet. You know, it's funny because that game, what happened on Sunday, I suppose could have a wild extreme effect on a basketball team. You're expecting a team with a newfound resolve to hit the court tonight and totally like, F this, F the world, Detroit versus everybody, we got this. I'm expecting them to be gutted, and I hope you're right.
No, I'm expecting chip on the shoulder. I'm expecting to see some dogs on the court because you see glimpses of it, like towards the end of the fourth quarters, end of the thirds, where they come out and they're just all over New York as far as their defensive play, and I'm expecting to see some more of that. And I'm expecting to see a win, whether it's by 1 or 10. It doesn't matter. We're coming back to Detroit for Game 6.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Luke. Hope you're right. No beef stew, no big win. Knicks win. Marty and Wixom. New York will be in foul trouble early. The refs are going to be making up for that blown call. Pistons win 108-97.
That's a nice, comfortable 11-point win. I like that.
Yep. I mean, look, it's any win I like. Coming back to Detroit could be a big deal. How do they slow down Karl Anthony Towns if they don't have Beef Stew? Because it feels like he's been so good in this series. And I mean, I thought getting him in foul trouble was going to work, but he stayed in the game and didn't pick up fouls. I think it's part of the reason why actually the Pistons, between the Brunson injury and him letting people, Olay to the basket, I think that's part of the reason why the Pistons opened up that lead. Because like late in the game, Cade had the ball and he drove into the lane and he kind of got caught in the air, and Karl Anthony Towns was the reason why. At that point, he wasn't worried about picking up a foul because it was late. But that's the impact that he can have in terms of clogging up the lane.
Well, they've got fouls to give. And the Pistons have players that haven't even seen the floor, that were in the rotation throughout the season. And I get you're going to tighten up your rotation when you get into the playoffs, but maybe it's okay to give a couple guys a few minutes here and there. Maybe it's okay to see Fontecchio play or to see Sasser play and handle the ball a little bit.
I don't know if they impact how they handle Karl Anthony Towns, but
well, maybe. I mean, Fontecchio, he's got, like I said, he's got 6 fouls to give.
Go give them all.
Why not? I mean, you want to be physical with somebody. He's got size. He's got height anyway. I mean, he's a mismatch, but he does play decent defense. And like I said, fouls to give, use them.
How about just foul Mitchell Robinson anytime he has the basketball? Make him shoot free throws. How about that as a game plan?
Hack him, Mitch?
Yeah. You like that one?
No.
I
don't know. Maybe.
Just a reminder, Steve Eiserman coming up today at 2:00. He will speak with the media. Brad said he attempted to trade up 30 times with no success. Maybe he only wanted a few defensive ends that he couldn't get his hands on. We still have a chance to get Zadarius Smith or Von Miller. So I would let it play out until training camp.
One thing we know for sure about Brad Holmes is that he likes players from Georgia. So is it possible that he was trying to trade up to get Mykel Williams or Jalen Walker? Is that possible?
Yeah, it is.
And if he couldn't do that, then he just didn't regard Shamar Stewart or James Pierce or Donovan Izaraku all that highly. He clearly did Tyleek Williams.
248-539-9797. Piston fans, ask yourself the question. Do you think they win or lose tonight? And then tell us why. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So if you have any issues at all with your garage door, there's only one place to call. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I've had them at the house a couple of times. One was for repairs, and they came out right away and fixed the issues that I had. But they did tell me, hey, this is an old garage door. You're going to need to get a new garage door years down the road. And when the years down the road happened, I called them again and said, yep, time for that new garage door. They walked me through the entire process. We picked out the perfect option for my garage door, and I couldn't have been happier. In fact, if you need new garage doors, they can perhaps get it installed in 24 hours. They've got a warehouse full of them, just chock full of garage doors, and they're willing to come out and meet with you rather quickly. In fact, you can schedule appointments online at a time that's going to work for you. Here's what's great about Precision is that they have the same-day service. They've got emergency repairs are available as well, and weekends are available at no extra charge. And all calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. So, again, you need repairs or you just need new garage doors, give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Don't let anyone tell you, sorry, my bad. Don't let anyone tell you that the man I sit across from is anything less than a first ballot broadcast Hall of Famer. If you missed that segment from earlier today, you should feel blessed to have the Odyssey app to get to go listen to what Scott Anderson accomplished, along with the help of Kang Wynn, the producer.
Lots of help.
This was a peak moment, not in just this show's history, not in just this station's history, but not really since Marconi invented the radio has anyone done anything as significant as what Scott Anderson did earlier this hour.
You're misrepresenting that.
Along with Kang. Sorry. Kang's just now begging for the credit.
We're a team.
Yep.
This was, and I'm glad you brought this up. This was truly one of those broadcasting moments that will go down as, you know what, I remember I was driving to Commerce when I heard.
Where were you?
On the radio.
There's a where were you, though?
It's a where were you moment on April 29th. I remember where I was. People will be talking about it. Kang and Gator deliberating over those top 10 jerseys from the draft class. And when they got all 10, with
I was
lots
like,
of agreement,
holy blanking blank, they did it.
And then little deliberation. But in the end,
they even mailed in the last 4 picks.
Kang and I got it done.
Yep.
We got it done. Yep. That was teamwork makes the dream work.
You will never have to look for a job ever again.
Well,
in fact, jobs will come to you.
Here's the thing. You threw out a challenge, Doug. You threw out the challenge. And Kang and I, together, we answered the bell. And we knocked it out of the park. That's a grand slam. That's a first-round knockout. Whatever you want to say. That was every superlative adjective you can come up with is appropriate in this case. So thank you for finally recognizing what Kang and I were able to do.
I'm blessed to be in your mere presence.
We know. And thank you.
All right, so anyway.
Legendary, Doug.
Yeah, legendary.
Well said,
interesting story in The Athletic today that might provide some insight on a player Detroit was after. It's a behind the wall, inside the room with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
They were active.
Shortly after the third round began, this is courtesy of The Athletic, a potential option surfaced. The Detroit Lions called, floating a possible trade that would send their third round pick and a pair of 2026 third rounders to the Jags for the 70th selection, a fifth round pick and a sixth rounder. Lions still weren't sure they wanted to do the deal, but they were laying the groundwork. So the Jags were looking at 2 players. One of them was Ashton Gillotte, the edge rusher from Louisville. So they also got an offer from the Rams. So they got the 70th pick. The Lions are looking to move up, and the Rams are looking to move up. Jacksonville had 3 scenarios: try and close the trade with the Lions, accept the trade with the Rams, or stand pat and take the player they wanted. Before the discussion could begin in earnest, a collective groan filled the room. The Kansas City Chiefs, with a pick acquired from the Titans, snagged Gillotte with the second pick of the round. The Jags selection was 4 picks away. And then they said, well, now the trade with Detroit sounds good, and they were going to take it right then because they wanted Gillotte. They called the Lions and said, okay, we want to do this deal. Detroit wasn't ready to make the deal. The suspicion in the Jags room was that the Lions had been targeting Ashton Gillotte. So they think the Lions balked at it because they wanted the edge rusher from Louisville. Now, after some back and forth, Detroit decided to pull the trigger anyway. And that's when they got Tesla. So that's the backstory, is that maybe Detroit was monitoring or was going after Ashton Gillotte with that pick in the third round. So you always wonder who they were targeting. That's the conclusion they drew in Jacksonville. Here he is.
Hello.
Mike Valeni. How are you, sir?
I'm so excited.
For
Iserman.
So here's the question.
I can't wait. Because after what Holmes did this morning, I can't wait for this.
Do you think he'll do the book club analogy?
I don't know, man. I just know I got to learn how to read. I'm excited. No, I'm interested because, again, these guys rarely talk, and it's fun to try to read into stuff and see what's what.
Yeah. Probably the only thing, like, I'm trying to think of what's interesting going to be asked because he doesn't say much.
I know.
But I think one thing he can't really avoid is the Dylan Larkin comments about we wish, and because I think Steve is exceptionally good at talking without saying anything.
As most of these GMs are.
However,
it's an art form.
However,
go to school for that.
I think he kind of has to.
Yeah.
Answer that question.
I mean, there's going to be some direct questioning of like, look, do you feel pressure and do you feel you should be under pressure? Like, those are just real questions. I don't think that that's mean.
No.
It's 6 years in with no playoffs. I don't know. What am I supposed to ask him?
Just to follow up, how do you feel about Dylan Larkin's comments?
Should you have drafted an edge?
Right.
Can you read?
How soon before we see the young players? How many young players
The
are we going to
players
see on
that
this
you,
team
and
next
that's
year?
the thing that interests me most. The players that you do not want to part with. I hope some of them are going to be here next year.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, if next year doesn't feature, obviously Pelika is going to be here. Kosa's got to play. I mean, you have to. I mean, Vasilevsky was up in 18 months when he got drafted. I'm not saying all goalies are created equal. Clearly not.
Yeah.
But if I got to keep hearing about how we can't block Kosa, we can't get rid of Kosa, but we won't play Kosa, what are we doing? That's where I'm at.
It's a big playoff, I think, right now for Sebastian Kosa to show that he deserves to get that opportunity because he had a little towards the end of the season. Grand Rapids wasn't all that great.
A little shaky.
So he's got to get back on board there. But yeah, there's lots of questions. I hope that he says something to the effect of we are going to be very aggressive in the offseason when it comes to free agency. And that would include restricted free agency.
Give the rats a little cheese.
Let's
That's
go.
all. Give us a little
Come on.
cheese.
Break the mold, Stevie.
Go up there and
Right.
just say, hey, Mitch Marner, FTW.
But are you ready for him to say, we have a plan and we're working towards that? And
I hope he goes
when
up
it
and
happens,
says,
it happens.
you don't have the information I have, plebes.
Well, if he, I don't expect him to give away the game plan. I do just squeeze a little more out of what you like. Give us a little bit of hope, Stevie.
Just a taste.
Just a little
How
bit
much
of
for
hope.
a rib?
You know what? I think you're setting your expectations high for a rib.
We're going to carry it live at 2. We'll get into the Brad Holmes. I thought Cookies did a hell of a job because he tread the line of, I don't know, not being like Bally, but also not being a you know what.
Yeah,
I thought it was
he
a good middle ground
He got more out of him, and I thought it was good. Yep. All right. We will be back at it tomorrow, hopefully with a Piston season still to talk about. Have a great show, boys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Steve Eiserman next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Season's on the line for the Pistons tonight. Game 5 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden, with Detroit down 3-1 in the series, needing a win to keep their playoff hopes alive this year. Head coach JB Bickerstaff says the Pistons are not deflated and they're ready to lay it all on the line tonight. In NBA playoff history, teams with a 3-1 lead go on to win the series 95% of the time, but the Pistons have won 3 of 4 at the Garden, including Game 2. Isaiah Stewart questionable again, could miss a 4th straight game. That tip-off at 7:30 over on WWJ. The Tigers, tops in the American League at 18-11, aim to tie their series up with the Astros at a game apiece in Houston tonight. Reese Olson gets the ball for Detroit. That first pitch, 8:10, right here on 97.1. And Lions GM Brad Holmes talking with Constantine Jansen this morning right here on 97.1. Says he tried to trade up 30 times on day 2 of the draft before eventually making those 2 trades that landed Georgia guard Tate Ratledge and Arkansas wide receiver Isaac Tesla. Holmes also calling him his favorite receiver in the draft. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Tuesday, a couple minutes early, because we got a lot of stuff to do. We will go live to Steve Yzerman. I'm actually in the world headquarters right now. We will carry the Yzer address. And then whatever he has to say, we'll unpack it. We'll talk about it. If the Hockey Elite needs the Matterhorn or the bat signal, it is available. And then we will get to Brad Holmes, because I was on the phone with Cookies probably an hour ago. I told him, I thought you did a great job. And I thought Jim did a better job than I would do. I would have lost my temper, because I thought that was one of the most arrogant, patronizing, that was unreal. And I thought Cookies and John were gentlemen about it. You just let Brad do his thing. But wow, oh, wow. Yeah. That was something. But see, I don't get upset anymore by it. I laugh at it. But Big Dog over here, he's got a big problem. So we're going to get into that at 3. And I got to know where to sign up for the book club. So, look, we got a jam-packed show. And that's before we even get to the Pistons, the Tigers, Bill Belichick in this hostage situation. I mean, his relationship. So much to do. So much stuff. What are we getting out of Yzerman? Let's go around the room real quick. But we start with our Hockey Elite, Kenny T. Cott.
We're not going to get anything. We're going to get almost nothing. Very little in this press conference. You wouldn't believe how little we're going to get here.
But you know what? He's going to dress very nicely. Very nicely. He does.
Oh, my goodness. What are we getting from Yzerman? I'm being serious.
We're not going to get much. I mean, Steve Yzerman is really, really good at saying nothing for long periods of time when he speaks. It's almost like he's filibustering a question when he answers it. I don't think we get anything from
One question. If you were allowed to ask a question, what would it be?
I would be, how accelerated is this process during the offseason going to be in terms of the rebuild, in terms of trying to make the playoffs? What's the urgency level of that?
I can answer that. We have a plan, and we don't know when the plan will take root, but we have a plan in place.
I think the thing that bugs me, and look, I think I'll carry the same opinion through with Yzerman, with Brad Holmes, with any executive in sports. I don't feel that I always laugh because, again, it's like this job. You're not a cardiologist, all right? You're not a detective solving sex trafficking crimes. You're not renegotiating geopolitics, all right? None of this is really that important. I mean, the reality is team executives play fantasy football with other people's money. They're flesh peddlers, okay? And we're the idiots who talk about it. None of any of this is serious. Our job's to entertain you, hopefully 11 minutes a week. Their job's to provide a product good enough to get money out of your pocket. This isn't that serious. So I always laugh when these executives cease to be human beings about stuff. It's goofy.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like it's the secret to the 11 herbs and spices. You can't know what I know because I know.
What's the 11, what company is that?
KFC.
That's KFC? Yeah. And then what, Dr. Pepper's the 26 flavors?
Yes.
I got it. Okay. I wasn't being smarmy.
23 flavors.
Is it 23?
Yeah.
Tastes like 26. A lot of flavors. All right, no, we're done. We're good. If you're just joining, I want you to understand the reason Kenny's POTUS imitation has made the air is this is the only way he's talking off air. It bled into Kenny and Evan on a podcast.
It blends into real life, and it's very difficult to stop.
It's fantastic. I love it. I think it's fun. All right, so look, we'll go down there live. Hockey Elite's going to follow. We'll get into the Brad Holmes stuff. We have audio. Great interview if you want to hear it in its entirety, because Brad was politely verbose. Odyssey.com rewind. Give the morning show some love. You can listen to the whole damn thing. We're going to give you the best, including Brad Holmes does not understand why he's asked about pass rushers. Just say you understand it.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I understand.
Do us all a favor.
We didn't work out that way, but I like the people we got.
You can do it a million ways. As Rico put this, full credit to Rico, who's not in a Caribbean green shirt today. It is just black.
I figured I'd keep it simple for you.
I don't know. Does Crayola have a fancy name for the black crayon? We'll find it. The point is,
African American.
No. No, just none of this. No. What are we doing? But we can get into it because you put it best. That's supposed to be a very easy interview with the morning show.
Mm-hmm.
Two polite guys.
Yeah.
And Brad cracked a beer bottle and started waving it around the room, and you're like, okay, you're a little triggered over this?
He turned a softball into a grenade. Don't know how he did that.
A lot of violence. All right, so look, Iserman, we're going to carry it. How long we stay with this really depends on the content of the press conference. For me personally, I'm just hopeful. I'm not trying to set unfair expectation, nor am I asking anyone to do anything rude, but asking Steve about, do you believe you should be fighting for your job this year? That's a legitimate question. Do you believe you have to make the playoffs or else? You know, what are you going to do between now and opening night to advance this? You know, ask about, again, Dylan Larkin threw shade at you.
Yeah, pretty much saying the locker room was, disappointed when they didn't go all in at the trade deadline.
I wonder if the Larkin thing is going to be addressed. I wonder if anybody's going to ask about that.
How are you in that room if you don't?
If you're in that room and you have a media credential of any sort, you have to ask, hey, you're a captain. The captain that you picked for this hockey team, the captain of the last several years, basically threw shade at you.
Or
what's your response to that?
Am I wrong in thinking that's like the first thing he gets asked?
It should be one of the first couple.
Like that's not gotcha media or anything. It's like, look, you haven't addressed this. Your captain spoke. Have you spoken to Dylan? What was your reaction to it?
You use the term media loosely because a lot of people aren't media. They just go down there to say, hey, everything's going to be good next year, right? Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm going to give the people in the room enough credit to say they're going to ask. If they don't ask, then Rico wins. I got nothing for you.
I honestly thought I wouldn't be surprised if they came out and gave this announcement of new something or nothing something next year.
All right, now listen. You're several lunches deep. You're approaching like Owen the Mob money here.
Oh, no.
Do you want...
Oh, no, I'm not that deep. You want to know why? NCAA tournament, buddy.
What? Oh, I owe you 2. You're down 3, so you're down 1.
No, I'm down. I lost 1.
Do you want to go double
yours
or nothing? It will be asked in the Iser thing, or do we want to keep this lunch free?
We can keep this lunch
free. A lot of lunches.
Yeah.
So many.
You owe me.
I love lunch. All right.
A lot of pizza, a lot of sandwiches.
Stop.
A lot maybe even some burgers.
Okay, please.
Chicken wings?
So we're going to carry it live and get to it. Now, David, a quick question on the listeners' behalf. How are we handling this if this starts late? We're just going to package breaks?
Yes, we will.
All right.
And I'm listening for it now. We'll see. We'll see.
Are you hearing the murmur at the world headquarters?
I am hearing the murmur. I'm hearing a lot of laughing right now.
Okay, stop.
He's in town today, ain't he?
Is he?
I think he is.
I'm always here, Rico. I'm always in town.
That's definitely not true. Do we have any early ticket texts leading up to the Iser plan deal? And again, the Brad Holmes thing is going to be hot later. I promise you, I'm not angry. I actually just laugh at it. It was really wild to hear that level of, man, he really think his duty don't stink. That's something. Yikes.
Kenny's great Trump impression. You're only about 8 years too late, Chris and Opie.
No, I know. It's just, guys, you have to understand. I know he's not reinventing the wheel. Right. We are not taking any credit for doing something cutting edge. It was just, where did that come from?
I just like that Steve Eiserman's about to speak, and that's what people are texting about. We have, what questions would you like to hear Steve ask? What would you like to hear him respond to? And that's.
But Kenny, you know this. I've tried to teach you this over the years. Radio is a reactionary game. WPRE, preview radio, that doesn't do it. It's reactionary. This is the town hall where we react to the things that happen, and that's how the game works. I don't expect hockey fans to be piling the phone lines and the ticket text right now in advance of Steve speaking. I just don't. I think people are waiting, and when it's over, I'd like to think we could put the bat signal up for the hockey elite and have a real conversation.
They always show up.
They do a good job with their sport.
I don't
cute
think
little sport.
I just don't think he'll say anything.
Eiserman Live. Let's go to it.
I would start by saying I started this process 6 years ago with an emphasis on drafting and developing, and for the most part, we have tried to stick with that, and we will continue to stick with that. We will try to draft well, led by Dan Cleary in North America and Nick Cronwall in Europe. I feel they've done an excellent job in developing our young prospects. Certainly not every first-round pick and later-round pick happens to play in their first year, so it's important to have patience with them, allow them to develop, and when they're ready to come to play in the NHL. I think we've saw, early 4 years ago with Moritz and Lucas joining our team, and then in particular this year with Marco, Simon, Albert, Jonathan Bergeron, and Elmer Soderblom to some extent playing significant roles on our team. Gives us all a reason for optimism and hope that we're on the right track to building a winning team here. At the start of the year, I was asked and may have stated it, but we felt we could compete for a playoff spot this year. And once again, at the trade deadline, or when we made the coaching change, I was asked that same question, and we felt, even though where we were in the standings, that we could compete for a playoff spot. And ultimately, we did compete for a playoff spot. We did not obviously make the playoffs, which is a disappointment for us all. Having said that, at the trade deadline, we did make a trade, and it's been talked about a lot. I sit here today and I feel very comfortable. I can't say I'm happy or I liked it, but I'm very comfortable with the fact that we weren't able to make a trade that involved our top prospects, our first-round picks, any of those highly valuable assets. We're prepared to do that, and as shown, we did trade a first-round draft pick recently for Alex DeBrincat. I feel very good about that move. We've got an excellent player on our team. We're prepared to use our draft picks. We're prepared to use our prospects. We're prepared to use any player, for that matter, in a trade that makes us better and helps us in our timeline to get better and ultimately be a team that not only can make the playoffs but compete for a Stanley Cup. So I would point out two teams in Montreal and St. Louis who at the trade deadline were sitting outside of a playoff spot. Neither team did anything. They both ended up making the playoffs and are playing very well at this time, led by their best players. At the deadline, we had hoped, as I said, to try and improve our team. There were no good options, and I can't break the confidence of the other general managers around the league and things that we talked about, but there was no deals to bring in anyone of any significance that we really felt would make a difference, not just to make the playoffs this year, but to make us a better team in the long run and to get us ultimately to where we're going to go. So I guess I know it's my responsibility. I'm the general manager of the team. I'm the person who hires the coaches. I'm the person who puts the scouting staffs in place. Ultimately, I agree to the contracts with the agents for these players and whatnot. I'm counting on my staff, on Todd and his staff. I'm counting on our pro and amateur scouting staffs. I'm counting on all of our players, particularly our best players, everyone to do their job and everyone to hold themselves accountable, and hold themselves to a high standard. Ultimately, I have to do that with myself, which I believe I do, and we eventually will get to where we want to go. And hopefully, obviously, that's sooner than later. So, I want to say to our fan base, I appreciate and have always appreciated the support, whether I was a player here or the general manager of the team, the passion, the knowledge, the history of our fan base. I'm very appreciative of their support and very understanding of the demand and the want for success here, because this fan base expects it. And we're very fortunate as an organization to have a passionate, demanding fan base. So I'll leave it at that and open it up to questions from any and all of you.
Steve, it sounded a lot like you were addressing comments made by Dylan regarding the trade deadline, and he said guys were down. Is that partly what prompted your explanation just now? Or?
Not really, no. I mean, it's been talked about since the trade deadline. Obviously, I've addressed Dylan's comments directly with Dylan, and I will not elaborate on that in this room. If Dylan wants to share what I had to say with him, he's more than welcome to.
And just depending on what free agency looks like this summer, is this franchise prepared to, go north of 10, 11 million for a player that you think could dramatically alter the team?
Absolutely. We'll, and we've kind of felt that from, all along. We're going to look at any good player, any player that can help us in any role. If there's a player worthy of spending whatever amount on that has an interest in playing in Detroit and fits a need for us, absolutely we would try to do that. As I say, we're in a different stage than we were maybe 5 years ago, and that we have a good young nucleus of players, and if we can add to that with a prominent free agent, we'd certainly entertain that.
Steve, I just wanted to ask, the last couple marches, I'm right over here, right here, hey. The last couple marches, the way it's gone in those months, obviously taken a turn at that time of year. Is there anything that jumps out to you as to what has led to that, and how do you kind of want to address it?
Well, I think we need more depth on our team. We relied, looking at this year in particular, we relied heavily on our power play. We did not score, we didn't get enough offense from say our bottom six group, but we also didn't get enough 5-on-5 scoring from our top six. So how do we address that? Try to get better players. Try to make our players better, and demand that our players that are here, that are under contract, that we have high expectations for, they be better. And what does that mean? How do they do that? They work hard in the off season. They get in better shape. They work at whatever they need to work on. And we've had some players really work at different parts of their game and really show improvement over the last 2 or 3 years. So it's simply having good players, and that's the challenge for us all, is to put together the best team that we can. But I think having more depth in scoring, this team in particular, I think I'd like us to be bigger. Although I shouldn't say bigger, harder, because we are pretty big actually, and I think we can demand that out of our own players, but also bring in some maybe a different mix. And saying all these things, it's difficult to do because every team is looking for players.
Maybe I can piggyback on that too. I can't speak for what has happened in the past, but obviously I lived through a March here, and from the time that I got here, this team was very streaky. And when it goes good for this group, coaches included, I'm not excluding us, when it goes good for us, it's going good, and we can get ahead of things. I talked about that during the year, and we feel real good, but it doesn't take much for us to start taking on water, and when that happens, it takes a long time for us to get out of it. And for me, that's mental fortitude, some resiliency that's built into the group. That's driven by us as a coaching staff to put them through it in practice and put them in stressful situations. You could see that we could sustain the good for a number of games and a number of days, find different ways to win when it was going well. When it didn't go well, we scrambled and struggled to get ourselves breathing again. And it happened over days. It happened within games, within periods, within segments of games. And I could list a number of times, a number of games where that happened and we couldn't recover. So the mental fortitude, the resiliency has to come from us. We have to drive it. And for me, you'll probably hear me talk about game management until you're sick of it today. And that has to get better. We can't just put our skates on and play the game. We have to manage our way through the game, and playoff teams are doing that right now.
And then I know you talked at the end of the year about being happy with how the staff that you brought in and the staff that was still here came together, but do you expect that whole staff back next year, or are there any changes coming?
No, there will be changes that are coming to the staff. Steve, do you want to deal with that, or you want me to?
You're rolling.
Okay, I'm on it. We'll have an announcement going out, but these two are aware that they won't be returning, and Alex Westland is the goaltender coach. LJ Scarpace is one of the video coaches. It might not seem significant in those roles, but those are significant roles. Those are important people in our organization, and those were really good people. I talked about our staff and how they fit in. It's sometimes not a reflection on the job they do, but just something that we needed to do in the coach's room to stir things up. We need better goaltending. And that's not just on Alex Westland, that's on the goaltenders, the head coach, and everybody else that's involved in it. And as far as the video goes, we'll likely look at promoting from within. That hasn't been confirmed yet. But we also want some growth within the organization when people are capable of accepting more. And as we move forward throughout the summer, we'll fill those two spots.
Steve, obviously the drafting you've done, especially the higher picks, have been really successful, except for DeBrincat and maybe Kane. Player acquisition from the pro level has not been really good, most people believe. And why is that, and will there be any changes in the pro personnel department?
Well, I think just to address the pro free agency, I think if you look back, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, and I would look back over the years, the off seasons that we've had. A lot of our shorter term signings have been very good. Some, most of them, played 1-2 years and served a purpose, and for various reasons moved on. Looking back, some of them I wouldn't mind having here now. Generally, this is a lot of what happens in free agency when you go with these term contracts. You're getting these players on July 1. You're paying a premium for them, and in the NHL with the salary cap, a player is you can say you like the player, he's played well or hasn't played well, but you have to take it in relation to their cap number. And within our current team, I have higher expectations. I think we can get more out of some of the players that we've signed in free agency. I expect more from them. They were, and I'm still hopeful that we will get more from them. But if you look back over the course of our free agency, the signings, there's been some that have helped us, and it's been most of the shorter term ones. And will we do anything different? With our pro scouting staff, we've got some new faces on it that have come in throughout the last 2 or 3 years, and I think very highly of these young men, and they are kind of a team, and they're starting to understand, learn the league more, understand what we're trying to do, understand the value of the dollar amount. So I think as a pro scouting staff, we're becoming a better team. We just simply have to walk away from some of these contracts. Like on July 1, you get into this whole bidding war, and it's tough, and you look at your lineup and you need this, and if this guy's gone. So I think the approach moving forward is, we talk in 1 minute here about, hey, we're going to go after the big fish, and now we're saying we're going to be more diligent and intend to be. But again, with the free agents that we've signed, the ones that are currently on our team, I expect more out of them, and counting on them to deliver more for us. And it's not just goals and assists; it's all around game.
Steve, what did you like when you brought Todd and Trent over? What did you like? What did you like when you saw them, the team, the rest of the season? What were the prime developments that you saw from the roster?
Well, obviously we had some really good stretches. It's a new voice, two new voices on the staff, and there's not always, but generally you expect the player to get their attention, and they want to put on make a good first impression for the coaching staff. Throughout Todd's coaching career in the NHL, he's worked with some very good teams, very good players, and he's been demanding and he's pushed them. And I think for the most part, our players responded well to that. As we went down the stretch, the challenge for our players is can they sustain it? Can you continue to play hard night in, night out? Play when you're tired on the second of back-to-backs. Play when you're not feeling your best for whatever reason. That's the challenge. That's the challenge Todd faces with our group. That's a challenge our players face. Is can they just continue up with that daily grind and win throughout the course of a season? So I expect going into the off season, Todd has a better idea of the players, what their strengths, what their weaknesses are. Our team, he and I will obviously spend a lot of time. We already have talked a lot about our team and what we can do to improve it. What's coming in potentially through the American Hockey League, what we can potentially do in free agency, who would be a better fit here and there. We'll do a lot of that, and then really work with the players starting from the first day of training camp to get more comfortable in the way we play, whether it be 5-on-5, defensively, offensively, or penalty killing, all that, and figure out not only for the coaching staff how to get the most out of this group, but for our players to play the way the coaches want them to.
Okay, that was a grave error. I don't know. I feel so bad we carried that. What a complete and utter waste of time. So here's my takeaways from this Yzerman press engagement thus far. My takeaway is until it is proven otherwise, like until you show me the sealed JFK files of his contract, he has a lifetime deal. He essentially, in not so many words, I'm just going to keep on trucking, keep on doing. Yeah, just I'm going to keep doing what I do. And we're going to keep drafting and, stuff.
Things.
Don't care what you want, but we appreciate the fan support. Basically, keep spending your money. We appreciate that. And we're just going to keep doing what we do over here. And here's a few Joe Bucks for you. I got nothing. I'll leave it to the Hockey Elite.
Yeah, because Tony asked a really good question about, the pro personnel and, free agency. And he just kind of went around and gave a 5-minute answer. And I really don't know what he said. But, hey.
The one thing he said that was interesting was
Montreal and St. Louis?
No, that was ridiculous. I thought the Dylan Larkin thing was interesting. I thought the pause about I need my best players to, be my best player. Pause. I mean, look, clearly. The comment he made about, Dylan Larkin. I mean, Kenny, do you want to step in on this? Do you I'm trying to pull anything interesting.
So the three things that I took away from this, the interesting bit was that he did talk to Larkin, and I guess it sounds like they had a private conversation, which...
Yeah, and if he wants to share, he can.
Right, which will probably cause another private conversation if that happens. The other thing that he said, which I was actually encouraged by before he immediately went the opposite way, was he was asked, okay, if there's a big free agent, would you be willing to spend more than Dylan Larkin? Would you be able to spend $10+ million on a free agent? And that's a big signing for Steve. That's a big signing for anybody, really. And I know, poverty league aside, jokes. That was a big comment that he said, yeah, I absolutely would be willing to.
But don't you think it's the only way you can answer it?
Yes, but then he immediately went back and started talking bad about free agents.
That's right.
Term, yada, yada, the same stuff he said for the last several years.
That's my point to you. No GM, no team president is going to get up there and go, no, we're not going to sign that type of player. That causes a furor. You can say, well, of course we would, even though you never intend on it.
And then he went back on it immediately after later on in the presser. And the third thing, Enrico brought it up, was the Montreal St. Louis lame. Nobody's making this argument. He did this straw man thing that he always does where he sets up an argument that nobody's arguing in the first place. And it just, I don't know. It aggravates me.
Montreal didn't make a trade. Yeah, Steve, they were also in the Stanley Cup final 3 years ago.
Correct.
So, can we just not do this? Can we just say, you haven't done anything at the deadline? Oh, we did make a trade, actually. Right. To pick up a 40-year-old painter and a dead goalie. Hockey Elite, this is yours. You react to it. Just tell me where you're at. I feel like it is just very simple. This man has a lifetime deal. He's not under any pressure, and he's going to keep doing what he's doing. And if you don't like it, too bad. Eventually, you'll like it. That's what I take out of it.
No, he didn't sound like a man that had any type of urgency, like his job was on the line, and I got to get this right over the summer or else. No, I didn't get any of that.
I also didn't feel very inspired. Now, maybe he says something and turns into Maximus Aurelius here in the next 7 minutes, and we'll clip the audio and play it to you. But we couldn't possibly stay with that any longer, both for fear of having our entire audience walk away, but also for someone falling asleep at the wheel and crashing their car. 248
Way to look out for the people, Mike.
248-539-9797. People, Hockey Elite assemble. Your response to the almost 20 minutes of Yzerman we gave you. We'll get some ticket texts. Football today, get into the Brad Holmes interview that I thought the morning show did a great job with this morning on a very busy Tuesday. 97.1. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore, they stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have them all the time and at the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Now's the time to plan it and build it and get it at the best price anywhere. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, I've got one other piece of audio while we were at break, and I want to pass it to you. Steve Eisman was asked about the hot seat. I haven't heard it. Kenny wouldn't share it, but Kenny, great job getting it in the system that quickly. Appreciate it. Let's just play it and see what the hell happened here. David, go ahead. Kenny, Brico, anybody want to offer before I go to the Hockey Elite? Again, lifetime contract. You just don't act this way if you don't have a lifetime deal.
Didn't he do this last time, too? He spoke. He was snarky. I think Max Boltman had a question for him that he asked.
And you've told me he's a very respected hockey 100%.
Writer. There's no smarm ever. There's no ill intent with writers like that. And to act that way and answer a question like that, it's just, I think it 100% validates what you've said, Mike, and that he could very well be operating under a lifetime contract that we'll never hear about.
Yeah, basically saying I don't really care what anybody says. It's just the Illich family that I have to, I got to be accountable to them. And it sounds like they're okay with the path that he's on.
Go to the people. See what everybody's got to say on it. We'll start with Harrison, 97.1. Harrison, how you doing?
I'm good. How about you, Mike?
I'm okay. There's no yelling. I'm just, I wanted something inspirational out of this, and I didn't get it.
I'm glad there was no yelling on your end because there was on mine.
Okay.
It started okay. He started to answer a question about making changes to the roster, and we need to get harder to play against. And there were a couple things there, and there was what Kenny said about we would maybe spend more than a Larkin deal in AAV. And so I was like, hey, there we go. We're opening up. And then he immediately backpedaled. And I almost put my head through the wall. But I do want to – there was one other positive thing that came out of this. It's that I think the Detroit media actually did a pretty good job of asking most of the questions I wanted to hear him answer. And while he didn't answer most of them, we can't really blame the media for –
No, they did their job and they asked the questions.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that is an issue sometimes in this town, the blue wall and all that stuff in certain other areas. But, I was very impressed that they just went for it with him. And, he's going to be who he's going to be. He has a lifetime contract. And I'm hopeful that the beginning of the press conference is more how he's feeling, that he needs to make improvements. But I'm not exactly feeling very inspired right now.
Yeah, I'm not. I think it's not to be cliche, but it's now reached Missouri phase. It's just show me. I can't do the hope, and I won't allow people to run cover for this guy, not between 2 and 6. We're just going to talk real. His ass is in the jackpot. If you're a real fan, you're not one of these lemmings, he's got to show you something now because nothing in 6 years has looked remotely special, Harrison. You got to show me. I need something this summer that gets me back on the bandwagon here, that there is any level of urgency. Otherwise, Harrison, guys like you are just throwing your money into a blast furnace. But Steve appreciates.
Yeah, I mean, I live on the other side of the country, and I listen to you guys every day. But we're getting ready to move back. In my mind, I want to buy tickets. I want to be in. I want to go see the stuff. But if he doesn't do anything significant this summer, I ain't paying anything to show up to that rink.
No, and look, they owe it to you, the customer, Harrison. They owe you. It's not the other way around. It's why I end up yelling at fans sometimes when they act like you owe the team X, Y, and Z. If you are a team, you are entitled to nothing. Everything you get in this world is what is earned. If people choose to be lemmings, that's on them. The team's job is to recruit you. It's no different than a radio station has to attempt to put decent programming on the air. Like you tuning in is not owed to us. We have to attempt to be compelling often enough that you want to tune in.
And stay.
Right, like a musician. No, you're not entitled to going platinum. That's not how it works.
Right. The definition of one-hit wonder.
Milli Vanilli. All right, we go to Matt. Now, I know one of them is dead. I know factually one of them is dead. So you're not going to accuse me of killing off Milli Vanilli.
No.
One of them's dead.
Yes.
Factual.
All right.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, bud?
No, Just frustrated.
Okay.
You know, I like how every time someone asked him a question, he basically was like, F you, and then went on to a different question. You know, he didn't answer anything. And you know what? I'm going to go buy some lipstick and some lingerie and take myself to dinner because he just screwed us all. He has to go. All right? I'm sick of Iserman. I don't care what he does in the offseason. He has to go. We need someone new.
I mean, it's okay. It's interesting to hear people speaking in those terms now because, Matt, you know, that was unthinkable as recently as the start of this year. We were villainized because we're like, no, you got to make the playoffs or this is busted. But, yeah, I do wonder what percentage of the fans, Matt, have reached the level you're at where you're like, you know what? I love the guy, but I'm done. I don't know the answer.
6 years, no point. You know, you did nothing for 6 years. Show's over. Time to go. Like a lot of people say, if his last name wasn't Iserman, he'd have been gone like 2 or 3 years ago.
100%.
So it's time for him to go.
No, there's no question about that. I can't. There's no scenario if he wasn't Steve Yzerman, he'd be here. None. I agree totally, Matt.
And Matt, he knows that too because he was like, "Yeah, I really don't care. I only care about what the Oilers have to think about me."
So he did just also answer. Rieger asked him a question. I don't have time to turn it around real quick, but he answered. He answered a question that he basically. Rieger asked him, with the Jake Wallman trade, do you have any insight as to how that went down? Can you speak to what happened there? And he simply responded no and no.
Again.
That's all he said.
But Kenny, and understand, I want the people to, I'm not being dismissive and I'm not being, flippant about it. I think I have a good idea what's up here and I choose to live in reality. You only get to behave that way when you have no chance of being fired. When you have no pressure, when you have no one even to report to. It's the only way you can act that way. And some of you will believe he's earned that. That's your prerogative. I don't think there's anything. It's like momentum doesn't exist between games. What you earned as a player has nothing to do with what you've earned as an executive. I don't know what to say. Brother, I feel terrible for people who spend their money.
He's got the eternal runway and the fact that he came out and said, well, these two teams didn't make any moves and they made the playoffs.
I mean, what was worse, what he did or what Brad did with the straw man routine? Like this morning, and we'll get into this in the 3 o'clock. Well, we have Aiden Hutchinson. Why do we need another Aiden Hutchinson? I'm like, really? This is from the same organization that factually, ask anyone in the know, they tried to trade up for an edge this weekend's draft. Yeah, we do.
No, I was too busy watching
actually,
the film for 2 years.
Actually, we do. Book club. All right. No, we'll get to it.
Spot run.
We'll get to it. Redney Road Doll lately. Some James and the Giant Peach. 248-539-9797. We're losing our damn minds. Go to Jim in Port Huron. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Love calling in. You guys are great.
Thanks,
growing up a Yzerman fan as the player, you always had this feeling like he would do anything to win. Like against Vancouver, he played on a bad leg, and he still won the cup. And he would do anything to win. And do you get that same feeling now?
No.
Do you get the feeling now that he'll do anything to win? I don't get it.
Are you okay when I say I've just reached show me phase? That until I am shown he is special, I'm done thinking he's special.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that because when he came in, I was just so hopeful that he'd bring that same, I want to win at all costs.
Yep.
I will not accept losing. It's like he's accepting mediocrity.
And Jim, I think
the same Steve.
No, it's not. I think you have to separate Steve who played on the ice and the Steve that wears the suit right now because they're two different people.
Absolutely.
Jimmy, I appreciate it,
Thank you,
brother.
guys.
Yeah, and look, people are filing into the studio here. Let's continue. 248-539-9797. David, would you mind bumping back with a little audio? Here's what I'd like to do if it's good with you. I want to get to the people. Do you want to wait on a football today?
Yeah.
I think we can absolutely wait. Let's keep the conversing going.
I didn't see the
No, you're all good.
My laptop's in the way.
You're all right. Well, it is. I mean, that is rather copious. Rico's got the 32-inch model PC in here. Are the files in the computer?
I need to be thorough.
248-539-9797. And
Well,
we will.
the morning crew has big screens. So, you know.
All right. We will get to the people. We will get to all the Brad Holmes conversation later on. 97.1. Let me tell you about Victor's Home Solutions. It'd be a short commercial if I just told you, hey, if you want great customer service, call. I mean, we can do a little better than that, can't we? You get a concierge team, meaning your roofing project, your window project, you're going to have someone overseeing it. You'll have communication throughout. All your questions will be answered. The work will be held to a perfect standard. You get it all. And that's why Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install in the first place. So whether it's the roof or whether you need new windows, let Victor's get out there. They have you covered. Right now, you get $500 off a new roof or home full of windows. Great financing options. Make paying for a new roof or windows easy, or easier, I should say. Call for your 21-point roof inspection or window estimate, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. Wow. It's one of the worst trades in a decade in the league. And do you care to share? No and no. I'll say it to you again. You only act that way if you don't have a boss. That's just what it sounds like, feels like, seems like. David, ticket text. And if you want the whole Yzerman press briefing, we gave you about 20 minutes at the start. Odyssey.com rewind for that. David, go ahead.
The presser was hot garbage, the same hot garbage we've been suffering with for a decade now. The worst part is it sounded exactly like I knew it would. Someone else says the Wings are in a worse drought than the dead Wings. This
Correct.
is unacceptable.
But there doesn't seem, at least in a forward-facing manner, there's no urgency. He said at the start of this, I'm just going to continue to draft. We're going to continue to stick to our I mean,
the plan.
I'm not telling you he should go out there guns a-blazing and be like, we're trading everybody. People's pets' heads are falling off. No, it's just maybe I'm looking for something that just was an impossible ask. I was looking for a little bit of human emotion, a little bit of acknowledgement. This is unacceptable.
Accountability.
Just something.
Yeah,
And
it wasn't. Because he couldn't leave the door open because that means you're going to ask a follow-up question. So I'm just going to say we're just waiting on the kids when they get here.
Hey, by the way, no and no.
Yeah,
David,
someone texted in, losing respect for Stevie. No and no? Are we 10 years old?
No.
Just answer the question.
It was the no and no while he was still
finishing the
asking
question.
Can you explain? No and no. No and no. No and no. Okay. So no and no.
Al from Macomb says, got to get rid of Draper. Ever since Yzerman lost Verbeek as his assistant, things have gone downhill. Stevie Y should be long gone. It's BS that he gets a pass, but Joe Dumars got run out of town, and he won something here.
how about the poor video guy? The hell did he do?
Well, we got to make changes.
I asked for this in 4K. You're the worst penalty kill in the history of hockey. Poor video guy takes the bullet.
Did you record the wrong team? All of a sudden he goes to play the tape and it's an old Seinfeld episode.
Let's go to the people.
My bad. Wrong one.
Oh, Kenny's Roasters. All right, let's go to Dwayne, 97.1. Dwayne, what's up, buddy?
Hey, not much, Mike. How you doing?
Good, pal.
So you know what I think the issue is? I don't know that it's Yzerman, to be quite honest with you. I think it's ownership. I just harken back to William Clay Ford and Russ Thomas that did exactly what his GM wanted him to do, spend no money and take the heat, and then he got to go around acting like, hey, whatever Steve needs, I'll get him. But, you know, in some room he's saying, thanks for helping me save all my money. Be a big difference if his father was here running an organization. They would be buying teams. They would win. Same thing with the Tigers. I mean, if you look at the Tigers' plan, using all their prospects, all their young players, they're not spending any money on payroll. That's exactly what the Wings are doing.
But hold on.
Carbon copy.
Dwayne, here's the problem. There's a salary cap in hockey, and it's not like the Wings have $30 million in space and are at the floor. I can't say that. Now, I'll meet you in the middle on this. If you're telling me, Mike, that's why they won't sign anyone with term, they don't want to lay out $100 million, Dwayne, I'll meet you there, because until they do it, I'm going to believe that they won't. So I'll give you, a 50-50 there, Dwayne, but you can't say they're cheap. It's that Steve spends on crap. It's what it is. The Tarasenko wasn't cheap, but he was crap.
That's fair.
Fair. Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's happening, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller. How are you guys doing today?
Good. What's going on?
Not much. The way I look at it, and I might be a fair weather fan, but if you go to a restaurant for like 10 years and it's an amazing product, and then all of a sudden it turns to garbage, and people will be like, oh, you should still go there. You should still do this. And like, why? Why waste your time? Like, why spend 3 hours of your life dealing with this nonsense? Like, I'm not going to go spend money on a 14 and 68 Pistons versus a Red Wings nonsense. It's just not what I'm going to do. And maybe I'm a fair weather fan, but I'd rather spend 3 hours of my life doing else than just this crap.
Now, if they're not going to show you a level of urgency, and if what they're offering you is not entertaining, I think you're making a decision as a grown adult, Brandon, that they haven't earned your money. I don't think that makes you fair weather. I think it makes you a free thinker. You do what you do. I always question people who keep laying out the money. It's like if you go to a restaurant, you get the poops every time you eat there. Why do you keep eating there?
100%.
I mean, I hate to.
100%.
I know, Brandon, I want to apologize. I know that wasn't the classiest example. I was just, I mean, come on.
Ask Kenny. I
You
don't
eat at a
know.
restaurant, you're on the bowl the rest of the night, and you keep eating there. I kind of think you're half an idiot.
Kenny? Oh, he's not.
He probably is in the bathroom. A lot of bathroom. All right,
Very good tacos.
let's go to Bobby in Detroit. Bobby, what's going on, pal?
Not much. How you doing, Mike?
What's up, pal? What's on your mind? What do you make of all this?
Let's start with the Michigan guy drop.
That was
Cue
this.
the chair drop. Cue the Amon-Ra. What is this drop? I mean, it's the same old song and dance. There's no way that he is going to go out and he is going to even pursue Marner. There's no way he's even going to entice that. And like he did double back on it and like he wasn't going to do. And it's just like, I mean, and Mike, here's another good one for you. We're rumored to sign another goalie coming over from Sweden. So we're just going to add more tennies in that and try to play the right one for another bridge for Kosa. And it's garbage.
I want to
Absolutely
ask you a
garbage.
question. I mean, Bobby, and if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But is it wrong of me to have become frustrated with the Kosa timeline? I mean, at what point do we just break glass in case of emergency? And this is one of the two goalies who split 82 games. Am I wrong for that?
No, you're not wrong, and I know you're slightly jaded over the Rick DiPietro thing and the Islanders and stuff, but
Yeah, I also lived through Eric Fischel. Trust me, I've seen it all.
yeah. So no, I mean you had this conversation a couple months ago. It's like, at what point do we just break glass on all of them, right? And then just show the drafting and show all these things, and so no, you're definitely not frustrated. I'm well beyond frustrated with all of it. I agree. Show your skills where you're drafting them. Like, if that's the case and you have all of these stars that you want to build up, and how he opened the press conference with, we're going to build our team through the draft, then just let it ride. Let it ride and see what you got, because you can't do anything else.
Yeah, and the problem is there's no one way to build a team. It's got to be a comprehensive, the whole machine has to work together. Your minor league scouting, your pro scouting, your drafting, your free agency, your trading, your cap management. There has to be a velocity to it. And when I hear, rigid thinking, that's always a red flag in a rebuild. All right. We are going to play some Brad Holmes audio for you. Morning Show did an interview with him. You can listen to it, Odyssey.com rewind. I'll give Jim Costa full credit. I would have lost my temper. Jim did a better job than I would have done. Man enough to tell you. Because I was actually like Ray Liotta and Goodfellas laughing in my car listening to Brad Holmes talk. It was like a sadistic laugh. There was no anger. I'm just like, wow, he's going right for it. We're going to play some for you next and have a conversation. 97.1. America's favorite place to watch football. It is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the sports fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, located right at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim, you can book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Win or go home for the Pistons tonight. Game 5 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Detroit's down 3-1 in the series. They need a win to keep the season going. Point guard Cade Cunningham says the Pistons have got Game 4 pretty much all in the rearview mirror, and they're taking it one game at a time now with their backs up against the wall. In NBA history, only 13 teams have come back from a 3-1 deficit in a playoff series, most recently the Nuggets in 2020, but the Pistons have won 3 of their last 4 at the Garden. Isaiah Stewart, once again questionable, could miss a 4th straight. That tip-off at 7:30 with a 7:05 pregame show over on WWJ. The American League best 18-11 Tigers look to even their series with the Astros at a game apiece in Houston tonight. Reese Olson gets the ball for Detroit. That first pitch, 8:10 right here on 97.1. And Lions GM Brad Holmes, reflecting on the draft this morning with Costa and Jansen on 97.1, says that pass rushers are hard to find and hard to get after many fans have been clamoring for 2 of them, he says, since the team drafted Aiden Hutchinson. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, nice to have you. Lions fans, going to need your help because, first of all, if you missed it, it's probably worth a listen. I thought Jim and John did a really nice job. And I called Jim and told him personally, you did a better job than I would. I'm just too old and crotchety, and I don't revere athletes, coaches, executives. They're not special. They're people. You know, they poop too. And I just don't really care. Like, none of these people are fighting cancer.
You're not big into getting talked down to?
No, because it's all dumb. All of it. Like, sports is not real. It's entertainment. It's nothing different than what we do. Acting as if they're shaping geopolitics or brokering peace in the Middle East, that's ridiculous. Right. So,
yeah, you're not a hostage negotiator.
No, so I just laugh at it when guys take themselves that seriously. And look, make no mistake, guys like Yzerman and Brad take themselves incredibly seriously. And I thought the guys did a good job of keeping it even, asking really good questions. And Brad just wasn't going to give an inch. Now, the best way to set it up is, look, I have stayed out of this. I had a dream sequence where I said, look, I'd love to get a big-time edge rusher this offseason. But you haven't heard me yell about it. I didn't yell about it with the draft. I'm done. I let go of it months ago when it was clear they weren't going to try. And this draft went on. My thoughts, which are available on our YouTube page, I'm sure, I like the draft. Fine with it. Other people are more upset. They didn't draft an edge. And depending who you talk to, sounds like they tried to trade up to get one in this draft. The point is, Brad Holmes was asked about it. David, I want you to specifically set up some of the audio you have, and then I'm going to turn it over to Rico. Rico is far angrier than I am. I'm more like sadistically laughing at it.
Because it was very condescending.
I know. Just,
okay.
I know. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
I want to give the people, as Kenny likes to say, some hors d'oeuvre. I want to give them the hors d'oeuvres, and then we can get to the main dish. David, if you would.
So this cut here, this is Jim basically asking him about the edge situation.
Now there's more, but do you want the second piece before you
let's go
decide
to the second
to?
piece, yeah.
Okay, before Rico goes full Monty here, David, do you want to set up the second piece?
Yeah, the second piece is him basically saying, yes, you can draft one every round, but the guy still has to perform.
I guess I don't know how this even got there, because Cookie started off with a softball question. It's a morning show. It's an easy question. Hey, a lot of people want the edge rushers. And this was his chance to say, you can never have too many. We try, but the cost wasn't there. We don't want to pay that price. I like who we drafted. That's the answer. Brad just woke up and chose violence and said, nah. He took no softball, grenade. I don't understand. What do you mean you don't understand? Really? I don't understand, because we already have one. And then at that point, Mike, it just became just condescending. Like, well, what would we do with another edge rusher? I mean, we already have one of the elite edge rushers. So why do you need two? Why do you need two edge rushers? I did not get it. And he goes on, and if you listen to the whole thing, he talks about other teams in the league who have top edge rushers. And I'm thinking to myself, Brad, nobody's saying, okay, I always thought it was a pipe dream, the Myles Garrett thing. Like, you're probably not going to get him because he doesn't value the edge rusher like that. And if he doesn't, then just say, I don't value it the way that you guys do. But don't sit here and act like we're just a bunch of idiots, because we want to see the team get better. Because you know what helps Aiden out? If you have another edge rusher who could take some of the pressure off of him. So there's not always going to be a double team. You got to pick your poison. He doesn't even have to be elite, but you can at least address it instead of saying, well, I don't get it, because, hey, in the draft, Nick Bosa, can we say that's a good edge rusher? First thing San Francisco did, they went out and drafted another edge rusher, but you're telling me, well, if you got one, that's good. It didn't make any sense, because it's the same man. And correct me if I'm wrong, they had a running back, right? But then they went into the draft, drafted, traded up, and got Jahmyr Gibbs. And then you had two running backs. They had a wide receiver, right? We're going to go into the draft. We're going to trade up. We're going to bring in J-Mo. Now you got two receivers. You drafted two corners back-to-back last year. Why are you acting like you can only have one elite edge rusher? Why are you acting like you don't even want to try to get one? It's almost become like it's personal. I'm going to do this without you even realizing you don't know what I know. You haven't read the whole book. You've only read one chapter. I read the book. I've watched 2 years of tape. I know all of this stuff. It's nothing personal, but I know you don't. And it's almost out of spite. He does not want to add an edge rusher. I don't get it. I don't understand, because Mike, you've seen it. Top teams know you win with defense. Offense scores a lot of points, but in the end, you got to be able to stop that team in the final 2 minutes to come up with the big stop on a fourth down. You do that with the best available players. You've seen the Eagles draft that way. You've seen hell, Mike, your team, the Giants. You already had a defensive line, and what did you take? Give me Abdul Carter. Why? It made us better. With him, it's not going to happen. I've come to the point, I don't care. You're never going to draft an edge. I'm not going to ask you to do that. I'm simply saying, I see where the Lions are. You're teetering on winning a Super Bowl. You went out last year, you were 15-2. Imagine if you just got that extra piece to make you a Super Bowl champion. Because when the window closes, it's going to close fast, it's going to close hard, and you're going to be sitting around saying, what happened? I don't understand. Because when you had an opportunity to really reinforce this team, you want to get cute about things, and you want to tell people about book clubs and stuff and say, hey, I say this very respectfully, but I've read the whole book and you've read one chapter.
No, I'm not trying to get in the way.
No.
I'll just wait.
It's fine.
I'm good.
You're okay.
It's just condescending.
Like I said, Rico was spicy. I know it is, and I laugh at it. It's fine, because ultimately, if they win the Super Bowl, he's right, and if they don't, it's his ass in the jackpot. I'm with you. Look, the Eagles had 1 million pass rushers. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 20 had 1 million pass rushers. The Giants, the 2 Super Bowls they won. The Denver Broncos, when they had DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller in his prime. Look, I just know the best way to win a Super Bowl. I know I haven't read the whole book club, but it is kind of weird that if you have Aiden, you seem to almost take it personally that people say, get Aiden a bookend.
Right.
Like, get Aiden a guy who can elevate Aiden. I don't know. I'm not yelling about it. I've come to grips with what this is. I just don't understand the level of...
If it was a quarterback, Mike, I get it. You can only play one quarterback at a time. If people are like, hey, you didn't draft a quarterback. Hey, guys, we got Jared Goff. We're paying him a lot of money. Last time I checked, you could play multiple edge rushers, correct? Yeah. I've seen the Eagles put 3 or 4 out on the same line at once. The Chiefs have done that. I don't understand why he feels like you could only have one, and then I can just put a bunch of, pylon cones up there, and it's going to be good.
Can I just say one thing? Because I don't want people to get twisted up in this. One, I'm not yelling. Rico is. 2, it's not about the draft for me. It's about everything. It's about trades. It's about free agency, and it's about the draft. Like, on no level did you make a concerted effort to really upgrade that player that's never going to get double teamed. Aiden's always going to get double teamed.
Yeah.
And Aleem McNeil, when healthy, will get double teamed. I don't understand why we need straw man arguments. Oh, well, do they ask about it in other towns? Well, Brad, I can tell you this. The other towns, they don't drink your bathwater when you don't win a playoff game and have a rookie drop his nuts in your house. Okay? So I did be careful about the other market thing. This is pretty much the best place to work ever because you can do next to nothing and still be a hero.
Yeah. And a lot of those other towns, they don't get asked because they just go out and find defensive players who could rush the passer.
What do you make of Holmes's answer? That he doesn't understand why people keep asking about a pass rush. I guess that would be the simplest way to talk to the people about it. And I do. I encourage you to listen to the whole interview. I thought Jim and John did a really nice job. 248-539-9797, and we can get with you, the people, next. And if you have a different spin on it, feel free. I mean, if you say, oh, I loved what he said, God bless, do your thing. I'm not mad about it. I chuckle. I mean, man, the way that guy talks, you'd think he bleeped Chanel. I mean, come on. Can we just live in the real world for a minute here?
On the solid gold toilet.
Yeah, you didn't win a playoff game last year. Injuries or not, you didn't win a playoff game. Like, cool it. You're not fighting pancreatic cancer like the people at Carmanos.
And this
like,
is a man, right? Super Bowl or bust. Did you help your team get to the Super Bowl by not addressing an edge rusher? Nah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Personal injury of any sort is personal. Do me a favor. Turn his mic off. He's going to keep talking, and then I'll just do this, and then when we pick it back up, he'll be mid-monologue, crushing. Personal injury is personal. David Femininio, he's dedicated his career to securing justice, maximizing recovery, and ensuring you get the medical care you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who makes it personal. David Femininio is the one to call. 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Brad Holmes with the morning show. Big takeaways. No, I mean, he was asked, do you understand why people ask about the pass rush and the edge? And multiple times he said, no, I don't. I want your guys' reaction to it. I mean, Rico certainly fired up about it. I've accepted what it is. Now, the one thing I would caution, look, and this is just, I'm a scumbag New Yorker. The outsider opinion is, I think your team and brain trust are pretty arrogant for a group that hasn't won anything. And I can say they've done a good job and still say there's an arrogance here that is kind of weird to me. Like, you're not the Patriots. Right. You don't have 10 Super Bowl appearances.
You don't get a banner because you had a lead in the NFC Championship game at halftime.
Right. And again, I think what they've done is fantastic work. It doesn't mean it's perfect.
Right.
And I just get a little leery of like, really, guys?
You want to build upon this because, yes, I do believe your window is now. I think that this year and next year, you have to capitalize on every moment. That's why I'm not worried about what happens in 2027 and 2028. It's about capitalizing and winning right now and adding to that line. I mean, Zadarius Smith was so great that you added him that he's still sitting out there begging for you to bring him back.
David on Ticket Text, and I'll go to the callers. Let's see. And again, guys, I'm not like, you don't need to feel any certain way. I just want to know how you feel. Like, if you're not tweaked by it or upset by it or annoyed by it, that doesn't mean you're bad. I guess my question is, when you hear what he said, how do you not understand why people want more pass rushers? I mean, we all watch Super Bowl. We've watched Super Bowls, plural. Or a better case is like every year I feel like the Baltimore Ravens are adding pass rushers. Every year the Chiefs seemingly have a new threat to add to Spagnuolo's scheme. Every year, what the Eagles do. I know the Giants blow, but the Giants at the top of the draft.
You're a quarterback.
Right. And they said, you know what? We have Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Brian Burns we paid $100 million to. Well, why do we need another Brian Burns? They took Abdul Carter. Now, again, I think Giants are going to be the Steelers from last year. We'll have a top 10 defense, and we'll have a bottom 10 offense, and we'll go nowhere.
I was like, same with the Steelers.
I'm just making a point. Like, you have Aiden, which should make it that much easier to have somebody flourish. I didn't understand where he said he didn't understand. That's all. The book club thing, I don't need the analogy, but I have no issue when a general manager speaks and says, look, candidly, I have information you guys don't have. We know that.
Yeah.
Respect. I don't need the Maya Angelou book club reference. Oh, come on.
I know you guys don't watch every snap of the last 2 years. Hey, I get it, but I do. So let me cook.
Thank you
and
for
get
putting
out my kitchen.
Brad, thank you so much for putting an end to colon cancer.
Right.
America thanks you.
I'll just
seriously.
stick with green eggs and ham.
Come on. David, go ahead.
This Holmes quote is obnoxious. When Aiden went down, there was zero pass rush. Not asking for too elite, but there needs to be a rush of some substance. His signings have shown no capability of that. That is from Dan. So Holmes could trade up for a running back. He can trade up for a wide receiver. I don't think the Lions are serious about winning. That is from Hans.
And Hans, that's what got me, was he's like, oh, if there's anybody out there, you had a running back and you went up and got Gibbs. It's worked out. You had Amon-Ra. You know what? I need J-Mo. I can put them both out on the field. It worked out. I have Aiden Hutchinson. I don't need another edge rusher. It'll work out.
They have pretty well-established guards on this team, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just took 2 guards.
I know.
So I'm just making a point. It's a faulty premise.
Right. You drafted Terrion Arnold, and then you doubled down and went for Rakestraw. And then you went out and got free agents at corner.
That's it. I'm convinced Brad Holmes hates edge rushers.
No.
Someone else says he's just saying that he doesn't understand why it's the only question he gets when there are other places to get better on the team.
But there really aren't, if we're being honest with ourselves.
And that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, no, there just really aren't huge areas of need other than this one particular thing.
Right. You went out and you got a defensive tackle. I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that. And then you went out, got the guard. I probably would have took Green there and got a guard later, but okay. But then it was like, and I'm going to get a wide receiver. Wait, whoa. And I'm going to overpay for him too, and I'm going to give up picks for next year because this guy, he's my guy.
Well, I'm very proud of myself that I explained that to you yesterday, and I may as well have been Brad Holmes, minus the yellow football jersey. I'm telling you, they had a grade on that kid. We've got to lose the illusion that their value board looks like Mel Kiper's. All right, old hairspray. All right, just what was that? Vidal Sassoon. Get him over here.
It's not that it doesn't. I just wonder. I don't know. I kind of think that kid would have been there later in the third round.
Not even
and
playing
you
that.
wouldn't have had to give
Not
up
even playing the game.
your Aaron Glenn picks.
Bottom
'Cause
line,
they're all gone now.
He felt like that was the last of maybe a second-round grade player. I don't want any of these other guys. I'm going to go get them. This is who they are, and that's fine. You're really triggered by it.
Because nothing makes sense. Because, okay, you don't want to add another edge who could actually play right now. Let me add a fourth receiver. Where's he going to play? I'll figure it out. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, boy.
Make it make sense, Mike.
Well, let me give you these, Rico, just for you. Someone says, "Go Rico, go!" Rant and rave. Tell them, Rico, they don't even read the Cliff Notes. Someone else says, "Rico, you can go preach a sermon at David's church Sunday."
I've heard it pays really well.
One more. I'm so happy Rico said it with enthusiasm. We're all feeling that way.
There you go. Okay. That's why I said, Rico, this is yours. Go to 6. All right, let's go to the people. We'll see what everybody's got to say. Alex is going to bat leadoff. 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm good, man. What do you make of this home stuff?
I'm pretty upset, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's arrogance or what it is, but I just don't understand. You just said it. I don't understand how he doesn't understand not needing another edge. I understand. I get the not wanting an elite guy like Garrett. Obviously, would have been tough to get Hendrickson.
Sure,
but not going and addressing him as a solid guy, a solid starter to help out Hutchinson, who's coming off a gruesome, terrible injury. Who knows if he's going to be the same next year or he's even 75, 80%. So I don't get where he's coming from.
No, Alex, the other thing is, and I just choose a different approach. It's about the entire offseason. You went the entire offseason, and the best you're offering me is Marcus Davenport. That just doesn't feel urgent. It doesn't feel all in. And Alex, maybe I'm going too far with the Aleem McNeil thing, but we know he won't be back in September, and I don't think he'll be back in October. So this whole D line turns into a different look. And yeah, I do think home field matters. I do think seeding matters for this team with this quarterback. So yeah, Alex, I look at it in totality and it's like, okay, he better be right because he clearly believes, Alex, they have a Super Bowl winning team in-house. I don't, that if that's the hill he wants to die on, it's his prerogative. But I'm with you, Alex. I look at it and go, why wouldn't we try?
Or just say, hey, you know what? Hey, look, we tried. It didn't work out. The asking price was a little too much, but I'm happy with the players that we have. You check all the boxes. You try, it just didn't work. How many times did we say that?
You don't ask, hey, do they do this in other media markets? Like what?
Well, in Montreal and St. Louis, they didn't make it.
The Alouettes have a wicked pass rush. 248-539.
You could ask Manu about that.
Shout out Mike Pringle, all-time leading rusher with the Montreal Alouettes. Why do I know that? I need help. No, seriously, Mike Pringle. Look it up. 248-539-9797.
Where's he from?
I don't know, but I think he wore 27. All right. I'm a loser. Here's Rico. I feel horrible about me.
You sure? Hey, sports fans, it's May, and that means baseball season is heating up. Are you ready to catch every pitch and every home run and every thrilling play? Well, you better make sure you got internet and mobile connection that can keep up, and that's Xfinity. That's where they come in. With the most reliable Wi-Fi and best-in-class equipment, you'll never miss a moment of the action. Xfinity Internet is booming, and whether you're streaming the game live or you're gaming online with friends during halftime or between the innings, or you're working from home and you're keeping up an eye on the score, get this. Xfinity combines the power of the internet and mobile, so you get lightning fast speeds at home and on the go. And don't forget about Xfinity Sports and News TV. Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with the local channels you love and the channels of sports that you cannot live without. Plus, you'll get premium Peacock, included at no extra cost. So to get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store for a day for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
Straight to the people. Brad Holmes comments on the morning show and what you guys think about it. And, I mean, Rico put on a sermon. I think he spoke for some of you. I'm a little more measured. This is who Brad Holmes is. I'm not comfortable with a level of arrogance that the Detroit Football Lions as an organization, or as Kenny likes to say, organization. You haven't even been to a Super Bowl, much less won one. Might want to just power it down a little. They've done a hell of a nice job, but I don't know, man. It felt like a little bit like, hey, the duty don't stink. And you're like, all right, dude, cool. Better be right. I guess we'll find out. We go to Jacob, 97.1. Jake, what's going on, bud?
If Rico's spicy, I'm a habanero pepper.
Okay.
I'm the arrogance of that. The last 15 years, the Super Bowl appearing teams have almost always been top 10 in sacks. And you have no one on the other side. And that I don't need an elite second edge rusher, just someone who's competent, a 7 to 10 sack type guy.
Well, look, I think, Jake, no matter what you desired, I think whether you were like, hey, look, I'm okay they didn't overspend in free agency, or I didn't want to make a commitment to a Hendrickson or a Garrett or whatever it may be, they didn't even draft a guy. So I think that's the whole thing. To your point, doing nothing really felt odd.
Yeah, or Jacob, I'll say either that or, go out and draft a rookie, maybe not in the 6th round, but maybe get one a little sooner, and maybe that could be your guy.
I'm sick of all the people acting like Brad Holmes walks on water, because that's the biggest issue.
I agree.
The other side is that he can make mistakes, and his 6th-round picks have not made the team. I'm not and all these idiots out there acting like, well, this guy from Boise State, he's going to be a Pro Bowler because Brad Holmes drafted him.
Well, listen, the one clarification, and Jake, you're not wrong in most of what you said, but I mean, look, Mahogany was a 6th-round pick. I do think he's going to be your starting guard, and he played really well in the 2 games he played. Al Hassamin, the kid from Boise State, I'm a loser. I watched him.
Right, but
I'm rooting for him, but he is a 6th-round pick for a reason. I think we've got to be clear about that.
Yeah, we all thought the same about James Houston until we didn't. So, go ahead.
Just can't have a guy on the team who bleeps their pants. Can't have it. That was tough. White pants, no less.
No, but remember, he was all that, and then he wasn't. And that was before the pants incident.
Let's go to Ian, 97.1. Ian, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
First, I'd like to apologize to Kenny J. Trump for immediately going into my rant on the phone when he asked me what I'd like to say, to the point where he just had to put me back on hold.
How's your day going? Ah!
A lot of ranting.
Ian went full Howard Dean.
And we're going to do this. Yeah!
As soon as he put me on hold, I was like, oh, boy, I got to calm down. Brad just needs to, does he not understand that the internet exists? Not only can we see the fact that Aiden Hutchinson led the team in sacks last year, despite going down in Game 5, but we can also see that the 2 guys behind him were Zadarius Smith at 4 sacks, who's no longer on the team, and Aleem McNeil at 3.5, who won't be ready till Thanksgiving-ish.
Yeah.
Also, we can also go see on YouTube all of these guys who are draft prospects play. So it's not like we have no idea. He keeps saying, well, you guys don't know what we know. We know everything that you know. We can see who is eligible for the draft, and we can go watch those players play. So, when fans get attached to a position, much less a player, it's because there are good guys available. And if Brad doesn't understand why we want defensive edges or just pass rushers in general, well, I'm sure he has Howie Roseman's number. Go give him a call. You know why they won the Super Bowl last year? Because they completely shut down Patrick Mahomes. And the game before that, they completely shut down Jaden Daniels, who ran wild on us for 4 quarters in the divisional round. So if he doesn't understand, there's people he can call.
Yeah, I mean, Ian, look, look, let me say this, because I don't want you to yell at me, Ian, and I don't want Rico to yell at me. I want to say I understand Rico's point about trading up for Tesla. I totally understand it, because when talking to someone like you, Ian, if they had taken an edge guy they really liked in the 3rd, just on basis, much less moved up to go get one. I don't think any of this conversation's happening.
No.
But when you package multiple picks to take your fourth or fifth maybe sixth option in the offense, I will admit I trust Brad's scouting, but I see what guys like you and Rico are saying where it's like, wait, you couldn't even do this for me in the third round?
Right.
Yeah, well, and like you said, Rico, where is this guy going to play? Like, is he going to suddenly come in and just be like a second All-Pro behind St. Brown? Like, we still have Raymond on contract. We still have Dorsey under contract.
You got Tim
we still have
Patrick.
Tim Patrick, who's contributing great minutes. Like, I don't understand why this guy was so high of a priority, but yet you look at the defensive line and the injuries that he keeps talking about are still persisting. And the guy he keeps bragging about picking up at the trade deadline last year in multiple press conferences now is not on the team.
Nah, he's sitting there waiting for a phone call. Ian, I'm with you. Oh, and by the way, let's throw in Gibbs and Laporta too as part of the passing game. So
that's why I said sixth or seventh option. No, and look, I don't want to turn anybody into some kind of star or anything, but it's like I think the Tesla angle is 2026 and beyond. So it flies in the face of the window. Well, Brad Holmes already told you he doesn't believe in windows. He's building something to be good forever and ever and ever and ever. So again,
well, then I hope he likes living in that cave.
Okay, I'm making a point to you. Like, it's the difference between you took Hendon Hooker, which made no sense then. It surely makes no sense now. Do you know the next pick was after Hendon Hooker? Mm-hmm. That was Tank Dell. Do you know who else went right in that range? Yaya Diaby. Plays for Tampa. Now, I'm not turning him into some kind of star, but that's a kid who had but he had 5.5 sacks last year. He plays, and it's just it's a guy.
Imagine if he was there last year, Mike, when everybody was injured.
Right. So I'm trying to make your and Ian's point for you without the yelling because I'm just broken. It's just he don't give an F about you.
Not only that, you take that. You take
a lot of Fs.
No, you take the okay. We're going to develop Manu. Okay, we traded picks away. Like spots that you could have taken a flyer on an edge, you've given them away to take all of these developmental players.
And that is where I think it's very difficult to defend Holmes. I'm not trying to do the Stoney where I'm shaking both hands. I'm making a point is I understand what he's doing. I'm trying to explain it to the listener. It doesn't mean that's a full endorsement of it. I'm saying you're right. When you're using these mid-round picks and you're not even attempting to develop guys that can aid the pass rush, it is impossible to defend when you then get on the radio and say, no, why do people ask me about this? Huh? We sound like the Yin-Yang twins. Huh?
That was me listening to the interview. It's like, I can't believe I'm listening to this.
All right, we're done. We're losing it. 248-539-9797. Got your pick for the best dealership in town. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. You need a truck that works as hard as you do, they have got you covered. Silverado LT Crew Cab, $298 a month, $14.95 down. Or go green this spring with the Doug Karsh Kale Edition 25 Blazer EV all-wheel drive, $271 a month, both low mileage. And everyone gets employee pricing. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price period. Search the inventory, make your pick at moranexpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. Great job by Jim and John in the morning. Nice interview with Holmes. They remained way more patient than I would have. That's a personal weakness of mine. I complimented Jim personally this afternoon. That would have been Indomitian Sue 2.0. I would have just said, I ain't here for this. Book clubs, and you don't understand, and straw man stuff. There's just no reason for it. Brad's done a really nice job, but the arrogance is a little much for me. But I want to know from you. Look, Rico blew his stack. He's had it. The lack of addressing the pass rush. Brad Holmes says he doesn't understand why he's asked about it. We have Aiden Hutchinson. What the hell are you guys mad about? The question is your response to it. And yes, if you want the Iser plan and you want to hear Jeff Rieger get trampled on like he was in Pamplona, you can Odyssey.com rewind that to the start of the show. Yes, go ahead.
You know what it reminds me of? Every year for like the last 4 years, you've watched Ryan Day just get butchered by Michigan, but yet he puts NFL wide receivers in the league. But in that game against Michigan, he refuses to pass the ball. I'm going to beat him by running. Ryan, we actually got NFL receivers. No, we're going to run the ball. But we do got guys that's going to be first-round receivers. Don't care. We're going to run the ball. And it's almost like so obtuse that I'm going to make this work. I don't care. I'll do it at all costs. That's what this reminds me of. It's like we're not fighting each other. We want the same thing. It's this suggestion here. No, I don't need to get this. I'm going to get it from everybody else, but I don't need an edge.
David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. We'll get a football today in the mix. We got to talk a little bit about the Pistons. I do have an NBA opinion I just want to offer. I'll probably get launched out of a cannon for it, but we'll do that too. David, go ahead, buddy.
Rico is right. Brad Holmes is taking it personally. He's no longer doing his job the way that we would expect him to do his job because he's taking it personally. Costa brought up that the two leading sack guys in 2023 on his team were McNeil with 5 and Kaminsky with 2. And we all know what the mess was last year. So for Brad to say this isn't a pressing need, sorry, he's just wrong.
And David, here's the other thing. Not taking away because it's not his fault. Aiden was going up against some backup tackles when he got all of those sacks early in the season.
I'm going to tell you, if you don't stop with facts,
okay,
you have no place in this town. Okay. You will live in delusion and fantasy.
Okay.
Because 2 of the sacks against Tampa Bay came against tight end.
Yeah. So it ain't his fault.
No, it's not Aiden's fault. The point is to act that he was on a 28 sack pace is fantasy. The first 3 teams you faced, the Rams didn't have their top 2 tackles. They lost the third in the game. Yeah. Not Aiden's fault, but it's not a real situation. Tampa Bay came into town. They were down to their third string right tackle, and on 2 of the plays, they had Aiden one-on-one against the tight end. Not Aiden's fault, not a real situation. And Seattle came to town down both starting tackles.
Literally signed somebody like 2 days before they came to Detroit.
Right. So again, it's not Aiden's fault, but to act as if that was going to be Aiden's destiny the rest of the season, that's equally disingenuous. The fact is Aiden died in week 4 and finished week 20 still leading the team in sacks.
You better stop with the facts.
No, but I'm defending in case the Brad bots come calling.
Right. They've come calling.
You just hate Aiden.
Hold on. Let me hear from the opposition
They've
party.
come calling.
Let me hear it.
As Rico, how much addressing Chase Young helped the 49ers win the Super Bowl? LOL.
Can I offer something on behalf of Rico? Because I will tell you, the player you're making fun of sent you home fishing. He made the play of the game.
Do it, Rico. Keep doing it. Yeah.
Yes. On that 4th down play. That was Chase Young going after Jared Goff.
And by the way, here's the other thing I would say. I take great pleasure in the Niners not winning it all because his happiness is my pain. However, they've been to the Super Bowl twice in the last 5 years. Should have been 3. Jaquiski Tart, rest in peace. I don't think from your position you should be mocking his team.
Because, they got Chase Young.
Also, his team beat you. Okay, yep, got it.
And and factually, Chase Young had a good game in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and no one's saying it's a guarantee you're going to win a Super Bowl if you get someone opposite Aiden, but you give yourself a chance.
And for the people out there in the back, they lost. I'll go to my deathbed. Once Dre Greenlaw popped that Achilles, game was over. Because when he was playing, Kansas City didn't cross the 50.
When you lose in overtime of a Super Bowl, I don't know that there's a real loser. That's just a brutal beat. That really had to hurt, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, I thought so. David, go ahead.
Son of a.
Yes.
I wish
Summon
Costa,
his emotion.
I wish Costa would have said, well, other teams with one of elite edge rusher aren't giving their opponents all day to throw the ball either.
Look, you can get into arguments. This is the beauty of football. Like when the bullets start flying, we're going to find out who was right and wrong. I want them to win. I don't care about right and wrong. I want to win. I clearly they have a very good football team, but I can't act as if the players you had here last year are somehow this massive Super Bowl level upgrade. Yes, I expect Marcus Davenport to play more than 10 minutes. Yes, I expect Aiden to be back. How good is he at the start versus where he is in November? We have to monitor. But Aleem is going to be gone for a while, and I don't know what you're getting. DJ Reader, I am putting on the milk carton. That is just not the guy I was used to watching. And he ain't getting younger. There are some issues there, and they seemingly said, no, we're good. Almondine Muhammad. Pete Lopez.
But okay.
It doesn't matter. 248-539-9797.
Almond milk Muhammad.
Right.
Yeah, I love it.
Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, pal? Scotty! Scott's gone. We go to Antoine. He is the benefactor of Scott being asleep. Antoine, how are you today?
Good looking, Scotty. Good looking. Hey, listen, this is this is real though. This is the Ryan Day comparison is crucial because I think this is a potential character flaw for Brad Holmes, in that he's giving me the vibes of a spoiled kid that has done well for himself but has not done it all. He just fell short of the valedictorian. He had a pretty girlfriend, but he left her. He didn't have the 4.0, but he got the 3.6. And you're trying to tell him these little things that could make him or advance him to make him the greatest Brad Holmes that he could be. And he's like, you know what? No, I don't need to hear that. I'm good. Look at me. Look at me. Look at what I've done. And you can only do these things when you're destitute from a organization that has never won it all.
There it is.
Because in these other organizations, the owner, Howie Roseman, is going to come in here and say, you know what? We need a pass rusher. Do you not see what's going on? But Miss Fort Hampton, she's not going to do that. She's great. You're doing a good job. We're doing a good job.
We have a waiting list for season tickets.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing an excellent job. The vibe, grit. We see everybody everywhere. Jared Goff chance. Things are well. So you know what? We're going to let Brad do what he does. Yeah, we know Brad's a little, he gets a little, he gets a little attitude-y sometimes, but he does such a great job. We're going to let Brad does what he does. And this is the potential of that flaw being extorted to everybody. This is the potential of that, the start of that. That's what I see.
Yeah.
So when you said the Ryan Day thing, I'm like, yeah, because that's completely what happened with him in the Michigan thing. And man, we got the best receivers. Potentially, you can look back of all time in a core, but we want to run the ball against these guys. It's almost the same thing. Like I'm going to beat my head against the wall because you know what? I'm good. I can do it. I know it. And nobody from top is going to belittle him and say, you know what? I need you to humble yourself. I need you to relax. Yeah, you're good, Brad, but you ain't great yet. We ain't great yet. They have no history to go back and look and sit Brad down and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, we were good. But when we had to sit Wayne Fonts down, when we had to sit these guys down and tell them what they needed to do,
But Antoine, here's what you're missing. He actually, in that organization, he actually is great because they've never experienced it.
This man's on fire. I'm woefully average. That's the topic of today. 248-539-9797. He ripped that thought from my skull, and he said it himself. It's like the Body Snatchers. This is regular Miss Cleo over here. Call me now. Sorry. It was perfect. So many thoughts. All right, we will get to the people. Do we want to just mix in a football today just for a little brevity?
I would love to.
All right, Kenny, can you please, a little customer service, and we'll get right back to you guys. And also, if you're looking for the Iser plan discussion, he spoke today. Odyssey.com Rewind, that's there for you too.
More in a minute. 97.1.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go.
So many deals.
Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and his staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. And whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. And guys, the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Blazer LT, $299 a month. For 24 months, you walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Do or die for the Pistons tonight. Game 5 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Detroit's down 3-1, needing a win to extend their season. Malik Beasley, who may have found a shooting touch again in Game 4, will be key for the Pistons tonight. Only 13 teams in NBA history have come back from a 3-1 deficit in a playoff series, the most recent, the Nuggets in 2020. But a reason for hope, the Pistons have won 3 of their last 4 at the Garden, including Game 2. Isaiah Stewart, at the last injury report, is still questionable to miss a 4th straight game. That tip-off at 7:30, pregame at 7:05 over on WWJ. The Tigers, tops in the American League at 18-10, aim to tie their series with the Astros in Houston tonight. Reese Olson gets the start, that first pitch 8:10 right here on 97.1. Former Red Wings forward Val Filppula has retired. The Finn played 10 of his 16 NHL seasons here in Detroit, of course hoisting the Stanley Cup in 2008. And Michigan Panthers wide receiver Samson Nacua, brother of the Rams' Puka Nacua, has been suspended 1 game for slapping a fan after this weekend's game at the St. Louis Battlehawks. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, touch the table, a little bit of football around the league, then back to business. David, music, please.
So I'll start off in San Francisco because, Rico, one of your guys got his deal, and that is George Kittle. He signed 4 years, $76.4 million, $40 million guaranteed. He is now the top tight end in the league right now. Are you happy with this, or did you just maybe want to move on and reset the roster some more?
You know what, David? At first I was thinking maybe you move on, but he's just one of those guys. He's like Kelsey, where even when you think that he's done, he's not. He's got a different gear. And with all the injuries they have on offense, he was the main target. Ayuk's not going to be ready for about half the season. So I think it was out of necessity that they had to sign him.
Awful contract. Guy's never healthy. He's on the downside. I'm done. I just totally disagree with everything you just said. Yeah, he's never healthy.
Kittle plays.
Yeah, he plays. Never healthy. He's a warrior.
He's a football player.
He's also, hey, 32. Enjoy him the next 4 years.
That's why I was thinking
would never do it.
Reset at this point.
I would never do it.
But see, David, I would need to see the terms because it's one of those things where I think he got $40 million up front.
Oh, even better.
So I think that it's one on the back end of the deal. We can just go ahead and let him go.
We do not sign high-priced tight ends in their 30s. We just don't do it. Look, it's fine. I hope Rico's happy.
I'm very happy.
Well, let's talk about the Commanders here because it's funny what you can do with a competent owner that's not evil and everyone doesn't hate him.
What a selling point here.
They have a new stadium
You're
coming
not
their
the
way.
devil.
Pretty much. $4 billion project. A stadium will open in 2030. $2.7 billion of it will come from the Commanders. 1.1 will come from the district itself, but it's good to have a new stadium for the Commanders finally.
Yeah, but it's still not good for the public to be subsidizing 33% of it.
True.
It's ridiculous. You want the new stadium? You're going to make money off it? You buy it. Publicly funded stadiums should be done. Dead.
100% agree with you on that. I never see how, because you're not going to give the fans any type of because you pay part of the taxes, here, we're going to reduce the tickets.
The best I can offer you is a sweetheart deal on the real estate. That's the best I'll offer you. You pay for the rest.
So we finished the 2025 draft, looking ahead to the 2026 draft.
No, we're not.
Everyone talks about, the quarterback class may be better. Tell me why I'm supposed to be excited for the 2026 class.
You're not. Here's why. Last year, here were your top 3 quarterbacks. Quinn Ewers, Carson Beck, Shador. How'd that work? One went back to school, one fell to the 5th, one got taken in the 7th while he was asleep underneath the head of a yak or a bison in his living room. David, I'm not even Is Arch Manning good? I'll let you know in November.
See, that's the thing, because the odds for the number 1 overall pick, Drew Aller.
Like you said, I'm on fire. You're on fire right now. You hate George Kittle. Look at these quarterbacks; they all blow.
Well, but it's true. The odds to be the number 1 overall pick, Drew Aller, trash. Garrett Nussmeier, I don't know. Maybe we'll
He's
see.
been in school 10 years.
Exactly.
He's the same age as Charlton Heston.
South Carolina quarterback Lenore Sellers.
Whoa. He's nasty.
But I have to wait and see this year, though.
Cockaboose, he's nasty.
But again,
I
for
don't
number
like him
1
now.
overall, and then Kate Klubnik, and then Manning, of course, is number 1 odds, but he may not even come out.
David, here's what I can promise you: the number 1 overall pick, we haven't mentioned his name yet, because that's normally
Probably
how it
right.
goes.
You're probably
somebody
right.
who just blows up, and you're like, "Wow, this kid from
Bryce Underwood. Only player in history to go 1 year and done. He's that special." A report by Bob Wojnowski.
Unless you watch that spring game. Go ahead, David.
So the NFL.
Whoa.
Hey, facts.
I
Go ahead,
didn't
David.
watch. I'm sorry.
Huh? You didn't watch?
No.
And you should.
I have a life.
Oh, okay, Mister. I know Montreal Alouette running back, all-time leader,
Mike Pringle.
Okay, Pringles chips. Go ahead, Mike Pringle. Pringles chips.
Or speaking
Chris
of
Kringle, I don't care.
Speaking of watching, everyone was in the Shador Sanders watch party, basically, because the numbers went up significantly for rounds 2 and 3 on TV. It was up 40%. It was like 4 or 5 million people watching. They're also buying his jersey as number 3 in rookie jersey sales right now.
David, look, I know this is one of those, it makes no sense, but it's just a great conspiracy theory that Shador was tipped off. NFL, because everybody, I found myself on set like, why am I watching this? I just want to see where Shador goes.
Same
like,
here.
Man, I got better things to do with
Watch it on
myself.
Saturday morning.
Right, but I'm sitting there like, they got me. They got me. Now, the jersey sale, man, you know, because a lot of people, he's become a martyr. Okay, well, you treated him wrong, and he should have gone in the top 5, and he's going to show you. My thing is keep the receipt because, unless you want a practice squad jersey.
Well, you're right about that, because in case he does not make the roster, the Toronto Argonauts of the CFL have added him to their negotiation list.
That's right.
So, I mean, they have to do that, right? They got 5 quarterbacks in that room.
What about the Alouettes?
Hey, whoa. Mike Pringle, 1998, 347 carries for 2,100 yards.
He will never play in Canada. That would be the ultimate slap in the face to Dion and the Sanders family. For him, he would quit football and just go become an assistant coach or run a camp or get a podcast. He ain't going to Canada.
But the sad part is he would play. Like he would be the starter. He would learn to play the game. He'd get all the reps you're never going to get in Cleveland. I don't see a way they throw him out there. The offense they ran at Colorado
pressure, France.
Well, that's why you don't draft him.
You know what? Jalapeno over here wins. Is there a lot of Italian dishes with jalapeno peppers?
Absolutely not.
Wow, really?
Can we please just?
Well, let's close it out with this,
God.
guys, because everyone is talking about this story, and it is Bill Belichick's
I was about to say the
girlfriend.
gorilla versus the 100 people.
No, we're not talking about that. It's Bill Belichick's girlfriend. And look, you could do whatever you want. It's not about that for me. The part of the story, though, it's a CBS interview where it's reported that she interrupted the interview a ton of times. There was one that they show where he was asked, "How did you meet?" And she said, "Nope, we're not answering that."
I saw that.
And then UNC now seems to have a problem with the access that she has.
They
But
gave
yet
it to her.
They gave
Oh, my
her the
God.
access.
Oh my God. Habanero pepper over here. He's on fire.
Oh God. Look, I want to be careful. The relationship stuff, to me, we talk sports, but
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
When
but
it's public and it's a train wreck and your wife is trying to be a celebrity, I don't know. It's kind of like, Bill, blink twice if you're okay. This feels like Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. This is not normal.
This
and
feels more like Ray Liotta and Hannibal.
Yeah, TMZ's reporting a lot of things here about that interview on CBS this morning was even worse than you realize. I just, first of all, everyone deserves love, But you'll never sell me a 73-year-old's finding it with a 24-year-old. Come on, there's nothing to talk about. You're old enough you could be your great-grandfather. That's ridiculous. Stop. This whole thing is a farce.
I don't know.
A lot of questions. A lot of questions.
We got Shannon Sharp online, too.
Oh, I'm just going to end it right there.
That's
That
not
is
what we're doing.
In football today.
Personal injury of any sort is personal injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. And David will guarantee he will fight to get you the care you need, put your life together after an accident. You need someone who's going to make it personal. That attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know is injured, tell them to call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Natural Way Lawn. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN because as you see right now,
A lot of green.
Summer is here. It is warm outside. Your lawn is getting ready to start taking off and growing. You want to call Natural Way right now, and they can take care of it and make sure that you have a lush lawn throughout the entire summer. For a limited time only, when you purchase the full lawn program like I did, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name. You got to tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call, and they will hook you up. And when they do that, you'll also come out and spray for dandelions because dandelions will rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You stop dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it is not too late for them to treat for crabgrass as well. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service will come out and they will design a plan specifically for your home. But you got to give them a call. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or you go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
97.1, good to have you. If you want Yzerman discussion, we carried about the first 20 minutes of his postseason press conference. Not ideal. But we are rapping about Brad Holmes, and I do encourage you to check out the morning show. I thought Jim and John did a hell of a nice job because Brad Holmes, Rico put it best, that was supposed to be, and I'm not being insulting in any way to John and Jim. Mornings are a little different. It's a softer deal. You know, you're not hopping in your car in the morning to get yelled at. That was a pretty easy interview, and Brad seemed to make it a little bit more difficult. And we've played some of the audio, and no, he doesn't understand why you want pass rushers. In fact, he feels like you have Aiden Hutchinson, and yet you're mad you don't have a second Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, that is one of the most disingenuous comments you'll ever hear. And this is the case, we talk about it all the time on this show. Multiple things can be true at the same time. This is not a binary operation. You can say Brad Holmes has done a very nice job, but you can also say there's a level of arrogance here that is unwarranted. Now, look, we have arrived at something. I am not criticizing Holmes on any one particular thing because it's everything. It's the trade market, it's free agency, it's the draft. This was the last stop, and I think a lot of fans got off-putting feelings from them doing what they did in the third round, giving up 3 picks to take, according to Brad Holmes, his favorite receiver in the draft. And you go, all right, that's cool, right? Same guy who helped find Cooper Kupp. Same guy who helped find Amon-Ra. These are good things. But we're trying to win a Super Bowl. And yet they didn't see fit to draft any edge rusher in round 1. And I like Tyleik Williams, so don't put me in the group of people screaming that that's a bad pick. I'm not. They didn't draft one in round 2. They gave up multiple picks to draft a wideout in round 3. When you take something in the 6th round, it's very difficult for me to say I addressed a need.
Right.
There's a reason Al-Hassamin has fallen to that point. Now, again, that kid, he's a dog. He's all effort.
Right.
He is the first Egyptian-born player to even play college football at D1. He didn't even know how to play, and Boise found a gem.
Yeah. 2019 was the first time he started playing football. I get it.
Right.
And he came out and said, I'll die on the field for you.
And you know
fans are going to love
that's
that.
chum in the water.
Right.
The point I'm making is, where are you guys at when Brad Holmes comes on the airwaves? And I'll tell you what, can we play the cookies question, David? I'm not trying to ambush you there. I'm sorry. But he asked him, do you at least understand why people ask? And instead of just saying, yeah, I get it, but there's a lot that goes into it, he goes, yeah, actually, no, I don't. I kind of took a double take when I was driving listening to this. Here, take a listen, guys. What is that? Are you mad because you have Aiden? Are you demanding 2 Aidens? When we started the offseason, I think it's totally okay to say, you know what? Boy, if Myles Garrett wants out of Cleveland, let's go and get him.
Yeah.
Or, hey, if Trey Hendrickson doesn't want to be a Bengal, I don't think there's
Max
anything
Crosby,
wrong with that.
right.
But when it comes down to the draft and fans go, wait, we had all these picks, and again, Aiden Hutchinson died in Dallas week 4 or 5. When the season ended 20 weeks later, he still led the team in sacks. 2023, Aiden had 11.5 sacks, right? Mm-hmm. The next closest sack total on the team from a defensive end was 2.5. This is a multi-year problem. So when guys like Rico are screaming about the draft, I'm not going to be the one to say, you're being an ass. You're unappreciative. Not doing that. And when you guys want to call in and go, wait, well, why did we trade a bunch of picks for a wide receiver who probably won't play a lot until 26? Guys, that's why this is a topic, is your feedback is what's required.
Yeah, and it was funny because when they traded up, I was like, wait, are they going? They got a person from Arkansas. It was just, to me, the wrong person from Arkansas. You could have got Landon Jackson, who went 2 picks later. And it's like,
Buffalo took him.
Yeah,
right?
Buffalo took him. It's like, okay.
Now look, if
sure.
I guess I choose to look at the big picture, which is they chose not to address it at all. They chose to, we're smarter. We have all the pieces we need. You guys are idiots. And away we go. And my question is, if you're a fan listening to that, what do you make of it? I mean, for him to say, I don't understand why I'm asked about it.
I mean, cut him off mid-question. Like, I don't understand. Like, just, yeah, why? I don't get it. It's like, we're not asking you to draft a quarterback. We're not saying, hey, who's going to replace Goff? We need a mobile Q. You can play multiple edge rushers at the same time. You've done it for the running back. You traded up and you got Gibbs. You traded up and you got J-Mo. But for some reason, this is the hill you want to die on.
It's interesting for sure. I don't have the answer. I can just throw the number
I know you don't,
up.
and I feel like you. I'm not yelling at you.
No, I'm good. 248-539-9797. What do you have to say about it? And if you're a Lions fan and you're not confused or bewildered or angry, that doesn't make you a bad person. I just want to understand. Yes, Kenneth.
Bewildered, triple word score, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't understand the...
Flummoxed?
Yeah, flummoxed.
Vexed?
A great word. Another good word.
The best word.
The best word. No, I just don't get why he says he doesn't understand. Because, first of all, it is a sexy position, a pass rusher. Everybody wants one. Sacks are cool. I don't know, man. Like, to say you don't understand the desire for one, especially after year over year over year, he has not addressed it the way that fans have been clamoring for. I don't know. That to me strikes me as disingenuous. And by the way, nobody is pounding the table anymore demanding a Max Crosby.
No.
We just want to give Hutch some help. Nobody's having that argument of...
Like, let me ask you this question. When we step back from the draft, Kenny, how many edge rushers were taken? Do you believe in your mind? Let's take the top 20 edge guys, pass rush guys, right? You mean to tell me the Lions didn't want any of them? You mean to tell me? And again, and Costa reported it this morning, they tried to trade up for a defensive end. Mm-hmm. So don't go on the air and tell me, well, it's your priority, not ours. Now, hold on a minute. And don't say you don't understand why you're asked about it or act like people are demanding another Aiden. No. When you don't draft a defensive end and you don't sign a defensive end and you don't trade for a defense, then people go, wait a minute.
What are we doing here?
That's a little scary. Because, again, you're going to rely on Marcus Davenport, who gets hurt, maybe going to the bathroom.
You're in your window, and newsflash, unless they get injured, you're going to be playing some pretty good quarterbacks this year.
That's the other thing is the further we get away from last season, and 15-2 was incredible, and sustaining the injuries they did, and we're never going to get the answer whether they would have gotten it across the finish line. They were incredible. But the further we get away, you and I have talked about this. It's not revisionist history. It's just looking at it and going, they really didn't beat that many good teams.
Mm-mm.
And they faced one really high-caliber team down the stretch, and Buffalo spit roasted them. You had a bye week, you go to the playoffs, and you got spit roasted by a rookie. When you go back and look, you go, you know what?
Your best victory was week 1. Rams, overtime.
Okay. Yeah, but that's my point. Like, San Francisco wasn't any good.
No.
Dallas ended up not being. And this is not the Lions' fault. Can we all calm down? The point I'm making is the further you get away from it, you ask yourself the question, all right, if the schedule gets a hell of a lot harder, which it has, and you lost Ben Johnson, and you kept it in-house and you didn't add much to the defensive line, and I would argue you added nothing in the way of a pass rusher. Is that going to make you better year over year? Yes, having a healthier defense helps, but you're going to be facing better teams. That's just the way it looks on paper. And losing Ben Johnson, I got to knock you down a peg. You can earn it back, but I got to knock you down a peg.
You mean he wasn't out there trying to sabotage in the final game?
Okay, yeah, not doing that. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. 97.1. All right. Best dealer in town, Moran Buick GMC, where you get the best price period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members, you lease a 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month, 24 months, or a 25 Sierra Elevation, $298 a month, plus employee pricing to everyone. Both 24-month low-mileage leases are $999 down, and if you schedule that certified service appointment, they give you the free loaner, unlike other dealerships. It's just that simple. MoranExpress.com. Search the inventory. Make your pick at MoranExpress.com or in-store, on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Season's on the line tonight for the Pistons. Game 5 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Detroit's down 3-1 in the series, needing a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff says the Pistons are not deflated, and they're ready to lay it all on the line tonight. In NBA playoff history, teams with a 3-1 lead go on to win the series 95% of the time, but the Pistons have won 3 of 4 at the Garden, including Game 2 this season. Isaiah Stewart's questionable and could miss a 4th straight game tonight. That tip-off at 7:30 over on WWJ. And Lions GM Brad Holmes talking with Costa and Jansen this morning here on 97.1 says he tried to trade up 30 times on day 2 of the draft before eventually settling on the 2 trades that landed Detroit's Georgia guard Tate Ratledge and Arkansas receiver Isaac Tesla. Holmes also calls him his favorite receiver in the draft. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, to the people, I got one NBA note we got to get to at 4:45, and then we're kind of pit the GMs against each other. Yzerman and Holmes, we heard from both today. You guys decide what you want to do. We'll go to the people. Jay is going to bat leadoff. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, Jay.
Thank you.
Good. You know, as much as I respect Brad Holmes, sometimes he can be a real arrogant you-know-what, because, it all started the year before last when they lost the NFC Championship game. You gave a 17-point lead up. Then you want to get on the radio or the podium and talk about receipts. Oh, this about Jahmyr Gibbs. It's not about that. It's about picking the best players in the draft. As much as they talk about scouting and watching tapes, I can't believe they didn't find a 2nd or 3rd, 4th round grade on somebody like Josiah Stewart, who was sitting there staring you in the face. Jack Sawyer, right? Like, I look at the Rams. The Rams have Turner, they have Fisk, and they had Jared Verse, which was the defensive rookie of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And they went out and drafted Josiah Stewart. Pittsburgh, Khan, the GM over there, he said, you know what, we have TJ Watt. Let's add Jack Sawyer over here.
How about they drafted Derek Harmon when they already have Hayward?
Yeah.
Exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, Brad Holmes seemed to double down on a lot of positions. If you remember, he got Gardner Johnson. He had gotten Sutton over there, a couple years ago in the free agency. Then he got Arnold and Ray Straw in the draft. He seemed to double down on a lot of positions. Why can't you just go get a pass rusher? When Aiden Hutchinson got injured last year, it was a big drop-off in our pass rush. It was so bad that you went out and got Zadarius Smith. You gave up, what did he give up, like a 5th-round pick for Zadarius Smith, and now you don't want to bring him back just because he got Davenport?
No, I think that's a money thing. I think they want him to come back for cheap. And look, I mean, Jay, Zadarius was fine when he got here, and they made the best move they could make, but I wouldn't run to bring him back either at age 32 or whatever it is. I mean, Jay, I wanted better than Zadarius. No, I didn't. For the Brad bots, I didn't want a second Aiden. But if Myles Garrett demanded a trade, I don't think it's insane to pick up the phone and just go, Any interest?
Yeah, something, I just have a question. I just want to know, what is he thinking to, bring back Davenport, knowing he hasn't finished the season or completed 4 games in the season in the past couple years? And you got Aiden Hutchinson coming up. You didn't do anything in free agency. You didn't try to make any trades. Okay, acceptable, because Myles Garrett went back to Cleveland, right? But in the draft, you don't want to address it in the draft. What's your plan going into the season? Because, when it's week 14, 13, 14, people are going to get beat up again. You're going to need more reinforcement.
And to your point,
what do we have now?
Here's I want you to tell me what these numbers are. You ready, Jay?
Okay. Yep.
0, 13, 1, 9, 9, 3, 1. Do you know what those are?
No.
The games Marcus Davenport has started in his 7-year career.
My goodness. And that's what you want to bring back? That's what you want to have opposite Aiden Hutchinson? It's almost as bad as them bringing back Emmanuel Mosley, who hasn't played a full season in like 4 years. And It's like, what's your plan? Mr. Holmes, I know you can draft good. You drafted some of the greatest talent Detroit has ever seen in a while, but you can't go into the season shorthanded at edge rusher again, because More injuries are going to happen, unfortunately, and we are already shorthanded with the Lee McNeil being out. And you just have to move forward. You have to do something at edge rusher, but appreciate you having me on.
No, Jay,
fellas.
please, we appreciate the call. And like I said, if Davenport stays healthy, sure, age 29 season, maybe he can tap into what he did back in the pandemic year. I think he had 8.5 or 9 sacks. Like, I'm not saying for a couple $1 million, it's not a big deal, but I don't want to have to rely on that guy. The idea they didn't add anybody in the final frontier of the draft, that is surprising. I'm not yelling about it, though, because I have, how long have I said to you? I know what they're doing. They think they got everybody in-house. Almond Milk Muhammad, he's coming back. Bob Lopez, we're going to do it all. I mean, Kaminsky retired. I wouldn't be sad they brought him back.
Yeah.
I'm retired. We still want you back. They love their people.
They do. And that's what I said. After hearing the interview this morning, I've reserved the fact that this is it. They're not out of spite. I just don't think he's going to do it because I think this, once again, same man who had the receipt segment, hey, told you I can win without another edge rusher. Aiden was enough. He is waiting. I bet you that speech is already written and it's in its pocket.
Well, he's done a hell of a nice job.
He has.
I hope they're right. I hope this all works out. You never can have enough pass rushers, and there seems to be a disconnect between their approach and then how the league approaches it. And I don't think that's mean or slanderous. Let's go to James, 97.1. James, you get the final word. What's going on?
Gentlemen, I understand what you guys are talking about, but I disagree with all you guys completely 100%. The last 3 years, last 2 years, you guys done nothing but praise Brad Holmes for his drafting. So because he didn't draft, which he did draft an edge rusher later in the round, so we did draft somebody. Don't know if this kid's going to be good or not, but we did draft somebody. So, but because we didn't get the person that you guys want, you guys are turning it on Holmes now.
No. I haven't named a single person I wanted. Second of all, I'm not turning on him. I just got done saying he's done a hell of a nice job.
Rico is.
No, I'm not. No.
Rico, you're ready to toss him out the door right now. The way you're talking about it.
No, James. What you heard was I disagreed with him. And in today's day and age, if you disagree with somebody, you're a hater. No, I like what he's doing, and I think this can put him over the top. This can make this team into a winning team. But when he comes out and says, "I don't get it," and we already got one, and that's all we need. I see it all the time that your Super Bowl, James, your Super Bowl winning teams have pass rushers.
All right, everybody calm down. Go ahead, James.
But, you have to have faith. Who says this kid that we drafted this year is not going to be good?
Okay, and who says he makes the team? I mean, we can go that route too.
Before I forget, I watched the draft. I watched I was actually quite shocked. But those experts on ESPN, when they talked about that wide receiver, they said it was a great pick, a perfect fit for Detroit.
You mean the same experts who had Shador as the number 1 overall pick and had a psychological break for 4 straight days?
Uh-oh.
We're good on that.
Uh-oh.
I really don't care what Louis Riddick has to say. The whole point is, if he likes the wide receiver, I'll go with it. But I don't need old Vidal Sassoon to tell me whether it's a good pick or not. Mel Kiper has executed one of the greatest grifts in the history of sports. Shout out having Deshaun Kaiser as the number 2 overall pick like 7 years ago. How about bitching and moaning that Jim Harbaugh was the starter in Indianapolis and not, wait for it, Trent Dilfer? How about comparing Jamarcus Russell to John Elway? These are all Mel Kiper hits. I'm good.
And the fact, if you dare question somebody, doesn't make you a hater. If you can't question somebody, you're part of a cult.
Kind of getting there in this town. All right, FanDuel, sportsbook app where you can bet the Kentucky Derby. Right now, all customers get a no-sweat Derby bet. That means you get a racing bonus back if that bet doesn't win. The app is easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert. Get in on the action. America's number 1 race, America's number 1 sport. FanDuel. FanDuel.com/ticket. Your chance to get a no-sweat bet for the Kentucky Derby. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Verified. FanDuel Racing account required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable racing site credit expires 9 days after receipt. Max refund $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Racing.FanDuel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get back into the Brad Holmes and Steve Yzerman news of the day. Just a couple of kind of house cleaning notes. Get Rico's take on a few things. One, anything you want to know about this Bill Belichick Sunday morning interview, it is now reaching Glenn Close fatal attraction levels. TMZ is reporting not only did Jordan Hudson, Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, he's 73. Not only did she shut down the interview multiple times, not only did Bill Belichick not show up with any UNC rep or anyone from his actual publishing company. No one. He just showed up with her. Which, by the way, guys, when someone like Belichick, who's writing a book, shows up to an interview like this, it's an entire PR team that shows up. This is, forget unusual. That got left in the barn. Yeah. This is outer space to just show up with your girlfriend. Second, third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah, because the team comes with questions. Hey, make sure you ask them about this.
Correct.
And about that. And these things happen in this chapter.
Rico, it is being reported by TMZ, even when Belichick would go to answer football questions, Jordan Hudson would interrupt and correct the coach.
Now, this is, you're saying, Glenn, this is Ray Liotta and Hannibal.
She stormed out of the interview and demanded he follow her out. CBS scrambled, this is according to the latest reports, had to scramble to piece this thing together and salvage it. Here's how bad it was. They had a second interview scheduled with Belichick for a later date. Canceled it.
He did or they did?
They did. And you know, this is ratings gold. You get Bill Belichick on TV, ratings gold. But here's the interesting part. They left her interrupting the interview in the final edit.
Because they probably wanted to show, hey, guys, here's a little taste of what we had to go. And I guess if I'm Carolina, I would be upset as well. Like, wait, so you're not wearing anything, North Carolina? You're not doing anything to help bring in kids here? Yeah, there's something very strange going on. Because I saw a little bit of the interruption. It's like, because once again, and it wasn't a gotcha thing. It looked like the guy was just kind of genuinely saying, hey, how did you guys meet? That's a common question for couples. David, how'd you meet your wife? And we're not answering. Don't answer that. Okay, now I have more questions.
Look, I just can't help but feel like Bill, if you're okay, blink twice. All right, so that was one. You guys can check all that out. The reporting's everywhere. I wanted one other note. Just 4 minutes, and then I'll move on. I had this opinion at the start. I have the opinion today.
You've changed your mind, and Abdul Carter can have 56?
No. Okay. No, definitely not. Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavs, has been assassinated. I mean, people have just been using him as a human pinata for this Luka Doncic trade. Now, mind you, they leave out the details where AD, who'd been super reliable, got hurt. Kyrie died, and both their bigs in Gafford and Likely gone. Okay. Did you see Luka the other night? Have you watched Luka in this Minnesota series? Mm-hmm. What would you say you've seen?
A guy who's really can't finish the games out.
No, it's called If Kenny Cott Was in the NBA, because the conditioning is null.
Trying to be PC about it?
No, I'm not going to be, because here's the problem. What I saw, look at the fourth quarter the other day. How is 40-year-old LeBron James running circles around Luka Doncic? Conditioning.
I was about to say LeBron puts in like $1 million worth into his body.
Luka went 1 for 6 in the fourth. And by the way, in that game with his 38 points, how many rebounds and assists did he have total?
I don't know.
No, you don't need to look. 3. Total. He did nothing. Luka is a completely helpless defensive player. And the T-Wolves are exploiting it, just like the Celtics did. Luka can't go deep in these series and go deep in games. Why? His conditioning is an embarrassment. Now, look, I'll never understand how Harrison didn't shop. Fine. But the actual trade, I stand by it. Until or unless Luka Doncic decides, I want to be an all-time great, why am I handing you $400 million when 40-year-old LeBron, who's one step from like Walt Disney frozen head therapy. Who knows what LeBron's into to be playing. Yeah. LeBron goes transformer mode. Here's Luka looking for a Marlboro Red. I just and I know it's convenient media narrative. Keep pounding Nico Harrison, keep making fun of him. Guy doesn't have a brain. Ask yourself, was he really that crazy? This kid has no intention of changing who he is. None.
No. You know why? Because I think he feels I'm good enough. So why do I need to try to improve
He's
myself?
good enough to make the All-Star team. He's good enough to sell tickets. He's good enough to be flashy. But when I need you in the fourth quarter of playoff series, forget about the NBA Finals. I need you to close series. Watch these games. Don't just take your cues from. Watch the games. Don't look for the bathwater drinkers. Watch. You are playing 4-on-5 defensively in a way that is not even close to like star X is not a good defender. No, I'm talking about you're playing what Ben Wallace was to your offense is what Luka is to your defense.
Ooh.
You are playing 4-on-5.
You are exactly right. And I know, I get it. I don't even look at this a stat as something I look at for real. Like plus minus, who cares? But he scored 38 points and he was a -3, which means, okay, sure, you're scoring, but you're doing absolutely nothing else on the court.
Nope.
What? 38 points and a -3? That's crazy.
Yeah, because here's the thing, David. I think the league really wanted that Lakers-Warriors next round. Warriors are doing their job. They're about to knock off the 2 seed and the Rockets. The Lakers, yeah, you would think the Timberwolves.
I'm just making the point. And I know.
I'm with you.
Because this isn't a Johnny-come-lately opinion. I watched Luka for an entire series against my team. And last year's Dallas Mavericks were a very good basketball team. They couldn't overcome the fact this kid cannot play defense. And he's not physically in shape enough to give you what you need.
Mike, I thought that was going to change. Now, I thought all of that was changing once he got out of Dallas, and now he's playing with LeBron as a Laker. I thought, you know what? It's going to be a new Luka. And look, you're right. Fourth quarter is like...
I'll make a bet with you. And it's just a fun one. And if I'm wrong, I'll buy you lunch. If you're wrong, you buy me lunch. Provided they're all healthy next year, Dallas will be better than the Lakers. I'm serious.
Will Nico still be the general manager?
Hey, I can't control that.
No, I'm just saying, this man may get fired. It's not the same, but it was kind of like Joe Dumars drafted all these players and he got fired, and then they all went on and
they had 0 total games with AD playing with either of the starting centers. And then when AD comes back, Kyrie dies. You got to just chalk it up to horrifically bad luck. But the idea is I don't want to pay Luka, what was it, $55 a year? Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's going to end up making like 35% of your salary cap. And then I can't rely on you to help me close games. Now, I know that won't get reported by, but for people actually watching,
I guess he's on the Joker workout program.
The difference is Joker closes.
He does.
He may look miserable. He may look like he owes a bookie money. I don't know.
In the timeouts, he smokes a cigarette. Give me a couple puffs. All right, I'm back on the court.
He is who he is, but I never doubt his ability to close a game. 248-539-9797. We'll circle back to local stuff next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Win or go home for the Pistons tonight. Game 5 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Detroit's down 3-1 in the series, needing a win to extend their season. Point guard Cade Cunningham says the Pistons have left Game 4 completely in the past and right now are taking it one game at a time with their backs against the wall. In NBA history, only 13 teams have come back from a 3-1 deficit in a playoff series, most recently the Nuggets in 2020, but the Pistons have won 3 of their last 4 at the Garden, including Game 2. Isaiah Stewart's questionable to miss a 4th straight game with knee inflammation. That tip-off at 7:30, pregame show at 7:05 over on WWJ. The Tigers, tops in the American League at 18-11, aim to tie up their series with the Astros in Houston at 1 game apiece tonight. Reese Olson gets the start for Detroit. That first pitch, 8:10 over on 97, right here on 97 won the ticket. Former Red Wings forward Val Filppula has retired. The Finn played 10 of his 16 NHL seasons in Detroit, of course hoisting the Stanley Cup in 2008. And Michigan Panthers receiver Samson Nacua, brother of the Rams' Puka Nacua, has been suspended 1 game for slapping a fan after this weekend's game at the St. Louis Battlehawks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97 won the ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have you. We've covered a lot of ground today. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? I do encourage you to check out the interview Jim and John had with Brad Holmes, and that's going to be kind of one of the parts of our 5 o'clock topic. And I want to invite everyone in on this. And I know it's probably a little bit of overload. Yzerman spoke at 2. We carried it. I'll give you the cliff notes. I can't play endless amounts of audio and then have time to talk to you guys. That's just not a good listen. But Yzerman said, oh, no, our focus is drafting, and we're going to build this thing through the draft. He was asked about the Wallman trade. Would you like to add some context or clarity? No and no. He was asked about the hot seat, respectfully, and then everything he followed saying was disrespectful. I don't care what any of you think. Basically came off as someone who has no boss and a lifetime deal and nothing's changing. That's what it sounded like.
Sounds accurate.
Then you get Brad Holmes. He was asked by Jim, look, do you understand at least why fans continue to want an edge rusher? Do you understand why you're asked about it? Jim wasn't even allowed to finish the question, and Holmes went, no, I don't understand it. He then goes on to say one of the most disingenuous things I think you could ever say. Lions fans are mad that they have Aiden Hutchinson because they don't have a second Aiden Hutchinson. That's insane. I don't think anyone feels that way. And I think when you're a Super Bowl caliber team and great players demand trades, right? Like a Trey Hendrickson or a Myles Garrett, no one's wrong for saying, pick up the phone, let's give it a rip. And when it doesn't happen, you go, no problem. I don't fault the organization. And then we go to, all right, well, what else did you do in free agency? All right, no problem. Brad's an awesome drafter. We're going to be just fine. All right, first round was a D tackle. Excellent. I don't mind it. He's a really good football player.
Yeah.
That's okay, right? All right, well, then we're going to go and we're going to trade how many picks to move up and take a receiver in the 3rd? Not an edge? Nowhere? 6th round? So that's been the conversation today. And I want to do this a different way, Rico. To the fans, and to Rico and Kenny, David, and of course you guys in listener land, which of these two is more arrogant? Between Yzerman and Holmes, which of these two is higher on their own supply? Which of these two's public remarks irk you more? And I understand this is a little difficult because you might be a Wings fan and not a Lions fan, or you might be casual about one and you're a hardcore fan of the other, but On surface today, the one thing we heard was two GMs who actively think they're curing cancer. And neither of them's changing. Now, one of them clearly has done a much better job than the other. Brad Holmes has done a much better job. But neither's won anything. And neither's changing. And any question about their moves is met with dismissal. So which of the two do you believe is more arrogant? Which one rubs you the wrong way more?
I would say Brad Holmes comes across more arrogant because Yzerman, there's arrogance there. But when asked questions, he will simply just say no, and that's it. Whereas Holmes has to go and explain why he's smarter than you, why you have no idea what he does on a day-to-day thing, why you are not in the same category as him. Whereas Yzerman will just say, I don't want to talk about it. Well, please? No.
Do you want to hear the Rieger thing?
Yeah.
Do you think that would help the argument?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Here, play the Rieger question about Wallman, which, in fairness, it's one of the worst trades in the NHL in recent years. Rieger did not go troll mode. I don't think this was gotcha. And Yzerman just wasn't having it.
Okay. Really?
David?
I'm sorry. I don't know where it went.
Okay.
Okay, good talk. I feel stupid, and I'm very sorry, David. 248-539-9797. Listen, David. Oh, my God, he's not listening.
I'm listening.
Let it roll. We got calls coming in. Prioritize the people. To hell with the audio. We'll go over to Jewel.
But I just think that Yzerman just kind of, I don't want to talk about this. I got a plan. We're going to bring up the kids, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of one of those trust me, it'll work type of things. You may not agree with it, but it's not, hey, you don't know how much hockey I've watched and going down to the IHL and going overseas and my scout people. And look, I've traveled to Russia. Have you been to Russia? I've been here. I've gone here. Whereas Holmes kind of does that. I've watched 2 years of every snap.
Yeah,
I know you can't. No disrespect, but I know you can't do that. But normally when somebody says not trying to be disrespectful, the next thing out of their mouth, disrespect.
Correct. So which of these two rubbed you the wrong way today? And if it's neither, that's fine. The Holmes thing was weird. It was, because I don't think Jim or John, and I know Jim can be smarmy. I didn't think there was any of that today. I thought Jim did a really nice job.
That was the softball list of all softball questions. Hey, you kind of understand? No. Wow.
Yeah, and again, Lions fan, when your GM says you're mad that you have Aiden and that you don't have another one, who he's describing, I don't know. I think the truth always lies in the middle. We were simply looking for more than Marcus Davenport, whatever that is, whether it be by draft, by trade, or by free agency. Yeah. And he's not offering that to you. So you tell me what you want to do with it. We'll go to Julian to kick off the 5 o'clock. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir. What do you got?
So, Mike, for me, it's an easy answer. It is Steve Yzerman by a mile, and I'm going to dive into why. But so I don't forget, I have a CQ that I want to also get to. It's a two-part CQ for you, Rico and Kenny. So let me talk about Yzerman first. Unlike Brad Holmes, who has delivered to Lions fans something that no other modern day GM has delivered, which is multiple playoff wins, an incredible team last year that, yes, fell short, right? An appearance one or two quarters away from a Super Bowl. Steve Yzerman has delivered absolutely nothing. We've covered it extensively. He's been an abject failure. But for his attitude, and I get bothered when any coach or GM who, objectively speaking, has had zero success, which Yzerman as GM has had, objectively speaking, zero success, for them to turn on the smarm and the attitude of how dare you ask me these questions. I feel that it's an insult to the fans who have every right to be upset. The media, after all, is trying to voice fandom concerns. So for me, Brad Holmes, yes, the whole joke about his receipts, but he has the right to have receipts. He's delivered a product on the field that have made grown men cry, and rightfully so. Who the hell is Steve Yzerman, right? You know, he's no longer the Tampa Bay GM, so he can't claim that. He's not the GM of Team Canada, multiple gold medals. You're the GM of the Red Wings. What have you done? Who are you to be smarmy to anybody? So for me, that's why I really have a difficult time when anybody.
Yeah, today was tough.
Especially
today was a tough tone by him. And look, I look, Rieger can be acerbic, but that's not the way he asked it. We have the audio now. Jules, I'll play this, and then we'll get to your critical question. Go ahead. This is Rieger asking about Wallman.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part is, Rieger, we know Rieger, right? He's a character at times. He's the king of trolls. On a scale of 1, Rieger to 10, that's like a 1.
Correct.
Like, that's a very valid, very well-framed question. Hey, we were interested to know about this trade. And the smarm level, again, I offer this, and I'll get to my CQ. We're at the point now where my advice to Red Wings fans is, okay, be upset with Steve Yzerman for sure. Be more upset with Ilitch, because I think it's very reasonable to suspect, based on how Ilitch is as an owner, that he's given Steve Yzerman a lifetime leash.
Yes.
And for 6 years now, there's no reason to think that, hey, next year this ship is going to be turned around.
Agree
so
totally.
I would direct Red Wings fans, be more mad at Ilitch than Yzerman.
What is the CQ quickly, and we'll try to get to it.
The CQ, I want to hear your picks, Rico and Kenny's game 5 tonight. Leafs Sens. Who you got in the game? Who you got in the series?
Okay.
I got to get it. I got to hear it.
The Leafs. You're going to be fine. I know you have PTSD. Jules, just breathe. You're going to be okay. Leafs. Or do we root for radio? Leafs tank. Marner launched out of a cannon, and he lands on Belle Isle.
Even now, we're hoping Yzerman actually makes the move. So.
Yeah.
Okay,
all
I'm
we're
done.
going to do is get frustrated. Kids.
Although I will say every game in that series feels like it's an overtime game. The Battle of Ontario. When do the Wings play? All right, if you like pizza, this is for you, Hungry Howie's. I got away with that because Kenny wasn't in the room. You can get free pizza. It's very simple. You spend $10 at hungryhowies.com. You get a free 2-topping medium pizza. There's no hook to that. That's the deal. So for tonight's B-ball game, hungryhowies.com, spend $10. Get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Any flavored crust, any combination of toppings, and away you go. It's a limited time offer. Obviously, people are going to scoop it up, so get your free pizza while you can, but it's only online and only at hungryhowies.com. Straight to the people. Get a football today. Bottom of the hour. Paul is in Frazier. He's next. 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
My old friends, how
My
are you?
man, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not too much. You know, this current question is very intriguing to me. And unlike the last caller, even though Stevie has made some very questionable decisions, boy, you know, real briefly, I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall with that Larkin-Iserman conversation. I'm sure that was entertaining. But
yeah, I'm sure it wasn't pleasant.
Yeah, Dylan, you do that again, guess where you're going. Anyway, but I got to go with, even though he's got a track record of winning and he's done amazing. I love Holmes. I love Campbell. I love everything they've done. Who couldn't? Okay. But the way that he, goes on these diatribes and his explanations and it's almost like a wrestler in the WWE standing in the ring with the microphone, talking to the bad guy wrestler going, yeah, well, let me tell you something. It's like, Costa, Jimmy did a great job this morning. He really did. I heard that.
Yep.
And I loved it. And I walked away from that going, Brad, nobody belongs to a book club. What is this all about? I mean, we're simply asking a question about, that other side over there might need maybe not an Aiden, but a guy, and you're doubling down everywhere else. So my vote has to go to Holmes. Stevie, he should be on a short leash, but you guys are right. He's here as long as he lives.
Yeah,
I hope it works. I do.
We all hope it works. That's what Paul, I want to segue into something here, and I appreciate it, man. The idea that, and this is where I think executives in sports fail. It's where coaches fail. First of all, they act like what they're doing is highly important. Nothing in sports is highly important. Sports is not real. What we do is not important. Our job's to entertain you if you're in your car, or if you want to laugh or scream or call or talk. This is not cardiology. We're not curing cancer. I'm not fixing gun violence. I'm not brokering peace in the Middle East. None of it's real. These guys act like they're curing cancer. And they create these narratives where somehow, you don't want us to win. Everyone wants to win. We want parades. No one wants Iserman to fail. I do not want Brad Holmes to fail. It's okay. You said this earlier. We've arrived at a point where if you disagree with someone, automatically you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Mm-hmm. I've said how many times? Brad Holmes done a wonderful job. Doesn't mean it's perfect. And he's got a weird thing where if you're Brad Holmes, why do you even know what the fans are saying? Why do you even know? And then he goes into this other deal about, well, I wonder if other media markets it's like this. Like what?
Because he probably either he reads and watches everything.
Then that's his mistake.
Or he has his minions come in and say, Brad, here's the hot sheet for today.
Even bigger mistake.
Here's what they're saying about you.
So many mistakes. Like These are all mistakes.
Ice Cube, here's what they think about you.
Right. No. But this idea, look, if you're a fan and you go, look, Marcus Davenport on aggregate is going to start 5 games a year. It's not good enough. I really would like a trade, a free agent, or a draft pick of some value to just shore up that spot opposite Aiden. If I take 100% of Lions fans, 25% of them are screaming and yelling about wanting a superstar. 50% are right in the middle going, I'll just take a little bit of help. Yeah. And then you got the 25% of the bathwater drinkers where if Brad drafted Nancy Reagan, who's dead, they'd say it was a value pick. So
have you seen her hip turn?
Right. So the vast majority of fans is like, where's the help? That's not some crazy opinion. And for him to go on the air and go, I don't understand why I'm being asked about it. Huh? No, actually, it's okay to talk about it. And then he goes, you're just upset we have Aiden and you want another one. All I know is for about 10 minutes we talked about if Myles Garrett demanded a trade out of Cleveland, pick up the phone. Oh, my bad. First ballot Hall of Famer. You're right. I shouldn't pick up the phone.
Right. It was it was the Max Crosby thing. Looks like maybe he wants out of the Raiders.
Give it a try.
Right.
But then the reality was, okay, are we going to do anything in free agency? Nope. All right, no problem. Let Brad cook. Great drafter.
And this was a draft filled with edge rushers. So I'm thinking
they didn't like any. And how dare you?
But they did like a receiver.
And again, he has the right to do those things. Tesla may be a great play. Look, he's a kid who profiles athletically. They had Taylon Green is vomit stuffed into a helmet. That was Arkansas's quarterback. Boise State transfer. Taylon Green's idea of progressions is immediate rollout, no reads, YOLO balls. Arkansas doesn't throw it a ton. This kid may be awesome if he had real QB play. Here's the point. He's not going to get more targets than Amon-Ra. He's not going to get more targets than J-Mo.
Who are you sitting down?
He's not going to get more targets than Laporta. He's not going to get more targets than Gibbs. He's probably not going to get more targets than Patrick, and I'm in a Super Bowl window. And
Mike,
fans have a right to go, wait, we paid how many picks to take him?
Right. In certain sports, like in the NBA, you're only as good as who you can defend. Who are you sitting down? Who is he going to sit down? Who is he going to say, I'm taking your spot?
And it's where he's building for the long term.
But if I have to hear, well, he drafted Amon-Ra and he was Cooper Kupp.
Well, I'm trying to be fair to the man.
Right. And I'll say, hey, what about the love affair you had with Trinity Benson?
Oops. I'll just go to Drew in Roseville. Rico's been very upset today. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. What's up, Drew?
What's up, fellas?
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm listening to you guys talk to these callers, and I got to be honest with you, and don't take this the wrong way. I'm not happy with the way Eisman is running his team. But as far as the city goes and the franchise he's running goes, he's delivered 3 cups for that team. So, of course, he's going to be a little arrogant, a little feeling himself. But Brad Holmes is really bugging me right now. It's really bugging me. He acts like, hey, I got you 2 victories in the playoffs, more than you've had in 50 years. You guys should be satisfied. I gave you a 17-point lead in the NFC Championship game. You should be satisfied. I got you a 15-2 record, even though we didn't win a playoff game. You should be satisfied. I am upset with the fact that you guys have pointed out, I didn't really realize how many picks we gave up to get a wide receiver. Because, we were watching the draft, and my brother calls me up and says, hey, they just moved up. They're probably going to get that edge rusher that's available right now. We sat down, we watched the TV. Wide receiver. We both looked at each other like we just ate a crab sandwich. Like, what the heck is going on here? You came within 1 step of the Super Bowl, then you shot yourself in the foot last year. You're 1 or 2 players away from getting to that next level, and he acts like, hey, we're going to build for 26 and 27 and 28. What are we doing here?
Oh, I think that's part of the conversation. Drew, you're not wrong. But how long have I been telling you they're more interested in being good for a long time and being popular and having a waiting list for the season tickets than I think they are about going all in and giving it their best shot. There's a risk reward. They so far have not been willing to take the risk. They've built a very good football team, but he's roster building. You can see it. Did they really need to take 2 guards? And again, I have no problem with Miles Frazier or Tate Ratledge. Those are SEC guards. Those are guys that have played in big-time games, plus Ratledge has an elite mullet. The point is, did you need to take 2 of those when you already have Mahogany and Glasgow or Mahogany and
well, see, I was okay because the LSU guard came later.
But I'm making a point after you've taken the wideout, after you already took a guard, after you already took the D tackle. They have it's not a refusal. It's just they're looking for something that clearly doesn't exist because they just rifled through. They didn't take a D end until the 6th round. Mm-hmm. They did nothing in free agency at the defensive end spot. Nothing. And they didn't make a trade. So whatever they're looking for, it's almost like a unicorn that farts sprinkles. I don't know what they're looking for.
I don't either. But the question is, well, actually, don't question him. He doesn't want to hear it because he doesn't understand it'll all work out. Aiden's an elite. And in other markets, if you have an elite edge rusher, they don't ask these types of things. You know what they do, Brad? They actually go out and draft more.
Book club. David, ticket text, and then we'll get to a little football today.
Spot run.
Okay. Yes, Steve.
The issue, again, people fail to even accept the fact that there were 5 defensive ends injured by the end of the year. Brad is right. The outside rage doesn't make sense.
No, hold on. There's no rage, first of all, so you're gaslighting. Second of all, 2023, Aiden led the team with 11.5 sacks. Your next sack leader from a defensive end spot, 2.5. Last year, Aiden leads the team after 4 weeks. So 16 more weeks of the season, 15 more weeks of the season, Aiden is still the sack leader. You come on now. This has been a multi-year problem. The chair drop was 2 years ago. Come on now. It's okay to talk about that. It is.
Someone says Iserman is more arrogant because what has he won?
Yeah, for him to be acting this way, having not made the playoffs, at least Brad can be like, hey, playoffs and things. 15-2, home playoff games, season ticket waiting list, a superstar head coach. You're right. He's got a level he can act at. Iserman, whoa, buddy. I thought his presser today was not a disaster. That's hyperbolic. But it was just kind of, we looked at each other and went, can we just dump out of this? This is awful. Yeah. 248-539-9797. We got a little football today. Here's Rico.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Nope. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal. It's a 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for $299 a month for 12 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles in the year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
M43 New England IPA from Old Nation Brewing Company, brewed right down the road in Williamston. You know it. And if you don't, you should. It's pretty famous award-winning beer, and it put them on the map. The new flavored M43 available throughout Michigan, limited time release, the orange creamsicle. They drop it, it sells out. Guys, pick it up wherever great beer is sold. It is the perfect beer. Say welcome to the warmer days, sunshine ahead. Please stay like this. I'm begging you. Bottom line, Orange Creamsicle M43 for a limited time only. Visit oldnationbrewing.com. You can find a retailer near you. Support local, support independent. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. Apologies, Rieger's here hosting his show in the hallway. Sorry about that, everybody. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get Rieger in the mix tomorrow. Tigers day game, and we'll be on afterwards.
I wish Yzerman kept receipts so we could return some of these guys and get refunds.
Yeah, look. I don't think the receipts thing ever plays. It's not optimal. If you're a front office executive of a sports team, it's really just not smart. Don't do that. It's like when athletes go at fans. Don't ever go at the fans. Say nothing before you say something. Don't ever go at the fans.
Agree 100% with you guys. Brad and Steve are both sounding very arrogant and full of themselves. It's BS. All I want to do is win. Just make the team better.
Yeah, and again, Brad has earned a right to do some of it. And I think, look, this is the other thing I'm not going to do. We can't turn Brad Holmes into a victim. He has been universally lauded for his work. To have a disagreement about the defensive end position, I mean, that's first-class problems. Yzerman, on the other hand, I would tell you has almost been universally defended for a long time, has accomplished nothing here, and for him to have the attitude he had today was disappointing. Yeah, we're just going to draft and do what we do, and I don't care what you think, and yeah, enough of everything. All right, that was redeeming.
Yeah. Regarding the Lions, someone says they probably were going to take James Pierce, but Atlanta moved up and took him. It's just a hunch, but I think it's a real possibility.
Yeah, I can't speak to that one.
Yzerman is definitely the biggest disappointment. No success, and not sure if the foundation of the team and the farm system are as great as he makes it seem.
Well, wouldn't know. None of them are here. The ones that are here aren't overly impressive. Sorry, I hate to break that to you.
I don't like Brad's tone, but I don't see why everyone's panicking over another edge. Another edge doesn't guarantee a ring.
Okay, let me say this.
Please do.
It's the reason, you know what? It's the reason why you like that fun offense that they ran. You want to know why? Because teams had to pick their poison. Who do you cover? Is it Amon-Ra? Is it J-Mo? Is it Gibbs? Is it Laporta? Is it Patrick? It's why we had mobile golf, because sometimes golf was the better option just running. If you have that on defense, the same thing. You got to pick your point. Right now, double team Aiden. That's it. That's your strategy. That's up on the board, in the whiteboard, in the room. Okay, we're just going to put a tight end over Aiden, and we'll double team him. We'll deal with the rest. You want options. It's okay. That's why Super Bowl winning teams have good defensive lines. They have good defenses. I know offense is pretty and you score touchdowns, but in the end, can you stop somebody in the 2 minutes on that fourth down? You can't. Jaden Daniels just picked up another first down.
Stop hating on Steve. I guarantee you, we make the playoffs in 2 years.
Okay, that has to be.
It's a joke. It is a joke. They say LOL.
Okay, good. Thank you.
That's a joke.
Rico almost tipped over.
Bills GM went on a local radio show and ripped the host for asking why they didn't get a wide receiver. So, yes, Brad, they do it in other media markets.
Yeah, and also, too, I thought Bean was way out of line there. Like, first of all, stop trying to be a hard guy. All right, you're a GM of a football team who can't beat the Chiefs. It's sports, man. All right, we all want to win. So they didn't like the fact that you didn't draft a receiver. And you're going postal about something they said in 2018? 2018? Hey, man. If it rattles you that way,
receipts run deep.
Don't listen. You can't, it's just so stupid, because ultimately, if the Bills win, you don't have to move your family and you make untold wealth and it's all good, no matter what anybody says. If the Bills lose, you don't. There's no need to do that. And if you don't like the radio show or you don't like the host, don't go on.
Or you be like Jerry Jones and threaten to fire him.
Also not bright.
Don't do that either. Don't do that either.
Oh, get another market where people question.
Why is he so worried about other markets? Just do your job.
It was a weird
Yeah, but it's
comment.
funny that other markets they added players. They didn't need to, but you know what? Can't have enough on the defensive line. You found that out last year. Oh, it was an anomaly. Okay, we'll see.
The city does not know what it's like to have a good football team, and it shows. Yes, they need another edge. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay to just say, man, I wish they'd done a little bit more. I don't think that that's yelling, screaming. No, whether it was free agency, a trade, or the draft, I told you I would judge it at the end of the offseason. All right, well, here we are. Marcus Davenport. And I gave you the amount of games he started in his career. It's a little scary, but ultimately, if the team wins, Brad's right. If they don't, Brad's wrong. I don't know. I'm done stressing about it. I just thought his comments today were a little bizarre. Riggs, wonderful job by you.
What'd I do? What'd I do?
No, I like the Wallman question, and I didn't think you were a troll, which is personal growth for you.
Yeah, every night I try to not be a troll at the big moments. Like when Yzerman speaks, he's wearing a suit. I'm not going to be a troll. Come on.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I actually did like from Steve? I love that he came out and he threw everything back at Dylan. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's really healthy discourse. That's really good.
Yeah,
that's what you want your team president and captain doing after another failed season.
Through the media. No, he obviously he was totally upset about the Larkin comments. He's like, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Well, then you know what? You play better.
Yeah, you know what? Again, things are going great.
Yeah. No, things are not going great.
No, that's my point.
Yeah, right. I hear you.
More,
I just enjoyed that, though.
That's
no more.
Go ask Dylan. And Dylan, if you say anything, I'm going to take the C.
Well, he did say Dylan could say whatever he wanted.
All right, and take
that. I'm sure that would go over well.
Yeah, it's a repercussions.
The thing that you guys did not
leave
hear.
That C right here.
Here's the thing I guarantee you didn't hear. That took me aback from the press conference. It was probably later third of the press conference, and he was asked about Sebastian Kosa. And he legitimately said he has to prove more, and I can't guarantee that he's in the NHL next year.
Great.
He's going to be 24? 23?
Rieger, I'll say it again to you. When Vasilevsky was drafted, he was up in 18 months. The fact, Gator said this on middays. Oh, he's got to have a good playoff with the Griffins. Look,
He's already played in the postseason.
Yeah, I know. I'm just getting to a point of like, what's the point? If Coast is so special, I'm sorry. By age 23, 24, come on, man.
No, may not be right. No, and I agree with you. I mean, and we already know Augustine's going back to Michigan State.
Well, your microphone's not on, so
but yeah,
I won't.
It's going to be the Mrazek show and the Alex Lyons show, and I'm sure they're going to go get somebody other than Talbot because he might retire. There you go.
Fantastic.
So I'm not quite sure how.
So what's the value of Kosa then if you're not going to play him?
Obviously, they don't think he's ready, Rico.
But then you know what? You're approaching not like failed status, but you're approaching questionable status.
No, I mean, what's the old thing in baseball? Once a prospect hits 26, they're not a prospect anymore. They're just a failure. Correct?
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous. The kid's going to be 24, and we're not even sure he can have backup duties.
Well,
he can't split time.
The funny thing is, the one game, I know it's one game against the Islanders.
He was fine.
He won. It was fine. Guys played good in front of him. So,
what's next?
Anyway, we're going to talk about Brad Holmes. And I heard Cookies and Jansen and Holmes this morning. I was running through the neighborhood. I thought it was a great interview. And my immediate takeaways I shared with some buddies, and they all mocked me. So I want to share it with the listening audience, and I'm curious what people think about the attitude of one Brad Holmes.
Love it. Yeah, that's good.
We'll get into it.
All right. Done.
And by the way, Pistons pregame, too. We got a big one today. Game 5.
97-1.